If you're the date.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Yeah, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
That Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna
together.
need
Some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Put the blood seed God first.
going out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer me?
to when people
Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on.
That's the very funniest shit.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented,
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. It's those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both at the same time?
Yeah, can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell Son, which one is the
I
truth?
mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now?
Peace and greetings, everyone. A mic check before we start this wonderful class, that you all will make it. Mic check, if you can hear me, press 1, mic check. Let me check the comments section. Mic check, if you can hear me, press a 1. Mic check, if you can hear me, press a 1. Let's see where the ones are. Where are the ones? Okay, about the president. Okay, we got 1-1. Maybe my computer is lagging. Here they are. There they all are. All right. We got Nanny Setmer with the 1. Agent Magul. Okay, good. Kemetian Moon. Last Nation. Okay. Wonderful. Let's get started, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. There's going to be a lot going on today. A lot of questions, a lot happening, a lot of updates. Okay, so first of all, let's start this off right. We're going to start off the class with the affirmation, and then get right into acknowledgments of people in the room, and then get right into questions, because I have, oh boy, I am inundated, I am flooded, I got a lot of questions. This is going to be great. Let me check the time here and see. We'll do another 4-hour class. Awesome. It is boom. Okay, good, got that. Okay. All right, it is 7:21:22 my time. And let's get started. Okay, good. We're going to do 7:22. All right, we're going to start off with the affirmation, and then we're going to get into this wonderful class and give a little bit of updates. For those who are new here, I put up on the screen so you can see what it is that we're saying. For those who are familiar with what's going on here, you all should know by now. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get this started. We're going to get right started today. I got so much to get into. And let's go. Turn the music down a little bit. And here we go. Anki ma'at un ms nin tet aset emayat min have a pet emayat her and hu kiui her ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light. That is the affirmation that I use to start every one of my days, to start every one of my meetings, and to start every one of these wonderful pod classes. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, and I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out to people that are in the room, nice, sharp, early, on time. Okay, so first off, of course, we got Stranger. Stranger's the one who named the moderators. We'll get into that in a moment. Speaking of moderators, we have Sineti Amun. Shout out to Sineti Amun being here on time. Daniel Setmer being here nice, sharp. Everybody's here. Jody's always right here when the class begins. Shout out to Jody. And Jamio X. Jamio X is a regular, one of the best supporters who's constantly in the class learning. Speaking of one of the best supporters who's constantly in the class, we have E Manifesto. Shout out to E Manifesto. We are live. And speaking of the best, the top echelon, top tier supporter, the most dedicated online student in this class that actually sets up classes outside of here, Super AJ Super Mogul. Welcome to you. And of course, right side by side with him, who also sets up one-on-one with me. He set up a one-on-one who's give some of the biggest donations ever. Right back to back, AJ Super Mogul's tag team partner, the scribe, Uncle Jasaneb. Shout out to you. We got everybody here. And the other wonderful, beautiful moderator, Unki M. Ma'at. Shout out to you. We got Sineti shouting out. Unki M. Ma'at. Okay, we got Jay saying, let's go. Jay. Peace to you. We got 90% Mer saying, greetings, AJ Super Mogul. Arcad Infinite says peace to the chat. We have we have someone else. We have someone with sharing the wonderful name, Tehuti. Another Tehuti Heka Kepara. Wonderful name. Shout out to Tehuti Heka Kepara. That is a beautiful name, brother. I noticed a lot of Tehutis have been popping. I'm not sure if this is the Tehuti. There's a few Tehutis that I see in the Sonnetter chat room. Some of them are moderators, or one of them is. But shout out to you, Tehuti Heka Kepara, and of course the Conscious Conqueror, who was in Sonnetter's in one of the last Sonnetter chats, just going crazy for Garfield and giving me a lot of respect and awesome, wonderful. Shout out to you. Yes, got it. Yes. Heka. Oh, look at this. We have Tehuti Heka Kepara. This is entertaining. Unki Ma'at, Tehuti, and your mods. And then we have so Tehuti. Me and him share the same name, and then sharing the same name with him back to back is Heka Kepara. So we have Tehuti the teacher. Then we have Tehuti Heka Kepara. Then we have Heka Kepara. We have a lot of names here that are vibrating on the same frequency. Shout out to you both, and Maurice Waller, another dedicated student. Wonderful. Wonderful. Conscious Conqueror says he loves the new intros. If I make an intro for you, would you play it? We'll see. We'll talk off here, and I'll look at your intro. The Schlacken. Shout out to the Schlacken. He sounds like somebody from a movie, the Schlacken. And Buck the President. Sounds like a old Tragedy Gaddafi song. Buck the President. All right. And Jimmy B, who always puts the link to these classes in the Facebook. Every time I shut off a class, within a few seconds, he has the link up on Facebook. In the end time, there will be many false prophets. Shout out to, what's his name? Kill Illuminati. Interesting name. All right, Boss Nation. Shout out to Boss Nation. Shout out to you, Boss Nation. Everybody's here. We got too many people here to shout out. There's already 53 people in here already. Real Rap FG. Okay, and Robert Williams. Shout out to you, Robert Williams. If you ever want to come up to the stage, you sent in a question a long time ago that I didn't get a chance to address because for 2 classes, I don't think you were here, and then by the time you came, it was too late. But you had sent me the question, I believe it was you, about the Jesus and your brother saying you have to have Jesus, have a family. If you ever want to come up to the panel and ask it, you already sent in your money, go ahead, and I will address that. I'd like to interact with you with that one, though. That's a good interaction one. All right, we got Brother Conscious Conqueror says, Brother Garfield wants no smoke. I was there, Tehuti, when you challenged Brother Garfield on Sonnetter channel for a debate, but he is scared. Brother Garfield wants no smoke. Actually, I'm going to give everybody an update with that. As you know, to me, as everybody knows, I don't necessarily challenge anyone to debates. But every time I come on Sun Header, he says, "Who would you like?" That's one of his favorite things to say to me. Who would you like? And then I say, well, I'd like to talk to such and such. I actually asked Garfield a question, and he said he ad hominem to my question. That's what people do when they can't answer a question. They ad hominem either the person or the question. They say, that's a stupid question. That question is not important. What a silly question. That question is irrelevant. Everything attacking the question, but not necessarily answering it. And that is what I want to show everybody. That is the snake style. You ask a question and they attack the question instead of answering the question. Your question is not good methodology, he said. My question is not good methodology. I guess there's some type of European methodology that was invented that he follows that I don't adhere to. Wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to Duality World. Duality World. All mics could never be checked. Facts. It's funny. Nice. Shout out to the Bag Chaser. The Bag Chaser. The Bag Chaser. We have Anthony Drain. Laws of Ma'at. It says analyze, remove, conquer malice within yourself. First, number 72. Shout out to Anthony Drain, who is one of the most dedicated, who always sends me support donation before the class even starts. Shout out to XA with the wonderful, awesome questions. Great supporter, great supporter. Desmond, FPV, shout out to you. He's definitely one of the loyal, dedicated ones who's always here. Shout out to Anu. I don't know if this is Anu that I know. I know the three Anus. Anu, the sister who asked the question last week about Anu. I think it was about Anu and Antu and the Anunnaki. Then I know a couple of Anus, but shout out to you, whichever Anu you may be. Shout out to you. It's a wonderful name. Shout out to you. And we have Squano Trending. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. There's too many people here. Chefon. No notification. Interesting. Chefon. Okay, Chefon. And we have Tehuti clearing it up for me. He's not the moderator, but he's there faithfully. Okay, shout out to you, Tehuti. Heka Keparino, there's a couple over there. Shout out to you. Said I almost went with Kanum Shashat Ani. Same thing. Okay, shout out to everybody. This is awesome. Got a lot of people here. It's going to be some good energy here. Robert Williams says no problem. Robert Williams, wonderful, no problem. Oh, and here we go with Ascari. Ascari. He came in his very first class, introducing himself, sent in a donation of, I think it was $143 to I don't even know if it was a question. He just sent in $143. Yes, it was to ask a question. The biggest donator at one time for one donation, without me even knowing him. Shout out to him. He also was the one that asked the beautiful question about the Nicene Council, which I took the Nicene Council and broke it down all the way down to the placenta. Those who were there know what I'm talking about, the placenta. All right, everybody, let's get started. RPM. Let's drive. Shout out to you, RPM. And we have Darius McNair. I think I saw him in the sign under too. I watch a lot of you. I'm in those chats. I'm just watching in the background. Garfield versus Tehuti. Was Jesus a historical figure, or is he a compilation of other gods? I actually had that debate with Vocab Malone. I've already won that debate. Garfield said he doesn't want to have that debate with me. I think until he does some debate with Jabari along a similar topic. He said, "Okay, we're gonna update everybody with all that stuff." Ed Wren with the snake style, wonderful. We got a lot of people here. Rick Roland Truth. We got everybody here. Let's scroll through. Everybody's here. Peace Saba. We got Conscious Conqueror saying, "Can't wait for Tootie to beat Billy Carson." Yeah, that won't be the most legendary debate, I don't think, but that would be interesting. I don't actually know Billy Carson as a debater, but that would be interesting, and more likely I'd probably talk to him outside of the screen rather than debating him. I don't think he's a debater. But anyway, shout out to everybody, man. Everybody's here, even the Abyss, all the way deep down from the Abyss. And here we go. I really hope to see you and Tazariak debate, brother. I hope to see it too. Speaking of which, let me give everybody an update. You can go to Moderator TV, where I think it's the last two shows. It was I think it was Reggie breaks down Moderator Clear, and the last show Moderator did, not the Kaaba one, or the one before that, where he called me live and asked me who I wanted, and basically I said, of all the people that I know on the Moderator TV, I said I think Tazariak has the best demeanor. He'd be the best to talk to. I think he's the most logical, calm one. So he called up Tazariak, put Tazariak on a three-way. All this time I didn't know that I was live. I thought it was just him talking to me. And he put me on a three-way with Tazariak. And I asked Tazariak if he wanted to do the debate. The topic was, is the Bible copied from Kemetic writing, literature? And Tazariak said he needs till today. That was, I think, Tuesday. He said he needs 4 days to talk to his elders for the permission, or to see if they think it's a good idea to debate me. And Moderator was a little shocked. He said, I don't know you to ask for permission. I asked Moderator, I said, all the people that Tazariak has debated, when it was put forth to him, did he ever say that he needs to ask permission from the elders? And Moderator said, no, you're the very first one. He doesn't ask. He's the top. He doesn't ask anybody to debate. So he had to go ask permission. He said he needs 4 days. So yesterday, Moderator confronted him with it again, and he said he's still thinking about it. Now it changed from him asking permission to he's thinking about it, and he said he wants to talk to me first. You know what? I understand what's going on. I know what's happening. So I know that the snake style can be very intimidating, and it's very difficult to debate me, and especially on topics like that. So who knows if Tazariak will take the debates? Who knows? But if he does, you all will see something like never seen before, because that's one thing that all of you never asked me on the Podclass that I never break down. One of the best things that I can break down is the Bible copied from Kemet, or what in Kemet was taken to compose the Bible. Actually, it's never been asked to me before on the Podclass, so you all have no idea what I have in store, waiting to release onto an unfortunate debater or a student who asked the question, because the things that I break down are not coming from any book. I don't have any master teacher. Dr. Ben was not my master teacher. Sheikh Kanta Diop is not my master teacher. Dr. Clark, none of those brothers, although much respect and shout out to them, but you will not find what I'm releasing in other people's doctrines, like as if I'm a student of theirs. So when people go to research Kemet to see what you could come up with them for, they start looking at Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark books, Ashar Kwesi, Rod Neframoon, the other guy that wrote the what's the major guy that breaks down the Moderator? The only guy that breaks down Moderator in his books. No, Ron doesn't break down. Okay, the only one guy that breaks down Moderator in his books, I forgot it. Musa Ashby, there it is. Musa Ashby. I'm not the student of any of them, so all of my teachings are coming from my gift of study, research, and I live the information. So it'll be a real surprise, and I may have to go on the preliminary with Tazariak acting like a crazy person so he can underestimate me, because I don't think he's going to take the debate. We'll see. But anyways, shout out to Ahati Ma'at. Shout out to everybody. But yeah, we'll see. Also Sonetter brought somebody from the Podclass to up front to debate me. A brother named he had a Kemetic name, Amin Ra McCarthy. He's a moderator over there, and he brought him up to debate me. And I'm thinking, I'm not going to debate somebody from my Podclass. I'm not. And Amin Ra McCarthy saw me, and Sonetter said, "Hey, the debate was the Bible taken from Kemet?" Right off the bat, Amin Ra McCarthy said, "I'm not skilled like that, brother, in the topic. I'll talk to him about the Bible contradictions, but not that topic." And plus, I wouldn't debate Amin Ra McCarthy anyways. I would talk with him but not debate him. But anyway, shout out to everybody. Just want to give everybody a little update on that. Peace to everybody in the room. Tazariak is lightweight. Go after Geno Jennings. If Son Eder says Geno Jennings, whatever that is on the table, I'm not going after anybody really. I only said Tazariak's name because he was so well mannered. He reminds me of a Hebrew version of not of my knowledge, but just how I speak. I've never heard him yell, so I thought he'd be interesting to communicate with on the same frequency. Danny, communicate with me on the same frequency, where I would ask him a question, he wouldn't yell or scream. But if there's a guy named Geno Jennings, whoever Son Eder puts forth, I don't. They're really all the same to me. The only difference between them all is their demeanor. As far as knowledge and stuff, they're kind of all the same. Okay. All right, let's get started, everybody. Let's get started. I know y'all want the information and the knowledge. We're going to get everybody in to the class. We're going to go ahead and get started. Here we go, everybody. So, Mighty Hebrew. Yeah, Mighty Hebrew, we were supposed to debate, but Mighty Hebrew took his debate, literally, took his debate to kill a priest and did the debate by himself. He didn't ask me to join the debate, so he debated me. I guess that would literally be the definition of a straw man. That's a real straw man debate. He literally debated the invisible form of me because he took the debate that was all set up and he brought it to kill a priest, and they said, and he did the debate, and I was at home watching. So I guess he won that debate. That may be my only loss. Shout out to Mighty Hebrew for beating the invisible me, but that's what he did. Yes. So shout out to Mighty Hebrew. He won't debate me, I guess. I'm not looking for any debate, but whatever. I'm here to teach, and debating is just a fun way to teach. I'm teaching somebody who's rebelling against me. It's kind of fun. It's fun. But anyways, all right, let's get started, everybody. So this is the Tehuti Podclass. The Tehuti Podclass is the most unique class ever set up on the internet because this is a class that's set up not based on anything that I came here to teach. I put myself to the challenge where you all send in questions through Cash App and PayPal, and I answer the questions. How this got set up was I used to teach publicly for years. I decided to withdraw, and my students went out and they taught. I was a silent teacher behind the scenes. A brother named Mahati Ma'at, who's in the room, I started teaching him, and he went on the internet and saw all these teachers. And he said, Tehuti, you need to get on there because they're all teaching and they're not as sharp, they're not as vivid as you are, and it's clear and it's precise with diagrams and everything, and just with everything, just on all different type of topics. They won't talk about the Anunnaki, they won't talk about extraterrestrials. They break down Kemet without showing any Midnetter, and a whole bunch of things. He said, so basically he finally got me to come on when I went online to look at the people he was talking about. Some of them who I won't mention, but some of them are the children of my students. They're the actual children of the people I used to teach. I guess it's been that long since I went silent. The little children that were running around while I was teaching the parents ended up becoming YouTube superstars. We won't say who they are, but yes, you all know them. If I said the names, you would all, whoa. But yes, so I came online and I decided to come back and teach. I went on a debate league for an interview. The champion challenged me. I ended up beating him, becoming the champion of the debate league. Went on to beat everybody in the league, and then went on to Son Eder, went on to beat Jabari, beat Zion Lex. According to the audience, I never say I win any debate. I only go by what the rules say. So according to the rules, I beat everybody. According to the rules we agreed to, which was audience vote, crowd participation, press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for Jabari. I won that one. Press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for Zion Lex. They had me winning all of them to the point where Son Eder called me and told me that all the big guys over there said that I won. And he said, who do you want next? Who do you want next? You beat the guys, so who do you want? So anyways, went on to debate Vocab Malone, the owner of the last league, challenged me to a debate, beat him, and this is fun. It's good because I'm just teaching. I don't even consider myself debating. I'm just teaching. So I went on to Killer Priest, teaching there, and people were sending in major super chats, and people wanted one-on-ones with me. I did a lot of one-on-one classes, and then it became too much for me to do, too much time. It was way too much time for me to take to do one-on-one classes with everybody. So I came on Killer Priest and I said, instead of me doing one-on-one class where people pray their reciprocity to me, here's what I'll do. I'll open up a Tehuti Podclass, a whole class where people can come in for free. But to ask a question, I won't look in the chat room to ask a question, and for me to teach, you send in your super chats. Well, YouTube took down my super chats, so I created another way, which was PayPal and Cash App. So, for example, you send in a Cash App. It pops up on the screen, such as this. For example, Stephen Escalar sent in $20. He said, "Explain the relationship between of the Natiru and the Anunnaki, please, Saba." I go on to explain in detail. So it's not just coming from the top of my head. I'm not just going to start talking. It is information that is researchable, information you can find. Oh, there's Ascar 21's first donation, just for a donation. That was major. Nito Campbell sends in $18 for equipment fund. Oh, that's him again. So who's this? Oh, those are two of them. So for example, the PayPal, Julius says support for a gift and duality. If you send a PayPal, it shows up like that. Shows up like that. So let me do something here real quick. Put it back on the screen. So you send a PayPal. Oh, where's the PayPal? You send a PayPal and it shows up like this. And then the question is at the bottom. You can actually type in your question. I'm looking for one that has a question on it. PayPal, Cash App. Okay. Yeah. So for example, this one here, props to Tehuti, always stay on point. What can you tell us about the island of Mu, Kemet connections, Polynesia, through the Maui connections, through Atar, Rapa Nui, both who call our sun Ra. So send in questions like that, and then you guys remember that. You guys remember that when I did the whole the class on Rapa Nui and the original Aku that went to the people of Rapa Nui that got them to set up those stones. So you send it in, and it pops up on the screen, and then I proceed to answer the question. Nito Campbell. This was the scribe. Now, you guys that are new, don't let this intimidate you. Of course, you don't have to send in $100 and all that. I never ask anybody to send in any amount. You just send in an amount, and then you ask a question. It's just for support of me and my time. For example, elaborate on the black sun. I remember I broke down how the sun is technically black through the radiation technical term. And the person who asked me, his name was Black Sun. So he definitely enjoyed that answer. And I broke down the black sun, how it's a black body. And you ask questions and I answer them. So therefore, as the teacher, the Saba, which means doorway, I have no idea what you're going to say. I have no idea. Some questions do come to me right before the class starts, but you all dictate the class and you all send the support, because all of us, me included, I'm guilty as well. All of us have went out on a Friday night, such as tonight, and have supported a bunch of nonsense. We supported going to the club, drinking, buying the bottles, $80 on strippers. People spend $100 on marijuana, whatever it is. Doritos, potato chips, going to a movie. The Avengers came out. I gotta go see the Avenger. Me and 5 people are gonna go. That's $80. The bag of popcorn is $8.50. For a bag of popcorn is $8.50. Let's go to the baseball game. The Dodgers, the Knicks are playing. A seat is $80 for a seat. We got to get the new pair of Nikes. So we have spent hundreds and thousands of dollars on nonsense and entertainment. So all I ask everybody, if you respect the time that it takes for the quality of answers you see that I give, all I ask is you support that, the knowledge and the time. And when I see the support, I commence to answer the question, which you're about to see me do right now. So welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. You are all awesome, fabulous. I want to shout out also the people in the room that you're going to see with the wrenches. They are the Moderators. The Moderators are Anki Ma'at, Nania Setmer, Seneti Amun, Ahati Ma'at. Once again, the Moderators are Anki and Ma'at, Nania Setmer, Seneti Amun, and Ahati Ma'at. These are not the moderators of the Moderators. Moderators, named so by a gentleman who's in this room called Stranger. He's in here somewhere. Shout out to MVP Chris Harris. Shout out to MVP Chris Harris. Thanks, guys, for the support. Yes, Chris. I know you had a bad day. No excuses, though. No excuses. But you had a bad day. Whatever the reason happened, you had to do what you did in that debate. It didn't look too good at all. But yes, take full responsibility for it. Move on. Make sure you're always humble and move on. Take responsibility. No excuses. And I know you as a good debater. You talk to me about debates all the time. So the majority of what I've seen you do does not represent what you did that last debate. But you know what? Things happen to everybody every time. It's not about much of just what happened, but what I tell people is, how do you behave after the situation happens? Behave and represent Ma'at, and people will have the same respect for you again as they did before you did what you did. Shout out to you, Chris. Chris is a wonderful debater. He has won basically every debate I've watched. The last one wasn't too great, wasn't good at all, but shout out to you. And some people say, it doesn't matter what some people say, just Chris, you represent. That's all. We definitely support you. All right, so we got the women in here. Ashley, Too Crafty, Love and Divine Abundance, Tehuti, all the gods and goddesses keep smiling. We got Nanya, Bitterness, I don't drink, I don't smoke, celebrate and eat organic. I don't go out at all because no babysitter, etc. So I can get free question. Okay. So we got Godman. I think he was there in the Sonata too that day. A lot of you jumped on that line. Shout out to Firearms and Music. I'm a Hebrew and Chris is still the MVP. Hey, that's powerful. That's powerful, because Chris is the Hebrew sniper. He's definitely has Hebrews in his scope for Hebrew to say Chris the MVP. Shout out to that. That means you earn a lot of respect, Chris. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, everybody, let's get into it. We're about to get started. We got Chandler Bridgegate. Okay, thank you, Tehuti. Okay, let's get started. Here's the man that named the moderators. Stranger. Okay, everybody, let's get into it. Welcome to 2D Podclass. We are about to get it on. We're about to get it started. Chris Harris says, I am truly humbled. Wonderful. That's good, man. That's good. That is good, that is good. Good. You're a great debater. Sonetter asked, so just before we start, Sonetter is funny because Sonetter never associates me with Chris Harris. It's funny until he lost. Until he lost, I never heard him say, yeah, and your man Tehuti or anything like that. But as soon as Chris lost, I came on, he says, Tehuti, what's up with your man? What's up with your man? I was like, what's up? That was funny. What's up with your boy? What's up with your man, Chris? And that was just hilarious to me because Chris does shout me out on the show. And Chris, the only thing he did say, Chris was supposed to go in there and use snake style. So I guess that's what set off Sonetta saying, what's up with your man? He said he's going to use snake style. So that was fun, though. It's all fun, man. We're all going to laugh about this 10 years down the road. So shout out to everybody. Let's get started, everybody. We got a lot going on. Let's get. Voltage Controller is here. Voltage Controller. Shout out to you. He makes the awesome beats. Let's get started, everybody. Let's get started. We got the first question in already. It came in. We say a lot of pot. The plant domain. Shout out to everybody. Where's Stranger? Let me see something. Shout out to Stranger. Anyways, he's in the room somewhere. But shout out to Stranger. He's the one that named the moderators. Shout out to Stranger. You are awesome. We're gonna go ahead and get started. There he is. There's Stranger. Saw Netter be stirring the pot all the time. Yes, I saw you in there, Stranger, too, saying, "What about Tehuti? What about Tehuti?" All right, let's get started, everybody. Let's get started. Pastor Bennett was very lucky he got away from the fade from Chris Harris in the second round. I did hear that too. I did hear several people say that with just the information that it did not look like Pastor Bennett was actually winning with information. So we'll never know. We'll never know because there will not be a rematch, and I don't expect Pastor Bennett. I wouldn't do a rematch either. But anyways, let me fix the camera real quick. Fix this, get it back clear. We're gonna get right started. We got a lot to break down. Boom. Boom, we're back. Okay, everybody. Let's fix this lighting. There we go. We're about to break it down. Diamond says, peace to Udi, I'm back up here. Was upset they deleted that one Podclass. Diamond Crooks Media. Okay, maybe I know you under another name, but shout out to you. I don't know the name Diamond Crooks Media, but shout out to Diamond Crooks Media. Shout out to you. All right, Charlotte is on the wall. So everybody, yes, let me introduce everybody. On my hat is Neith, all the way from Zimbabwe, what the European calls South Africa. She's a South African unicorn, and she is on my hat. She's called a sea darlingi, a unicorn-horned darlingi spider from South Africa. In my hand is Nakash. This is Nakash here, the podcast's most popular snake, named so after the word enchanter, the Nakhas, the wise enchanter, the name of the people in the southern parts of the Nile. They were called the Nakhashi. They got the word Nakash from that and then named the devil in the Bible Nakash in Genesis 3. Well, here he is, Hebrews and Christians. Here is Nakash. Be very afraid. All right. And of course, on the wall, everybody's wondering who's on the wall. Yeah, that is Charlotte. Charlotte is on the wall behind me. Let me see if it's all reversed here. So that is Charlotte. She's on the wall behind me. That's why she's moving with the she's moving with the camera because she's actually on the she's right there. She's right there. That is Charlotte. She's almost twice the size of the one that's on my hat. She's just in the background. That is Charlotte. Let me see if I can get it close to her. Look at her getting bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger and bigger. There she is. That is Charlotte. Hey, Charlotte, say peace to the people. All right, go back in the background. Awesome. What an interesting class, right? Everybody's wondering, what kind of class is this? The other Kemetic teachers don't do this. Okay, let's go, everybody. R.I.P. to your ex. R.I.P. None your business. R.I.P. All right, Senatia Moon says, oh, she has realized Charlotte is back there. Okay, let's get started, everybody. Let's get started. I'm going to put a nice little 4 hours into this. I know I'm not going to get to everybody's questions, but I will get to the most, and you know how I answer. So let's get on to the first question, everybody. The first question that was sent in is by, let me go to it. This question was actually sent in. This is actually becoming a very popular topic, I see. Let me go to it. And hold on, it's loading. Why is it not on the screen? Wait a minute. Oh, here it is. Okay. That was pretty slow load. Okay, let me go ahead and put this on the screen for everybody. Here's the question sent in. Boom. Let me see if this works. Here, I'm going to go like this. Bam. Nice. Very nice. Okay, good. I'm going to go back here. And the first question is from Octavia. Actually, he pronounced his name. He spelled how his name is supposed to be said. So I'm going to go ahead and go to it. So here we go. Boom. Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tuti Podclass. We are about to get into some awesome questions. And the first question in from Octavia Sai. Let me go ahead and put that fully on the screen there. He put the question and then the clarity. So Octavius Sly, he says, for America, meaning in Medu Netter. All right. So he says, my names are pronounced Ak, Te, V, Us, Sly, Boone, T, Lee, Farnsworth. My question was, America, what does it mean in Medu Netter? I already have an idea that Mary is love and Ka is life, energy, but I wanted it in your class. So I could always go back to a source with descriptions. Keep doing your thing. You are appreciated. I hope that class that got swiped gets downloaded. My question on that one was about the flower of life. That was an awesome class. I know a little, but your breakdowns are great reference points. So shout out to Octavius Sly for America. Okay, shout out to that question there. Let me go ahead and go back to the stop the screen share. So this has become a very popular topic due to people like Dane Calloway and Cadimero, and other people who are have come in with the Native American agenda or Native American perspective that the original people here, blacks, are Native Americans, and we never came from Africa, and there was no slave ships, and Osiris was originally in America, and all this nonsense that's going on. And so this popularized the Ta America. America is Ta, the land. America, Harry Potter. And everybody does this foolishness without any kind of research, or anything like that. So let's go ahead and let me go ahead and get into it. So that was the last question that was placed right before the last class ended. Let's get into the answer to that question. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, and here we go. I'm going to go ahead and do the screen share and let us get into it. Boom, boom, boom. I'm not sharing yet, everybody, so don't worry. There's nothing wrong. I'm not sharing just as yet. I'm getting back to our screen, so I can go like this. And here is how I answer questions on the Tehuti Podclass. And this is why people donate for my answers, because they appreciate how I do it. Here's an example. All right, so the question is Ta America, broken down in the Medu Netter. All right, so here we go. You all can see the screen. All right, so here we go. I will break down the word as asked. America, while simultaneously letting my students know that none of this has to do with the word or country America. And that concept is a new age creation that is propagated by a man named Corimeo. I am here to correct that and place Ma'at back in order. We will start with the letter A, then go to Ka, then end with Meri, where they're based on indigenous sources. So even though he asked about America, I'm actually going to answer it in a different order. I'm going to break down the and then the Ka, and then end off with the Meri to show the Medu Netter breakdown. Let me go ahead and put Nakash away for a minute. Nakash, go over here. All right. Go there just for a moment. Just like close up the class. And let's get into this Tamerika. Okay, Nakash. You go there. Okay. All right. So here we go. We're going to start off with this. So we're going to start off with the letter A in Kemet. This is one of them because there's actually many letter A's, but this is one of them. This is actually the most popular letter A in Kemet because most people don't even know that this is the letter A. It's actually the Ankh. It is a letter A, and it is life, spirit, letter A, the beginning of the Kemetic life trinity. Okay, the reference to this this letter or this word can be found in Merriam Lithium's Old Kingdom, Volume 1, page 106, the teachings of Merikara, from father to son, and we will read as such. Well tended is mankind in the Naturu's cattle. He made the sky, the earth for their sake. He subdued the water, monster. He made breath for their noses to live. They are his images who came from his body. He shines in the sky for their sake. So we have here breath, and we have here noses to live. The word there for live is the word Ankh, which is actually also the letter A. It is actually the first letter in the word when you spell Ankh. It is actually the first letter. So we see the Ankh is associated, which I had the whole class on it, I believe last week on the Nicene Council, where I broke down the whole Ankh, what it represents. And this section is actually from that class. There is Inpu. I remember breaking down Inpu. Everybody thinks he's a jackal. I broke down Inpu, and now Inpu is holding his Ankh up to the nose of the Par'i'i, because the Ankh represents breath of life, breathing, the ability to live, which is to breathe. And I broke down that the Latin word for breathe is spirit. That is why people use the word spirit today. Because of the word Ankh, it has nothing to do with an energy force inside of you. It has to do with breathing. That's all the word spirit means, is breathing, later to be associated with some type of energy force. Okay, so that is the letter A. And here is, everybody got that? Good. We're going to move over to Ka. Here is Ka. Let me go ahead and blow up this, what Ka is. So what is Ka? Ka is actually your bioenergetic aspect of your body. Let me move this to the side. Oops. It stopped sharing. Here we go. Let's do this again. Hold on, everybody. Share. Press 1 if you can see it sharing. Press 1 if you can see the screen sharing now. Everybody see the screen sharing now? Press 1 if you can see the screen sharing. Press 1 if you can see the screen sharing. Okay. Here we go. All right. So the Ka is the bioenergetic aspect. It's actually the bioenergetic aspect of the human etheric body. It is the underlying supporting bioenergetic mechanism and active living template for the bodily intelligence. All biological life processes, it works in line with the biological function of the physical body and exists as the exact bioenergetic counterpart that is firmly enmeshed with the living physical body. So it is the double body. It is the body that energizes this body and provides it life and actually creates it, and it looks like this body. We'll refer to the Papyrus of Ani, 1250 BC, page 11 on Wallace Budge's Book of the Dead, preferably called the Per Amharu, on chapter 30. And it says here, and I will blow it up, we will refer to the Ka and what it is. In the presence of the keeper of the scales, the Makait, thou art my double within my body. So see, we say bioenergetic counterpart. That means a double. And here's the Ka translated to as double. It is the double within the body, the energetic body that looks just like your physical body. It is within the body, according to the people of Kemet, and it also forms the body. Let me blow this up. So this is the Ka, forming the body, forming to create the body, making strong my limbs. So the Ka and the energetic body, the bioenergetic template, forms the body and keeps your limbs strong. I already broke that down in many classes. That is actually the Ka that foresees disease up to 6 months prior to it entering, manifesting in the physical body. I show the doctors that prove using Kirlian videography that the disease that's going to pop up in the body 6 months prior to it popping up in the physical actually is shown in the Kirlian light manifesting 6 months before it comes into the physical. So they were able to block it by looking at the Ka, the bioenergetic template. The Kemetians already knew this, therefore they called it the double that is in the body, forming the body, making the body strong. That is the Ka. You see the word Ka, double. It is the workings, the double workings of the body. Thus you have 2 hands, 2 arms right there, forming a double and also pointing up, because the word Ka also means to rise, to be lofty. Okay. So that is the Per Amharu reference. Here is what the Ka looks like to us. It actually can be seen in Kirlian photography, which was developed between the years 1939, 1940 by a man named Simeon Kirlian, who actually showed developed a camera that showed 100,000 to 200,000 oscillations per second, which was able to show the light energy body, especially in the coronas around the fingertips, which represented how people felt, their emotional changes, their physical health changes changed and manifested through the colors seen through the palm of the hand and other body parts. That is the ka. It forms what people are calling the aura, which doesn't leave far from the body. It stays within the body. This is the statue of the pharaoh Awahibirihor on display at the Egyptian Museum, who has on his head the ka. It is the two arms right there. And if you go to the Per Amharu, the beginning where he is entering with his mate Tutu, this is Ani entering with his mate Tutu. You see the Ankh holding up the light, Ra, and the two arms also represent the Ka, raising up the light, raising up Ra, because the word Ka means to raise. So that is Ka. So there is your A, and there is your Ka. And now we're going to get into my favorite part, the Meri. So remember, people are breaking this down, trying to tie in the word America with Tamari of ancient Kemet, and it just doesn't happen. Just doesn't happen. It's all made up information. Here is the real Mari. So here's the real Mari, okay, as broken down by myself, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Welcome to the class. That's why you see my name at the bottom. This information is put together by myself. It is not from any particular one book. When people always ask me, what book can I go to get this? I actually show museum images, museum references, several different books, papyruses, and I put it together so you get the end product. So this is the Per Amharu plate 34 Ani with the Meri, which dates 1250 BCE. We cannot find this word forming any glyph. We cannot find this glyph forming any words of significance in the Americas. So when these people come and say America is Tamare because of the word Meri, where can we find the word Meri in context in any Native American writing? We cannot. Here is the real Meri. So here's the Meri as shown in the Per Amharu. If you look closely, you'll see farmers over here where I'm waving the mouse. And don't worry, I'm going to have those blown up larger so you can see the symbols and the tools that they're actually using. Here is the Meri, the actual Meri. And we see here Meri, collection of water, pool, cistern, reservoir, canal, inundation. Okay. And then we go over here to Meri Mert, sacred serpent, protecting spirit of inundation, goddess of inundation. So we see it all ties into water. It all ties into the Nile and water. And the tool was actually named after the function that it related to pertaining to the Nile River. The Merit was actually a tool used to hoe. It's where the hoe came from, the gardening hoe. To hoe, to put the line and dig and create the dikes. That's where you get the word dike from. Create the dikes to plant the seed in. And so the actual tool was named after Merit, which means inundation and water. And that's why when you blow up the word itself, you can actually see the tool right there. There's the Meri where I'm placing my mouse. There it is right there. It's called the Meri. You cannot find this glyph anywhere in the Americas, nor can you find any reference to the word Meri anywhere in the Americas, nor can you find any goddess associated with inundation, Merit, in the Americas. This is the goddess of inundation, which is Aset. You see the Merit right here, and you see the egg of Aset right there. That is Aset. She's the goddess of inundation. Okay, so there is Merit, and these are the goddesses of inundation of the southern and northern goddesses of inundation, Merit. That is it in the Moderator. Now you see it drawn in writing form, and now we're going to look and see where the Moderator actually got it from. Where is it from? We go into the Louvre Museum, and there it is right there in front of you right there. This is found in Kemet. This is not found in the Americas. The Americas. We're in the Louvre Museum, and we can look closely in the Louvre Museum and look closely in the museum here, and we actually can see the letter M, the Merit, which is the gardening hoe. We can see it right there coming out of Kemet, and here it is right here, the Merit right there. This came in two forms. One was held in the hand, and one was a larger form that actually dug into the ground. There was a smaller one and a larger one. Here is the larger one. The larger one actually attaches itself to the cow, and the cows actually pull the merit. See, he's holding it with his hand, and then the cows, as they pull it, you all are familiar with this. Tractors do this today. They pull, and as the cows walk forward, they make a dike behind them, and he plants the seeds, and that is the most popular farming tool in Kemet. Okay, so if this farming tool was formed, this farming tool is what formed the word tamari, which the words ta, land, marit, which water, as the Nile flood, then we should find these words meaning this in ancient America. So being that we find these words forming the word tamari in Kemet, we should find this in context in the Americas. What people like to do is they like to grab one thing out of a culture and they find a word that sounds similar and they say, see, America, Mary, see, Egypt is America. That's lazy research, very lazy to do, and actually that's lie. That's isfet. It is against ma'at to do that. You're not supposed to do that, but people do it to get views. So that is Mary now. So how old is this concept? Because remember, America is supposed to come from Tamari, right? Tamari. That's where it's supposed to come from. Actually, no, it comes from 1507. Let's get into it, everybody. So how old is the concept of America? And does it originate from the minds of indigenous people? This was very important, everybody. Whenever somebody teaches you about ancient culture, always ask them, where did the indigenous people say it? That's why when I got up there on Sonnetter and I was talking with the brother Garfield, he was saying Jesus existed. And I said, okay, great. Where did the indigenous people say Jesus existed? The people of that land that saw Jesus, where is their writings about Jesus? Not some Greek writings 67 to 110 years later. Where are the indigenous people? And that is what people don't do because of white racism. They never go by what indigenous people say about their own selves. They have to go by what New Age people say. But no, let's get into it. Here it is right here, 1507 world map. This is the research here. You can find this on Waldseemüller Maps. Anybody can go look this up, but I put it together for you, made it easier for you. Now you can all look it up, 1507 world map. Martin Waldseemüller, 1507 world map, grew out of an ambitious project in Saint-Dieu, France during the first decade of the 16th century. Objective was to document and update new geographic knowledge derived from discoveries of the late 15th and first year of the 16th centuries. Waldseemüller's large map was the most exciting product of that research effort, included data gathered during Amerigo Vespucci's voyages 1501, 1502 to the New World. Waldseemüller christened the new lands America. There's your America, ladies and gentlemen. In recognition of Vespucci's understanding that the new continent had been undiscovered as a result of voyages of Columbus and other explorers in the late 15th century. This is the only known surviving copy of the 1,000 maps that are believed to have been printed. Okay, so Waldseemüller christened it, like Christianity, christened it, New Lands America. Okay. Let me move this here. Boom, boom, boom. Blow it up for you all to see. Here it is. We go by facts here. What do we say, everybody? What is our motto? Archaeological evidence, archaeological facts over religious opinions. Waldseemüller's map represented a new revolution, a revolutionary new geography, not some old-time Native American geography. It was the first map printed out or manuscript to depict clearly separate Western Hemisphere, separated Asia with the Pacific as a separate ocean. The map represented a huge leap forward in knowledge, recognizing newly found American landmass, forever changing the European understanding of the world that is previously divided up only into three parts. Remember, these are Europeans doing all this division. Native Americans did not divide up any place and call it America. That is not a native, and that is not an indigenous custom. If it is, then all indigenous people, please come up to the screen and show us any writings of natives calling this huge landmass America before 1501. That's it. That's why people hate my questions, because I don't go into the Gish Gallop I don't get into the, well, we see it seemingly could be true because the possibilities of the, well, what perhaps may mean, I don't do that here, the Tuti Podclass. Show me or don't show me. So if this place was called America from Meri, because that was original Egypt, then show me the native writing that. Show me that on any wall. Show me the Aztecs. Show me the Mayans. Because remember, they'd all have to agree, right? They'd all have to agree that this was America, right? Because the Aztecs are from America. They're all the way down in the southern part, right? You have the people in Brazil, the people in Mexico. You have the Eskimo. They're Americans too, right? So do they call it America too? The Eskimo, the Aztecs, the Choctaw, the people in Saskatchewan in Canada, all the way down to Brazil, to Mexico, they all got together and said, this huge landmass, we will call this America. No, they didn't. That was the European that did that, and you people that follow that are following him. You're not following any Native American, as they call it, culture. They weren't even called Americans. All right, so here's the map right here, everybody. We'll take a look at it. This is why people get mad. Don't get mad. Just present the facts. So here's the map right here. When we blow the map up and look at the top section, there it is right there, ladies and gentlemen. 1507 AMERICA. America. Not Tamari, Tamaru, Tamari, Tamaru, Tamarica. None of that. None of that. Just America. From 1501 to 1502, and then named so on April 25th, 1507. Okay, that is America in researchable information. Any other information is just opines of people. Okay, so to further drive in the fact, we'll go to 1250 BC to Ani, and here it is on page 103 of the Papyrus of Ani. Chapter 28 here. This is the chapter. Really, this is the utterance. That's utterance. This is the utterance of breathing, air, nefu, right? Having power over the water in the Netzer curve. But we're going to go all the way down here and see where it says, I am one of you. Who is that? Who is thee? Who are you? It is Merti. See that? There's your Meri word right there, the goddess of inundation. There is the Merti mentioned in the Papyrus of Ani. Since Meri, according to Karamio and these other so-called Aboriginal power people, since that is an American goddess, and they brought it over to Egypt, and America was named after her here, please show us in any Native American writing Meri. Here's Meri, Merti, right here. Here's Meri, and the T at the end, it's really Meri. Meri. The T at the end that's making it the T sound is a double. It's pluralized. That's what's making the T. So the word itself is just Meri. Meri. The T is duality. Double. Speaking of double people, two people, like the two goddesses. So there is Meri right there, not mentioned anywhere in any Native American writings. Okay. Now, let's see why this is relevant. Why is Merti even relevant to Kemet? And why does she have absolutely no relevance in the Native Americas? Okay, so we scroll down and we see, scroll up, we have three, this is the triad of Kemet, the three periods of farming. Real astronomy and real farming here going on. Aket, inundation, June to September. Karet, October to February, the growing season. And Shemu, March, birth, harvesting, spring. The Shemu, the harvester, the spring. Okay, it means to follow. That's the last following. That's where you get the word Shem Suhor, the followers of Heru. Eventually to become what people called the Shemites, which is no such people, but the real Shemites that were the Shem Suhor. We'll get into that in another class if anybody asks. But these three seasons and Tamari, which culturally coincide with Aset and Nebtep, the wives of Osar, of the north and the south, Kemet, Merti. We can see the farmer's tool in her name. See that? Inside of her name, you see the farmer's tool right there in her name. There is no goddess of a flood in the Americas named Merit for the word America to derive from, as Carrie Mayo has falsely stated, that we in the America first, that we were in America first, then brought the culture to Africa. If that were the case, we should be able to find the goddesses Merit of the three seasons written about in ancient American writing. predating 2400 BC, which is the pyramid text. That's where it's mentioned first. So here is Merit right here. Here is the Aktet, the Pert, and the Shemu, the 3 seasons of Kemet. Here is Merit, the goddess of inundation, 2 goddesses of inundation, and Merit Shema. See, the goddess of inundation. That's the Shema. That is the last period of the seasons in Kemet. Shema, which is also Shemu. Shema, Shemu. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. There is the, let me scroll this down. Okay. So there it is. There is the breakdown of America, having absolutely no connection to America, but having all a connection to Tamare, which was the name of Kemet. There it is. Please don't listen to the people pushing that Tamari is some type of American goddess and it was brought to Africa and we were here. Osiris was here first. All type of foolish videos we see, but as we can see, proven without a shadow of a doubt, proven using the Moderator language, using the papyrus of Mary Kara, the papyrus of Annie, using science, showing things from the Louvre Museum, showing maps from 1507, showing you the information, the facts, and I'll close it out with going to the actual over here. Here we go. Specimens, axioms of Annie. Let me show you now how it all ties in to the Nile Valley. How the word Ameri and Tamari ties in. See this right here? Okay. Here is some of the laws of Ma'at. We're in this is the 28th dynasty. This is 1250 BC again. And here we are, perform the festival of the Neter. Renew in its seasons. Okay, see that now let's look over here. See seasons. Over here, boom. See that symbol right there? That three for seasons. You see the symbol right there, and then you see the sprouting of a plant. Whoop. This is how this is what's so beautiful about the Moderator. You can't find this in the Americas. The words itself have the symbols that represent what the words mean. So you see there, you see the plant sprouting up, and there's the sun that deals with seasons. We go back over here to Tamari. There's Tamari. Let me show. See, there's Ta, earth, Ta. That's where your word Ta comes from. To create the word Tamari. In the earth, Tau, landsmen, people. Tau, people, there's Ta. Tamare. Tamare, right there. There's Tamare. And then the U makes it plural. That's why you see 2 people, male and female, 2 symbols of occupied land. Tamaru. Look inside the word Tamaru, and you see the same symbol there for seasons, ladies and gentlemen. See right there? You see the same symbols for the word seasons, because there's your Mari right there. There's the land that the Mari digs into, the plow digs into. And why does it plow into it? So it can sprout up growth to make the word Tamari. So the word Tamare, which was one of the names for Kemet, directly ties into the sprouting up and the plow that was used to put the seeds in there to sprout it up. And that's why it also associates with the Nile flood, because without the Nile flood, the seeds could never sprout up. So it makes perfect sense in Kemet, absolutely no sense in the Native Americans. There's your seasons right there. There's your Tamari right there. People of the land of the Nile flood, not of the Mississippi River. Okay, so there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, there is my answer. Boom, thank you for asking that question. The brother Octavius, that is the way we answer questions here at the Tehuti Podclass. I hope you appreciated that first question there. That was about 20-something minutes just for the first question, not from the top of my head, but from facts that you can all research that will exist after Tehuti passes away and prior to Tehuti being born. That information existed on the planet. My gift is just to bring it together for you and save you the time. Thank you. Boom. There is the real answer. There is your Tamare. Hope you appreciate it. And E Manifesto said, let's see. Let me see. Look in the class and see if everybody got the answer and see what they say. Let's see who appreciated it, who didn't appreciate it, who liked it, who didn't like it. let's see if I did a good job, or maybe I got to go back to the drawing board. Thank you, my dear. All right, so E-Manifested Moderator is so intuitive. We know he's a clown. Oh no, the ad hominems have begun. Amin Ra doesn't even want to hear it. Doesn't want his vibrations to be mentioned. Woo! That's how the Kemetians actually did things, though. They actually would scratch off the nose and chip the person off the wall. But anyways, shout out to everybody. It looks like everybody got the answer. Appreciate it. Robert put brilliant. Glad you appreciate it. It's Aboriginal. And so it looks like everybody got the answer. The brother who actually asked the question foretold me, sent me a message that said that he's watching. He can't, he may not be in the class, but go ahead and just answer it anyways. Okay, we got Per M. Haru plate 34, Tamaray, water, dike plowing. There we go, man. Everybody liked it. Boom. I see everybody liked it. Right truth. Put Ma'at. Great breakdown, brother. Okay, good. Mary Butus from Trinidad said powers to the magic, the hat, the spider, and the snake. Shout out to you, my brother. And enjoy the breakdown. Shout out to you. And Desmond said Tehuti's breakdowns are like Inception. I think I can remember that. You're talking about the movie. Shout out to you. And God says awesome as God Mind says awesome as usual. Shout out to you, God Mind. Shout out to everybody. Okay, so everybody appreciate it. I'm doing my job. I am the teacher, but I am your servant. That's why I am the Saba. Did the spider walk off? Oh, she's all the way up there. She walked all the way up there, everybody. She's up there now. She's walking off. I got to get her before she takes totally off. Don't take off, Charlotte. Okay, so I am the Saba, but I am also your servant. I have a gift, and my gift is to put this information together for you at a rapid rate that seems like it took me months or so to put it all together. This is just a lot of this I actually do get. It may sound strange, but I tell my mates all the time, a lot of this comes in dreams. And I wake up this morning when I woke up 7:14 a.m. I woke up and something came to me, a question that I didn't even think I could answer. It came and I got on and put it all together because I had to get motivated to answer, and boom, it all came. And that is just my gift that I pass on to you all. Glad you all appreciate it. Everybody has their gifts. This is mine. So let me go ahead and get to the next person. Everybody here liked the answer, and boom, let's get on with it. Let's get on to it. All right, Rick rolled, put a heart up. I don't know how you got that symbol, like an invisible heart. Wonderful. Okay, beautiful breakdown. Everybody liked it. Glad to see a number of us studying the Shesh Medu Neta. That's right, my brothers. Put the Shesh in there too. A lot of people don't know that the Shesh is in there too. Another name for the Medu Neta was Sheshnu per Unk. The Shesh has a real deep meaning. We'll break it down one day. All right. Shout out to everybody, man. Let's get on to the next question. We're off to a great start. Yes, we are. We're off to a great start. Off to a great start. Okay. Don't mind me just listening while I work on this bathroom remodeling here at the house in San Diego. Great verse using Karimego in San Diego. The rap I did, yeah. Shout out Anania Setmer says, of course, mind-blowing answers again and again. Okay. And he says, I have my books, big brother. Nice. Okay, everybody. Now, what I want to do here is I got to take a 3-minute break, just 3 minutes. And what I allow is all of my great supporters, those who are regulars, you are allowed to come up here for the 3 minutes that I take a break. You're allowed to build. You can ask me a question up here. There is the link. You can give a testimony of how you feel about the class. The link is there. I will look at the screen. I will actually allow you to come in because I want interaction. You can come onto the screen. These are not for the troublemakers. These are not for the people that are here just to cause chaos. If you want to debate me for a few moments, send in a donation and you can come up on the screen too. This is for my supporters, those who support the Tehuti Podclass, come up front, click on the link. What was funny was when I went on Sonnetter that day, I saw at least 4 people, 3 to 4 people from the Tehuti Podclass up on Sonnetter's panel. They clicked the link. And some of those people I see in here, and when I say, hey, come up on the Tehuti Podclass, they don't click the link. I don't know. Don't be shy because it's me, because I see all of you up on the same exact people up on the Sonnetter panel. So don't be shy because the podcast. Let us see you. Come up front, show your support, give props, just like you type. Come on, I want to see your face. I'm inviting you up on the screen while I take a break. So go ahead and jump on. If Ahati always jumps on. Ahati never is reluctant, jumps on. Go ahead. E-Manifesto, the Scribe, Debate Young Pharaoh. All right. Like I said, I don't want to. Some people, anybody who wants to debate, they'll mention it. I'll debate whoever is respectful that wants to talk. But some of the people are children of some other people that they may not want to debate. We'll see though. Anybody, I'm open. But anyways, jump on. Who's gonna jump on? Jump on. Click that button. One of you who are the dedicated people, go ahead and click the button and jump on so I can take a little break. And of course, the person who always clicks the button, Hati Ma'at, go ahead and mute yourself for a moment, Hati. I'll tell you when to unmute. I think Conscious Slayer was one of the brothers I saw on. Jump on, Conscious Conqueror. Jump on. Anybody who donates and supports, you can jump on and talk for a moment. E-Manifesto says, don't waste time with that. Yeah, you know. Let me tell everybody, my debates are not for me. My debates are for the followers of the people that are being misled. So there's hundreds and there's thousands of people that follow some of these people. And when they see me debate, they come send me messages and they say, wow, you know, they didn't know that the person was telling lies until I debated them. So that's one of the reasons why I debate, is for people to see the other side of it. A lot of people don't even know the other side of Carameo or anything else because they just follow him. They just follow other people. They don't look anywhere else. And then they see a debate take place and like, wow, nobody pointed that out to me before. And that's all they needed to open their eyes. That is the reason I debate. So let's go ahead, everybody. Jump on Ahati Ma'at. I'm going to take a little break. I'll be back in a couple of moments.
Peace, Hotep to the chat. The Conscious Conqueror. The Online Warrior. I appreciate your comments on my videos too. I saw those. And like Tehuti, I saw I saw your interaction on Sonnetter. Ah, boy. Yeah, that's why I wanted him to come on to the public, because this is what we do, man. It's what we do. You know, many people I invited to come talk to me live, and not one has stepped up to the plate once I started asking for dates and evidence. Not one. So for them to try to step up to Saba, that's to me that's suicide. So I actually respect the guys that backpedal. And remember, like the cartoon with Wile E. Coyote where he's backpedaling off the highway. I kind of respect them that they do that more than if they try to debate him and look like a fool, because that's what's gonna happen. I want to say something real quick before I do a shout out to the people. I want to give a quick shout out, if he's still in the room, to Chris Harris. When I used to be able to live stream before they striked me, and eventually just took away my streaming capabilities, and I won't get into who they are. I want to give a shout out to Chris Harris because I Actually, when Chris, when you debated, I was looking for your video, but I guess you have to pay for it. So I couldn't find your replay of your debate. But I gotta commend you, brother, for apologizing. I mean, I don't know I don't know exactly what went down with the debate, so I'm not gonna get into that. But just the fact that you're willing to apologize is a great step for us, because many of us don't do that. We want to, like Tehuti said, do ad hominems and argue and basically act like children. I'm just gonna put it out there. It's just like children. So I have a lot of respect for Chris Harris. Every time when he would come on my stream, he would say he's a fan of mine. He would show me respect, and that means a lot to me. I mean, respect is key. So I wasn't surprised when I found out that Chris Harris went back and apologized for whatever happened during that debate. And Chris, I know you put in a lot of work researching and study, and so I just commend you for that, man. I was just talking to somebody today that the only thing we should really take personal in this life is the end of our physical life. So if somebody's threatening me physically, that's what I'm going to take really personal and to extreme. Other than that, you can usually get past it with words. So with that, let me do a shout out here. You have a Snetia Moon. Peace, my sister. Good to see you. Amun Mahatra. Peace. Stranger. Peace always. Jimmy B. Peace. God mine. I will say I'm hoping the Bennett debate happens. You know, to be honest, God mine, that's not going to happen. You got to realize that, okay, the only way it could happen if there's money involved or there's going to be a popularity boost. The internet is all about popularity or fake popularity. As soon as somebody gets on that's going to expose you, if you're popular, you don't want to lose that. Now, I can't really understand that because I've never been popular. So I can't really understand why somebody wouldn't just, if somebody's being, like if I'm being challenged by somebody and I can beat them easily, okay, I wouldn't take that challenge. But if I'm being challenged by somebody because I made a claim and I don't take the challenge, to me that's cowardice. To me, I would feel like a coward. You know? And the same thing like in the street. Like if somebody challenges me to a fight and I can beat them easily, I won't fight them, you know? But if somebody's challenging me and I don't have a way out, even if they're bigger than me, I'll fight them. Because I respect myself that much. My body fights for me all day, every day, even with me not even knowing it. That's what your body does. It fights toxins. So out of respect for my body, I would do that. But also because I would feel a coward. I feel cowardice. So, but you're not gonna see like a Pastor Bennett do that. You're not gonna see. See, I don't really know who's on Saw Netter anymore. I only tune in because of Tehuti, to be honest. I used to watch Saw Netter before I met Tehuti when Sarah Suit and Seti, yes, the General was on, Polite. I used to watch back then. And I don't know who these new guys are. I'm not like they're boring. I'll just be honest. I mean, I don't have a nice way to say this. Like when you learn from somebody like Tehuti, it's very hard to be intrigued with somebody that doesn't have the same knowledge. And if I hurt anybody's feelings, well, there it is. But that's what it is. I'm just bored. Like I don't even know who's over there, but like if you're not talking like on Tehuti's level, I'm just bored. So to me, it's a waste of time. I like to learn. I like to learn things that are new. I like to learn things that enhance me and enhance others. If I'm just gonna go into a venue where you're just gonna character assassinate me or talk about Jesus and okay. The conscious conqueror says, Brother Garfield thinks Jesus Christ are yeah. I saw something with him and Uncle West, and I guess Uncle West is his teacher. And then the guy selling books. I'm really curious what his books say. But again, it comes down to popularity and making money. I've heard guys that teach Kemet, or guys that I used to respect from Psalm Netter, say that the ancient people in Kemet were all about wealth building, meaning they were all about building financial wealth. That's not true. Kemet didn't even have money, but I'll let Tehuti teach on that if that becomes somebody's question. Kemet didn't even have coinage, didn't have paper, dollars. That's not how we helped each other. That's why it's so disastrous for us as a community now, because we don't know the concept of the European financial. And we know what Europeans I'm talking about. But yeah, that's why I could totally pick up why, as a communal base, we can't financially get it together, because it's not natural to us. See, things work when you're in your natural state. They don't work when they're not. That's very obvious. But Anthony Drain, peace. Anthony Drain, I want to give a shout out to also. He had a great motto. He said something along the lines of Black nationalism through my eyes. If I am wrong, correct me. But that is exactly it. If we want to put it in modern terms, the first nationalists were the people of Kemet, the first nation that had a military, had an education system, had agriculture. See, Kemet wasn't a religion. It wasn't just a spiritual system. It was the blueprint for all these other nations that you research and see today. Very good, Anthony Drain. That has stuck with me since you said it. All right, let's go back. Godmind said, the debates are becoming too personal. Yeah, you got to know how to just stick. That's the thing. When you don't have a teacher that teaches just strictly from the evidence, it's very easy for my emotions and my ego and for me to immediately take it personal once you start attacking me. And that's the first thing that I learned from Tehuti, was if I'm going to speak or say something, make sure that I can cite it. And that was very hard at first, because it's a lot easier just to make up something. And you can try this with yourself before I go. See how many times you catch yourself embellishing an answer that you're giving somebody, instead of saying, you know what, I just don't know. So that's what I learned from this man to the left of me. And I'll just let him get back to his thing. Great show so far.
Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Thank you for stepping up with your positive words. And all right, the numbers are jumping back up. That's good. Hatima, thank you for keeping them engaged while I was gone. Okay, let us continue, everybody. This is going to be a great one. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. This is good. We're on to the next one. On to the next one. So what else? Let's see which boom, 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 boom. Oh boy. What's this here? Who's Waterway in the group? Waterway here. We got a question in from Waterway, who is Kamusi. Go ahead and put that up on the screen. Waterway Kamusi. Go ahead and put that up on the screen here. Let me close this. This one came in right before we were about to close. I couldn't get to it. Waterway Kamusi. Here we go. What's this say? Okay, let me go ahead and do this. Let me look in the room and see if Waterway Kamusi is here. Waterway Kamusi, do a mic check. Waterway. Oh, you're okay. Oh, you're okay. Okay, good. Nice to see you in here. I think you had a different name last time, but Humble Books LLC. shout out to Waterway Kamusi, who sent in a couple of questions. I'm getting to one of them right now. Let's go ahead and get to it. Waterway Kamusi sent in a question, and let's all see what it says. Let me do a screen share, and let's see what the question says. Waterway Kamusi says, if you see it up on the screen there, yeah, there it is. You see on the screen, press 1. Shout out to Waterway Kamusi. You are awesome. He's always giving support and donations. He even gives a donation, even if the last question didn't get to be answered as yet. He gives another one. Shout out to Waterway Kamusi. I shouted about last time, but I'm going to shout him out again. And I'm definitely going to give him the hand clap. Usually it's over $25 or you get a hand clap, but Waterway Kamusi accumulatively has sent in 2 questions. So shout out to you. You get a hand clap. Appreciate you, my brother. Sending the support. What an interesting question. What an interesting question. These are some questions here, man. Ooh. How can these be answered? How can these be answered? Wow. Nice question, my brother. Nice question. We're going to get into an answer to this. What a question. This is very important, right? This is very, very important. The question is, I'm going to read it on the screen, is from Kamusi, a.k.a. Humble Books LLC, a.k.a. Waterway INC. There's definitely a businessman here. 1717. I like you guys sending in the coded numbers. It says, I'm going to blow this up, so I'm going to read it and see what it says big on the screen here. It says, let me get it really big. There we go. I can see it clearly now, Mike. It says, if we are God, then do we judge ourselves? AD is I'm assuming is going to be after death. Very good question. Isn't this thought-provoking question? Who judges us? How do we get judged after death? Woo-wee. Are you all ready? Are you all ready? Let's see. How's Tehuti going to answer this one? Do we judge ourselves after death? Let me go ahead and shrink the screen down. Exit full screen. More wisdom showed up late, but you're here. Shout out to you. And he says, I am very grateful. I love this man. The man is grateful before even thank you, brother. Thank you. All right, let's get into it. How are we going to answer these questions here at the Tehuti Podclass? For all those who are new here at the Tehuti Podclass, you can send in your questions. You send in your questions, and when you do, it helps support me and what I do. It pops up on the screen as you see it there. As you see it here, there's Raphael Gary. There's Kamusi. It shows up on the screen. If you send a PayPal, it pops up on the screen like that. And I commence to answer the question. For those of you who are in the room who see the people with the wrenches in the room, these are the Moderators. They are the Moderators. And that there is Anki Ma'at, Nania Set Mer, Sinetia Moon, and Ahati Ma'at. They are Moderators, named so by stranger. Named so by stranger, the Moderators. Wonderful. Okay, let's get into it. Go ahead and fix this. Okay, good. Okay, she's still up there. She's up there. Let me see how far. She's right there. There it is. She is right there. The spider. All right. So shout out to everybody. Help support. I'll put up on the screen how to support. How do we all support? You know what? I haven't even put up on the screen yet. People may be wondering, how do I send in my support to the Cash App? So how do I do that? This is my AI moderator who's about to tell you. Support with Cash App TT Amun. I'll put it there at the bottom. This is the PayPal at Rocky SV. You send in your support. You can send in a question or just send in your support. Send in a donation of if you appreciate me. Send it in. Send it in, okay, if you appreciate the work that I do and the way that I answer questions. Send it in. I'll put it there as a ticker. Welcome to the Tuti Podclass. Support the channel and the teachings. Donate to Cash App, TT Amun, PayPal, Rocky SV. For those of you who want to get literature or works, there is my my PDF book right there. My PDF book. One of them is Melanin Dark Consciousness, and the other one is Stepping Out of the Matrix. Right there, boom, Stepping Out of the Matrix. You can ask the moderators how to send in, how to request to order those, and you can order them right through my email, and they will come to you before the class is over. Sometimes before I finish the question. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. Once again, for all those who just stepped in the room, this is a Tuti Podclass where you can send in your questions. And when you do, it pops up on the screen. The question that got sent in is from Kumasi, which is, again, if we are God, quote unquote, or if we are, quote, God, unquote, then do we judge ourselves after death? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tuti Podclass. Let's get into the answers. Boom. Here's how we answer questions here. Peace, Dashe. Dashe, tell them how you just got your book. You sent in your money and you got your book. Thank you for the support. Great question, right, Jody? Great question. We got some people saying, Amin Ma'ara says, judged by the scale, heart weight against the feather of the Bennu. All right. Let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into it. Conscious Conqueror says, subscribe, like and subscribe, everyone. Peace. That's right. Like and subscribe. Indeed. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. Are you ready for some information like never seen before? You know how we're going to break it down here at the Tuti Podclass. Let's do it, everybody. Let's do it. Let me go ahead and shrink this down. Let me get into the section where the question is. Waterway, thank you for that question. And here we go. Boom. You already see it, everybody. You already see. We're going to go through a ride. Here we go. We're going to go through a ride. Here's how we answer questions at the Tehuti Podclass. Thank you for the question. And let's get into the answer. Like the brother, what's the brother's name there in the room there? His name is Amun. I don't want to say the Amun Ma'at Ra. What does he say here? He says, judged by the scale, heart weighted against the feather of the Bennu. All right, but what does it actually mean? What is actually going on? Tehuti says, a fellow author. All right, nice. You have books too? Awesome. Let me know about them. Let's support. Okay, this is the popular known judgment scene. Anybody who's into Kemet, into really knowledge of self in general, knows this. Okay, so here it is. The question is asked, who judges us if we... Let me build this up so all can see. I want you to see it as I read it. Let me start again. The question is asked, who judges us? Do we judge ourselves? Do the gods, the Netter, judge us? And as I will reveal, the answer is both. Let us start with the very first judgment scene on Earth. The Per Em Haru, the popular scene right here, which all of us should be familiar with by now. This is the popular known judgment, quote unquote, judgment scene. We see Tehuti keeping record. And if we look closely, we will see your heart being judged by a feather's weight. What does all of this mean in the context of the culture itself? What's actually going on here? A very popular scene. This is where the misconception comes from of the word ma'at means balance when it doesn't, but this is where it comes from. But let's get into what's going on and what does this actually mean. Let's get into the actual script itself on plate 3, where you will find this. Here we go. What is judging you here? It's about to get deep, everybody. Let's get into it. We're going to get into DNA and everything. What is judging you here? What are you pleading with here? Where? On plate 3. There's a conversation going on between Ani and his own heart. It says, right? Teti Nasur in Ani Tit F E B, with speech by Ani the scribe, Ani, speech by Osiris, scribe Ani, saith, he's about to say. There's the word tet, which is to say, that's where metut from, which created the word meduneter, is actually metut. It's from tet, which means to copy or to utter. Teti F, saith, my heart. Ib, my heart is my mother. That's my mut. My heart is my mother. Twice. That's the duality concept that I've broken down in many classes. Twice. My heart, hati, of coming into being, kepara, may there not be resistance to me. So he's saying, the heart, please don't resist me. May there be no resistance to me in the meter. They have the meter, and they have here judgment. Right? This is where you get terms like moderator from. Moderate, or to be in the middle of something, to judge something. It's from the word met, or meter, or mut, to make things right, to be in the middle. Met means to be in the middle, and it means to be right, and it's where the word ma'at came from. It's where you get words like moderator from. Person who's in the middle judging. Just a little treat, little extra information. May there not repulse me in the part of the divine chiefs. So there is Cha'at, there, those are the chiefs, and he's telling his heart, don't repulse me. May there be no repulse on the part of the divine chiefs. Don't let them see you to repulse me. Now, not make thy separation from me in the presence of the possessor of the Makait. That's the word for scales, not mat. Makait. All right, so do not be separate from me. So he's talking to his heart. He's talking to his heart, of course, symbolically. He's talking to a part of his consciousness that's holding the information for him to be judged. That's who he's actually having the conversation with. He's not even at the point of having the conversation with the netter or any judges yet. He's talking to his own conscience. Let's go. Let's take a look and examine some more. Now here we are. We're going to blow this up here for you to see. This is plate 16, page 100. Of my father Seb, of my mother Nut, I have not committed evil against the gods, the netter. I have not sinned. This is what people are mistakenly calling the negative confessions. The negative confessions to the tribunal. It's not called that, nor was it ever called that in Kemet. These are Europeans that are adding these words like negative, book of the dead, all these terms that have to do with death and negativity. We never called it that. As we can see, the person is saying things that they have not done. I have not. Not forgive me for what I have done. They are separating themselves from these actions, their consciousness from these actions. Chapter of not allowing the repulse of the heart. There's a whole chapter of not allowing the heart to repulse you, repulse a man or yourself in the netherkurt, in the netherworld. My heart is my mother twice, my heart, my existence upon the earth. Not there be abstraction to me in the judgment, in the presence of the Lord of the trial. Not may said concerning me, as thou work against Ma'at, right and truth. Of what I have done, not may happen things against me in the presence of the great Netter, the Lord of Amenta. Homage to thee, my heart. Homage to thee, my heart. So here we go again with the man conversing and giving praise to his heart, a form of consciousness within him that seems to be holding the deeds of what he's actually done for the judgment. Let us continue. This is about to get even deeper. Okay, so the heart is the seat of consciousness that is combined with the emotion or your conscience. So there's consciousness and then there's conscience. That means the feeling that you get whether you've done good or bad. Different from, it sounds like conscious, but it's conscience. Another kind of consciousness that deals with knowing that you've done wrong or right, guilt, or feeling good about something, which is the memory of right and wrong and that which you hold dear. When you are told to remember something, what do you say to remember it by? It is the memory, it is that memory that we call today baggage. This concept is an old Kemetic teaching of Ma'at. So this heart consciousness is a part of your body, a part of your existence, which holds memory, but not just any kind of memory, the memory that has to do with things that have affected you emotionally or what makes you feel good and bad. We go to Miriam Litchion's book. I suggest everybody get this literature of ancient Egypt, of ancient Egyptians. Ancient Egypt, page 168, volume 2. It is about the dense heart. Okay? Your fellow, how conceited are you? Do not listen when you speak. Your heart is denser than the great obelisks. It's denser than the obelisks. All right, so it goes on to describe how dense that obelisk is, how 10 cubits thick when it's finished, ready for loading, and many work gangs draw it. It hears the words of men. It is loaded out the barge, departing to Yebu. It is conveyed until it comes to rest in the place of thieves. So it discusses the heart as being dense, which represents something being heavy. Of course, because of the Kemetians, you're weighing this consciousness against a feather. Now it says, do not befriend, this is from Amenemopi, chapter 9. Do not befriend the heated man. Do not approach him for conversation. Keep your tongue from answering your superior. These are the laws of Ma'at. And take care not to insult him. Let him not cast his speech to catch you, nor give free rein to your answer. Converse with a man of your own measure, and take care not to offend him. Swift is the speech of one who is angered more than wind over water. He tears down, he builds up with his tongue. He makes hurtful speech. He gives an answer worthy of a beating, for the weight is harm. Its weight is harm. He hauls a freight like the world, but his load is falsehood. He is the ferryman of snarling words. He goes and comes with quarrels. So this is talking about the heavy-hearted man, the man whose weight, the heaviness in his subconscious, in his conscience and his conscious, does harm to people. He is so damaged and she is so damaged that when she comes in contact with others, she expands that damage, that aura, that energy to others, and brings the quarrel and the negativity and the falsehood. But that is the weight that's on the heart. That is the impurities that is on the heart. So the heart is associated with being heavy or light. Now that we see a person who holds isfet is like a ship hauling weight. That's what it said. It said hauling heavy weight, right? Hauls freight like all the world. You see that? So when your heart is heavy, it's comparing you to something hauling weight. This here is comparing the weight of the obelisk that's being hauled and loaded onto the barge. Okay, so it's heavy weight. So therefore, we see a person who holds isfet, negativity, is like a ship hauling the weight of the world. Remember Shu? Because Shu, the feather, that's what's on the other side of the scale. It is literally called Shu, which is the feather. And here's the word Shu right here. And there's the exact same feather that people are calling the feather of Ma'at, which it is. But the actual name of it is Shu. So there's the feather right there, right? Because Shu means to rise up. Rising up, which is the opposite of being heavily weighted. When your heart is heavily weighted, you're sinking down. You're the ship that's stuck on the shore, sunk or stuck there because the freight is too heavy. But when you're like the feather, you're rising up. Why? Because it is the feather that causes birds to rise up. The Kemetians just looked at their environment and analyzed their inner, what they call spirituality, based on communicating it through their natural daily environment. So Shu means to rise up. Shu, those who lift up. See it right there? Shu, to exalt. Heaven, sky, because that's where you're wanting to rise up to. So the concept of heaven came from, is from rising up in consciousness. Now remember, the person with the heavy heart was weighed down like a ship that was heavy. So guess what Shu means? Because when you clear your consciousness and get rid of the negative thoughts that could weigh you down, then you become the Shu, equal to the Shu on the scale. So therefore, what does Shu mean? To unload a ship. You see how awesome the Kemet, you see how awesome the people of the Nile Valley Tamaray were? One word means all these things that directly link back to their religion, way of life, their structure. The one word. This doesn't happen in English. This happens in the Medu Neter, where you can have one word. Like if you use the word feather today, the word feather has nothing to do with anything other than feather, just feather. But the word feather, which is shu, ties into upliftment, rising up, to unload a ship. The word feather in America, in English, has nothing to do with unloading a ship. It has nothing to do with heaven. But you see the word shu does, because everything the Kemetians did enmeshed themselves in the knowledge. They surrounded themselves. They imbued themselves. They literally worked synesthesia on their own selves. Okay, you guys can ask me what synesthesia is later, but they work synesthesia on their own self. Okay, so that is the shu that you see over here. As I shrink it down, there is the feather, there is your heart, and there is the shu, the same feather, which means to unload a ship or to rise up, because you want your heart or the negative energy that's in you to be out of you so that your ba can rise up. Now we'll go to Hatshepsut. Let's quote one of the sisters here. Okay, let's quote one of the sisters. What Hatshepsut has to say about this. I will now take you to the records of Hatshepsut. You will see the Ebe, pure of heart, is called the Sia, which is consciousness. Here's how I will tie this in and explain it to you. When people that are into Kemet or into consciousness talk about the heart, they just leave it as heart. Most people don't know, and no, I did not have a teacher that taught me this. Most people don't know that the heart is actually the same for consciousness. It deals with purifying your consciousness, because the heart is also called the Sia. Sia, you're going to see what Sia is, but the heart is the Sia, and the word heart itself is Eb, which is the same word for purity, because that's what your consciousness should be by the time you die. It should be pure. It should be Eb, pure. So heart is the Sia. Let's see. Hatshepsut says so. That's why when I teach, I take you to what the indigenous people say themselves, not what Tehuti saying. The indigenous people taught, and they wrote down what they taught. So when you go to somebody who says they teach Kemet or teach whatever they're teaching, please hold them to the test and say, where can I see the indigenous people saying that? Don't just show me a picture and interpret it. Where can I find them saying what you're saying? Okay, so here it is right here. The heart, the pure heart, is called the Sia, is the consciousness used for planning. That is the foresight, seeing into the future. Let's take a look, okay, at the monuments of Hatshepsut. The monument inscription, here we go right here. And it says here, hymn of two great obelisks, right, of hard granite of the south. All right, they're really called the text. They're not called obelisks, but they're called the text. South upper side being electrum of the best of all foreign lands seen on both sides of the river. Their rays flood the two lands when Aten dawns between them. He rises in the heaven light land. So please everybody, don't say that Aten was a god brought by Uncan Aten and he brought this new god called Aten and then he left with it. No, this is Hatshepsut. Hatshepsut, here we go. Queen, speech of the queen. I have done with a loving heart for my father Amun, initiated in his secret of the beginning, acquainted with his beneficent might. I did not forget whatever he had ordained. We're going to get into this word forget in a moment, how the heart ties into memory. My majesty knows his divinity. I acted under his command. It was he who led me. Sisters out there who love to use Hatshepsut as, that was a powerful, independent black woman. That was a sister. She led the way. She didn't need no man. That was Hatshepsut. She ain't need no man. She led the way. She was the pharaoh. No. Please go and read the writings of what Hatshepsut says herself about her netter. She was very humble. She was appreciative of the netter, and she took a position because somebody else could not. So please go see who Hatshepsut is, and please go see that her co-mate name is Aset. Tehutimos had two mates, two popular mates, Aset and Hatshepsut. So she was the follower of her male counterparts and deities, yes, and the females as well. And she was in a polygamous relationship. So sisters, when you grab Hatshepsut Add that part too. Add it all. Let's deal with it all. I ain't need no man. I'm gonna bring out the Hepshetzer in me. I'm the Sekhmet. I'm an independent. Nope. Okay. His Majesty knows his divinity. I acted under his command. It was he who led me. I did not plan a work without his doing. It was he who gave directions. I did not sleep of his temple. I did not stray from what he commanded. My heart was Sia before my father. I entered into the plans of his heart. So the heart is the Sia. And it's his heart, the Sia, dealing with planning. I did not turn my back on the city of the All-Lord. Rather, I turned my face to it. And it goes on. I know Ipuset is the light land on earth, the august hill of the beginning, the sacred eye of Nebuchadnezzar, the All-Lord, he favored place that bears his beauty. All right, so she says the heart is the Sia before the Father. I entered into the plans of his heart. So the heart is the Sia. What does Sia mean? Is it the heart that's inside of your body? Is it that actual literal heart? What is the Sia? Here is the Sia. Over here, the Sia are the Sau on page 634. The Sia is consciousness. That's why Sia, Sau, is wise man, sage, one who is educated, wise man. That is the Sa, the Sia, the Sat, and there is Sia. When you see the dot there, that makes the A have an E sound. So there's the Sia, and it is wisdom, knowledge, deified. The Sia is the wisdom, the deified knowledge within you. That is your consciousness. That is the heart. That is what must be pure in front of Ma'at. The memory of what you've done, your deeds, for the judgment. That is your Sia. So the Eve and the Sia are the same. Not according to New Age Kemetic teachers, but according to Hepshetzer. Now, can your mental thoughts, and here's how we get into the judgment. Here's how we get into the shifting of mental thoughts affecting your deoxyribonucleic acid, your DNA being affected by your thoughts, which is a huge part of the judgment in the afterlife. Can your mental thoughts affect your physical DNA? Let me ask everybody in the room, because I want to interact with everybody. Can your mental thoughts affect your DNA? I'm about to go to the room. I can't see anybody right now, but I'm about to go to the room and see what you all say. Let me ask the question. Can your mental thoughts affect your DNA? Can your mental thoughts affect your DNA? What do you all say? What do you all say? RPM says yes. Ahati Ma'at says yes. Big Vape says yes. Okay, good. More Wisdom says yes. Yes. We got a lot of yeses. Can your mental thoughts affect your DNA? Absolutely. Yep. Epigenetics. Nanya Bitterness is on it. Yep. T-Dog. DNA? Nah. Okay, we got one nah. We got a nah. I love it. We got Tehuti Heka Kepara says nah. Okay, so nice. Ahati's nice at Ahati. Okay, yes, law of mentalism. So can it affect your DNA? Can it affect DNA? Your chemical makeup, that which makes you up. Let's check it out. Okay, so first of all, we know that DNA can affect your physical makeup, your physical skin. Your mental thoughts can affect your physical makeup. Two people can hear one story, and one person starts their DNA makeup because of our evolution. We have DNA that stems from animals that used to make themselves larger to others to scare them off. There's some animals that still do this today, such as cats. Ones that we can familiarize ourselves with, because there's millions of animals that still do this today. But one that we own ourselves are cats. What they do, when they get scared, your cat will actually arch its back, and it will actually push out the follicles by creating bumps under its skin that make the follicles stand up, that make the cat actually look bigger than what it is, potentially and hopefully scaring off its adversary. Many animals do this, birds do this, cats do this, other animals do this. Well, because we are evolutionary creatures and we have what's called vestigial genes, vestigial DNA, we have that same DNA effect, but we don't have the hair. So what happens when we get scared, we push up what's called goosebumps. Because we don't have the hair, we can actually look at our hand. You have a little bit of hair on your hand. You can look at your hand and actually you can see the bumps trying to do it, but there's not a bunch of fur to push up. So you just see a bunch of bumps on you when you hear something scary or you get scared or frightened. That is a vestigial trait of your DNA actually being affected by your thoughts. The person beside you can hear the exact same story and they're calm like a fox. They're just saying, I'm not scared. But the other person, because of his mental change, his DNA is affected. You can ask any doctor about ulcers and cancers being created by stress, which is coming from your thoughts and negative thoughts, creating physical matter in your body, manifesting as an ulcer or cancer, which can be taken out and placed in front of you that was created merely by thoughts and stress that you had. Let us get into it. There is more to get into. Let's actually get into the study that was actually done. That's right. Hair is a part of the nervous system. Okay. Yes. Okay, good. He said he's referring to genetics. Okay, I understand. Okay, let's get into it. Here we go. So let's get into the Hearts Math Institute. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? There's an actual institute that studies the chemical effect of your mind, consciousness, to your physical. And guess what it's called? It's called the Hearts Math Institute. Let's get a look at some of the experiments they did, and what actually became of it. Let's check it out. So here it is. Changing DNA through intention. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Let us check it out. This is not written or created by Tehuti. This is actually an institute that is studying it. One of the many institutes. The U.S. Military Command is also doing this. So atheists, you can go and call them pseudo as well. So changing DNA through intention. Power of intentional thoughts and emotion goes beyond theory at the Hearts Math Institute. In a study, researchers have tested this idea and proven its veracity. Hearts Math researchers have gone so far as to show that physical aspects of DNA strands could be influenced by human intention. The article, Modulation of DNA Conformation by Heart Focus Intention, McCarthy, Atkinson, and Tomasino in 2003 describe experiments that achieved such results. For example, an individual was holding 3 DNA samples, was directed to generate heart coherence, a benefit state of mental, emotional, and physical balance and harmony. With the aid of Hearts Math technique that utilized heart breathing and intentional positive emotion, the individual succeeded as instructed to intentionally, simultaneously unwind 2 of the DNA samples to different extents and leave the third unchanged. I want everybody to truly, really just let me read this. Let me read this again. Let's see if you can actually visualize what's happening here. This is beyond the goosebump example that I gave. Listen to this again. Individuals succeed as instructed to intentionally and simultaneously unwind 2 of the DNA samples to different extents and leave the third unchanged. The results provided experimental evidence to support the hypothesis that aspects of the DNA molecule can be altered through intentionality. The article stated the data indicates that when individuals are in a heart-focused, loving state and more coherent mode of physiology functioning, they have a greater ability to alter the conformation of DNA. Individuals capable of generating high ratios of heart coherence were able to alter DNA conformation according to their instructed intentionally, simultaneously. Their results provide experimental evidence to support the hypothesis aspects of DNA can be altered to the hypothesis individuals to a state of more coherent. Yeah, physiology. Individuals capable of generating high ratios of coherence were able to alter conformation according to their intention. Control group participants showed low ratio of heart coherence, were unable to intentionally alter conformation DNA. Boom. So your thoughts can actually alter your genetic makeup. Remember I described earlier what the Ka was? That is your double, where it said the double. You are the Ka within my body that forms my limbs. Well, the Ka, if the Ka is altered, the limbs can be altered. The consciousness inside the body, or the bioenergetic double, the bioenergetic template, altering of that and altering the Ku, the conscious mind, can unwind DNA and do all types of physical changes that the Natiru had the ability to do, and we have the ability to do, and they're just rediscovering this right now. And it takes these type of discoveries for people to stop yelling, it's pseudo, Tehuti, pseudo. We'll go to the Hearts Math Institute and the U.S. Command and go tell them it is pseudo and have fun. Yes, and because your DNA changes based on thought, so does the conscious light energy that emits from it. So, when your thoughts change, the conscious light energy around your body also changes. This was studied, performed, experimented, and shown right here in California, UCLA. See, we need this to prove what our ancients always taught us. If I tell you that ancient ones could change their physical structure, change how they look, change their DNA, change their thoughts, it's all pseudo because you all are have been watching movies and you think, oh, he got that from the Avengers. No, I got it from the writings of Kemet. The Kemetians acknowledged this. They had the ability to do this. Information was wiped out. We got taken into slavery. Information was erased, and now we're along the development of the people who took us into slavery, and those people are now just discovering these things, and now we're saying, oh, well, we need them to verify. No, ladies and gentlemen, you don't need the scientists to verify it. We were teaching this before there was European scientists, but because I know the state of my people and because I say I go by factual information, I'm going to use the scientific research for all the atheists out there. Here we go with the experiments done by the University, UCLA, right around the corner from me. Here we are. What are these images right here? These are coronas. Not the corona that we know of today that's popular, but the corona of the light of the fingertips. So when they did these testing, they did testing of Kirlian mental color changes using krypton gas-filled bulb instead of a metal electron. And what did they come out with? When people were relaxed, they had a blue and white corona around their fingertips. When people were emotionally aroused, the state changed to an orangish, reddish type color of the same person that was blue up here. Another individual in an angry state turned to red. So when we see people drawn in ancient times as red and it symbolized anger, we even see in cartoons today, red is associated with anger and sex. It is because the ancient ones already knew this. We already understood these colors, and the changes of our mental state changed the color of the Ka energy that's around us. Now they're studying at UCLA, and now I guess we can believe it now. Okay, an individual focusing on thoughts of love, yellow, blue light field, outrage, anger produce red light field. So as their thoughts were changing, they were also pricking them with pins in their finger. They were also giving them alcohol, and the lights were actually changing. And UCLA was observing these changes right in front of them. So thus, what do we have here? We have a person is judged by their thoughts, because your thoughts have to be pure, as light as the feather, because you want to fly out of your body. Your Ba wants to escape out of your body in the afterlife. But in order to do that, in order for it to travel along that path, it has to be pure as the shoe. It has to get rid of the luggage. Now that energy that's around you, that bioenergetic template that's around you, can be altered by your thoughts, and it can actually alter your genetic makeup, the way that you look can be altered. They're all moving as one. Your thought, your physical body, the ku and the ka. That's why in Kemet we had 9 aspects of the physical body. So here we see that thoughts can change your DNA, your genetic makeup. The thoughts can unwind DNA, and we see the thoughts can also change the color that's around you. Now, how do these two things tie in? Let's check it out. Because the University of California also discovered this. The light consciousness and its double, because remember the word ka means double, is double reflection of your accumulated thoughts while you were alive is what remains after death. Thus, in Kemet, this was called your ka, and thus your bioenergetic double. Has modern science found this wisdom of the Kemetic ancients to be true? Let's check it out. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. I've shown this before, but I really want to show this as much as I have to. Guess what happened at the University of California? They cut a part of the leaf off, the physical leaf. And guess what was still there? When they cut a part of the leaf off, they saw what they labeled as the phantom effect. The shape of the leaf's ka was still there after the physical was removed. Let me say it again. The shape of the leaf, the physical leaf, after a piece of it was cut off, the energetic template still forming the shape of the leaf, the UCLA still saw the energy there forming the same shape of the leaf without its physical body there. What does this mean? This verifies what the Kemetians have always said. And what do they say? Over here on plate 15, page 90 of the Per Haru. I'll blow this up. Thou art my ka, double within my body, forming and making strong my limbs. May thou come forth to place happiness, which we advance there. Don't make me to stink. And then we go on. So this is the double within the body. And what does it do? This is the chapter to remember. See this word remember? Sekau. We're going to get to that in a moment. His name in the Netzerkurt, the netherworld, may be given to me, my name, my Ren, in the great double house. What's the double house? The double house is the double of this realm here. When people have what's called astral projection or out-of-body experiences, and they leave what they consider this physical world, what they see is the exact same world, just in a light, foggy type state, an etheric type state. You still see your dinner table, you still see your bed, you still see yourself laying down on the bed, you still see the floor. It is literally the double. It's the double house, the double realm. It's the per or, which or just means powerful, but they know they translated this as double because your double body goes there after death. You don't even have to wait for death to go there. You can go there while you're alive. Death is just your final travel there. So your name in the double house, I remember my name in the house of fire. That's the light energy, the Nesser, the fire. We're going to get to that in a moment. Okay, so computing the number of years, months, I am with the divine being. I sit at the door of the east. So there is the ka, the double that forms the body. Because of course, if the double forms the body, then of course the double is still going to be there even if you remove the body part. I hope you understand that. Here is the double forming the body of the leaf. They cut a part of the physical body of the leaf, and there's the double energy that's still forming that body. Even though the body part is gone, the double is still there. Everybody can go argue with the University of California. Feel free to go there and march and stomp in there and say, you are pseudo, and just see what happens. But have fun with that. So there is the Kemetian saying something that modern day science is just confirming. So because it is your double heart consciousness, because the heart is the Sia, the Ka is the double, that is left to bear witness of your deeds, because it retains them. That's why the heart is described as such. So it is your own consciousness that is retaining the information that you're going to be judged by. Now, speaking of the heart, we're going to go to the Archaeological Museum, Johns Hopkins. You know, this is what we do here, right? We're going to go to the heart scarab. Here we go. We're going to go right to the archaeology. This is what we do, okay? You can look this up in the Archaeological Museum. Oops. Look this up in the Archaeological Museum, Johns Hopkins. And you can look this up. This is number 3805. Dates back to the New Kingdom, 1550 BC to 1069 BC. And you see this. It looks like a scarab beetle, or what's called a kepara. And here it is right here. What is this writing on here? Here is the translation. What does it say? It says, "Oh, my heart, my mother. Oh, my heart, my mother, my heart, my of different ages. Do not stand as a witness. Do not oppose me in the tribunal. Do not show your hostility against me before the keeper of the balance. For you are my ka, which is in my body. You are my ka, which is in my body, the protector who causes my limbs to be healthy. Go forth for yourself. Do the good, to do good, place that we hasten. Do not cause our name to stink in the entourage who make men in heaps. What is good for us? It is good for the judge. May the heart stretch. Don't not speak lies in the presence of the God of the netter. Behold, you are distinguished, existing as the justified one." So what does it say? The heart, your consciousness, is what's bearing witness. See that? Do not bear witness. And once again, another reference to the man pleading with his own consciousness, because he knows his physical body will not be there. It will only be a consciousness, which I'm going to show, sparked by DMT. We'll talk about DMT, but his own consciousness that is going to be left in there, and that's what's going to be seen. To bear witness is to see something. Do not stand as a witness. Okay? Now, so it is your heart or your own consciousness that is bearing witness. Let us go on. Here we go. This is plate 30 of the Per Haru, called the Peka Mku, which is to separate yourself from negative light consciousness. That was purposely distorted into be called the laws of Ma'at. It was not called the laws of Ma'at. They say the 42 laws of Ma'at, the 42 declarations, the 42 negative confessions. Actually, it's called Peka Mku. That's what the people of the Nile Valley called it. They never called it 42 laws or anything like that. It's called Peka Mku, and here it is right here. To be said when cometh in the hall of the double Ma'ati of Peka Mku. What is the ku, which I broke down in many classes? Ku is the consciousness. But this consciousness translates to as sins. Why? Because the little bird is there. That little bird makes things negative. It means to be greatly negative. So when you see a word, you may see a word in a dictionary, and you may see a word meaning its own opposite. Look closely at that word in the hieroglyphic dictionary, and I guarantee you're going to see this little bird by its opposite. So this is negative consciousness, because the opposite, of course, is positive, pure consciousness. So you want to separate yourself from the negative consciousness. That which you believe in is that which you accept. You want to make sure when you get over to that side, you've washed all that away. You've separated yourself from that. That's why when they get to that side, they say, I have not done this. They're not admitting to anything. They're not saying, forgive me for my sins. They're separating their whole existence from that, separating that. So when that energy goes over there, when that ka goes over to the other side, it is completely separated from that, so that it can't bear witness to it. You want to purify yourself. Separate from the sins which you have done of seeing of every god, every netter, and their faces. And then it gets into, I have not done this, I have not done that. It's a little blurry, but that's what happens right after that. That's what gets into the 42. That's called Peka Mku. Now, as we can, over here, play 30. Here is the image of it again. Play 30, Per Haru, Peka Mku. And now, as we can see from the people of the Nile Valley themselves, there's nothing in this writing about laws. The word for law is tepret. As we can see, there's nowhere mentioned on plate 30 of the Per Haru. So it's not the laws of Ma'at. No, they say the laws of Moses were stolen from the laws of Ma'at. No, laws is tepret. There's no word tepret in here. Those are not laws. That is a separation, a Peka Mku, of anything negative you could have done. Now, here we go. Here we go. Let's get into what the medical doctors say. This is a psychiatrist, medical doctor of the Cotton Research Foundation. Richard Strassman states the pineal gland also makes other potential mind-altering substances, because he found that in studies of rats, that's what they were to study, that the pineal gland is producing what's called DMT, and that the pineal gland pops up in the fetus at 7/7 inside of the fetus on the 49th day. We'll get into that again, another class. That's the sacred number 7. That's when the pineal gland, and that's when you become a gender. 2 genders, not 8,000. But anyways, the pineal gland also makes other potential mind-altering substances. The beta-carbolines, these compounds inhibit the breakdown of DMT by the body's monoamine oxidases, which is MAO. One of the most striking examples of how beta-carbolines work is ayahuasca. Ayahuasca, which is what the brother Beged Leisure asked me about mentioned last week. Ayahuasca. How does DMT tie into ayahuasca? How does the pineal gland tie in? Certain plants that contain beta-carbolines are combined with other plants that contain DMT to make the psychedelic Amazonian brew, which allows the DMT to become orally active. If it weren't for the beta-carbolines, MAO in the gut would rapidly destroy this swallowed DMT. So it wasn't made to swallow, but this does it. This helps break it down. It would have no effect on our mind's DMT production. May begin with just a little bit of newly formed material. These conditions could begin a process of making even more by raising levels of necessary precursors. Finally, there is a flash point. Please remember the flash point. We're going to get into the flash point. Okay, for the full psychedelic burst of pineal DMT, the pineal could act as an antenna or lightning rod for the soul, and sexual differentiation into male or female occurring at exactly the same moment provides a biological framework through which the life force may now assert itself. The movement of this energy, the residual life force of the past into the present, through the pineal gland and into the fetus, might be the first and most primordial DMT flash. This is the dawning of consciousness of mind awareness as the distinct biological and sexual entity, the blinding light of the pineal DMT secreted within the development of the brain through the passage through this threshold. So what Strassman found out is that when the pineal gland is producing this DMT, when it reaches high levels of stress, it creates a flash. It creates a surgence and a flash in the DMT. Creates a flash before your eyes. People usually see this in near-death experiences when they're about to die. They say, I saw a flash before my eyes when I was falling off a building. When a car hit me, I saw this flash before my eyes. And they find that same flash. They associate it with the 49th day of the pineal gland being produced as the same time a person becomes identified as a gender and as an actual entity. All right, everybody. I hope everybody understands and is seeing what is going on here. Thus, we have people in near-death experiences saying, the last thing I remember was I saw a flash of light right as I died. Like my whole life passed before my eyes. Is the last memory, that's the last memory and light that you know and makes up your consciousness that your brain brings into the next realm. That is what the entities on the other side see and judge you by. Yes, you are judged by Ma'at, but it is your heart consciousness that you have accumulated. So as a netter, you judge yourself. And you're judged by the netters, the beings that see you on the other side. Why? Because it is your flash of light that flashes before you. That light consciousness is what you bring to the other side, because on the other side, you're only a light conscious being. Only the Ka and the Ba exists on the other side, which is why the Ba is drawn with a little lamp with a fire light coming out of it. It is a light entity, your light entity, your Ku, your Ka, your Ba, your Ren, your Sekhem, your Sahu. All of these energy forces go on the other side, and because light holds information, right? As in a photograph. A photograph, what's a photograph? A flash of light, and then that information goes on a screen, and then you can hold it and look at a picture from the past and say, this is a photograph. It came from a flash, and now here it is. It captured it, and now the information is in my hand in the form of a picture. That is the same thing that happens when you see something and you see through the visual light cortex in the back of your brain, because you don't see through your eyes. This is a holographic universe. You see through the visual cortex, and that paints a picture in the back of your head. And then that is what you think you see in front of you. Whereas a bee, a deer, a spider, all of them see the totally different things when they look at the exact same thing you're looking at. That is light being interpreted. So that light being interpreted is all you have to carry onto the other side. And that is what the beings on the other side see. And yes, they will judge you by what they see. Just like when you walk into an environment, you're judged by what you look like and how you talk. On that other side, you don't have clothes, you don't have your new Nikes, you don't have your new boom box, or you don't have your laptop. What you have is your light consciousness. And that is what you're pleading with to purify yourself. So at that moment, you get over there, you've Pekka Mku, separated yourself from that negative consciousness. You go over there with your pure Eve, your consciousness, your Sia, your wisdom that exists over there. And then that becomes your judgment. So if you go over there with red energetic light of red, hostility, negativity, guilty conscious, things you brought from the past, the baggage that makes you heavy, and you go over there, guess who sees you? Guess what sees you? The beings that are attracted to that. The beings that are, hey, he's one of us, and they come over there, they're attracted to that because like attracts light. Just like if a pigeon is attracted to another pigeon, lions see other lions, zebras see zebra, everything. Mosquitoes hang out with mosquitoes, bats are with bats, bears are with bears. On the other side, your light energy, and what you project over there, you will draw that light energy to you, and thus you will be judged. You are the judge of your own self, and yes, it is Ma'at that judges you, because it is the truth and right within you that you bring over to the other side, or it's negativity that you bring over to the other side. The goal of the Kemetian was to judge themselves by Ma'at, so by the time they get to the other side, if it's the Netter who they're meeting, the Netter get to see that aspect of them. That is your judgment. That is the scales of Ma'at, to become light as a feather, to judge yourself before you get to the other side. And then when you get to the other side, beings that see what you are, yes, they will judge you, like every fish judges every other fish, and every person judges every creature of its species judges another creature that looks like it when it comes into its domain. So let's see if I'm still here. Check. I'm not sure what just happened. Can you see me? Check the modem, see if it has energy.
Oh, I hear you now.
Check the. Okay. Check. Can you hear me? Mic check. Press 1 in the room if you can hear me. Something bumped me off for just a moment, but I am back. We're not going to stop this. All right. So boom. That is the answer to the question. Thank you for asking that question. Waterways, the other name you have. Thank you for asking that question. I hope you appreciated it. As a netter, yes, you have the power to judge yourself right before you get to the other side. When you get to the other side, you are what you are over there. You already are what you are over there. You're reborn. We're going to get into that. We answered that, but I see another question that's going to actually continue into that. So thank you for asking that. I hope you all appreciate it. Let me check the room and see if anybody heard that big long answer, and let's see if anybody heard. I got ones. Seneti Amun put up I don't know what that is. Maybe it's hand claps. But those who heard the answer, let me see who appreciated, who heard it. Let's see if the person who asked it is I see Only knowledge at the Tehuti Podclass. That is right. Only knowledge at the Tehuti Podclass. And then your biddiness says, you see the flash and it's blinding, then you wake up and there with the beings. Exactly. Exactly. The beautiful thing about near-death experiences, we have living witnesses that confirm this. We have people say, nobody's ever died and come back to life. That is incorrect. People have died and come back to life. Absolutely. That is medically actually proven. All right, let's check a look and see. Everybody got the answer. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, let me go to the new comments and see. Great build. Sounds like you were hinting to the hippocampus gland. Okay, we got Raphael. All right, we got Dynamite. And the brother who actually asked the question, I don't see him in the room, but Soul Tribe. Yes, magnificent. The brother who actually asked the question, who is Waterway, also known as Kumasi. If you heard the answer, then shout it out in the room. If not, it is logged on YouTube forever, or as long as I'm allowed on YouTube. All right, everybody, I'm glad you appreciate it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. For those who don't know what's going on, my name is Tehuti. I'm Amenhotep Ra. I place myself in front of you with my gift of information, of gathering information, saving you the time, giving you the archaeology, giving you the script, giving you the medical anything, the government, Houston meetings, whatever it is, declassified ads, cuneiform tablets, whatever it is that people in conscience are talking about, you can come here and ask those questions. And when you ask those questions, they are sent through my PayPal Cash App. TT Amun is the Cash App. PayPal is Rocky SV. You send in the question. When you send in the question, once I scroll up to it and get to it, it pops up on the screen as such. That's not even, as such. Stranger, how do the people of Kemet settle property disputes? Pops up on the PayPal. If you send the Cash App, it pops up as information about ITI. It pops up on the screen, and this is for support. No, it doesn't cost $25 to ask a question. People are sending this in for the love of the time that it takes and the support. You send in whatever you feel I am worth, or whatever you feel. It's not, there's no price on asking a question. Some people send in the support without a question. You know, they send it in and they appreciate the information. You know, just like some brothers go to they go to a club and they see women dance naked and they give them money and they walk out with nothing. Well, this is even better. You walk out with a mentally stimulated with information that you can take and advance yourself with. Thank you all for the support. That is how I answer questions at the Tehuti Podclass, the most unique YouTube class online, where as a conscious teacher, I place myself in front of you to put myself to the test. Send in your question. I don't know what the questions are. They come in live. Some of them come in right before the class. Sometimes they're sending through the week, but whatever they are, it is my duty to answer them. Even if they're backed up and I can't get to them this week, I'll get to them the next week. But I'm going to spend 4.5 hours not insulting anyone, no ad hominem, no personal attacks, no screaming at people, no cuss words from my mouth. For the first time on YouTube, you will see 4.5 hours straight of information, a break to use the restroom, information, a break to go eat, information. That is extremely difficult, but I put myself to the test, so you all help me do it. Thank you, Brother Ahati. I'm thanking you for the people, because if it wasn't for him telling me to come out to the public, I'd be doing this just in my own circle here with my ladies and my children and my brothers and those in my circle. Let's get on to the next one. We are here. All right. Let me check the room and see if the brother heard the answer. Oh, here it is. He says, yo! Wait, let me blow this up so I can see this. He says, yo, that was phenomenal. Fire. Better than all my college professors put together. Thank you again, Saba. There is an example of what do they call them? A satisfied customer of a person who asks a question and gets an answer beyond their expectation. That is what we do here. Thank you all. As your Saba, that is what I do. Those who are typing questions into the chat room, send them in through the Cash App, and therefore I will get to them. If you send them in just in the chat, I don't see what you put in the chat unless I intentionally go to the chat and to find comments like this. So when you go to the chat, you can Cash App TT Amun, or you can PayPal Rocket SV. Not only can you ask a question, but if you want, even if you disagree, I will see that how that took about 25 minutes to answer. You send in 20 minutes to answer. You send in a Cash App, and you can have 20 minutes on the screen with me, and you can actually talk with me whether you agree or disagree. It doesn't just have to be the Cash App and then I talk. You can actually come up on the screen with me and say, Tehuti, what you taught was a lie. The Ka is not that. The Ka is this. And then you can go ahead and show, and I'll. You notice that the snake style, every time I ask a question, I put my head down. Watch me on Sonetter, I'll ask a question, my head goes down, and there's no interruption from me. I let the person say their full thing, and that is my demeanor. Let's go to the next question. Thank you all for your support. Let's get into it. Okay, and Anya Setmer says, only the Tuti Podclass can you get sharp, concise breakdowns. Okay. Who talked like that? Who's was it Umar Johnson that said somebody breakdown? I don't know. Somebody he's talk like that. Breakdowns. But okay, everybody ignore that. I'm trying to I remember something funny. All right. Okay, let's go. Jody says, great build. Denny Selena says, awesome knowledge. Mind-blowing answers again and again and again and again and again and again. All right, let's go. Let's get to the next question. What is the next question? Actually, I saw the next question, and the next question, you're going to love it, everybody, because the next question is a continuation of what I just broke down. It's the same theme. Let me get some agua. The same theme. So the one brother asked about judgment in the afterlife, and the next question I see there, it's going to continue. Let's go, everybody. I feel good. I feel re-energized. I was a little tired earlier. I am ready. Let's go. All right. Okay, let's get into it. What's the next question? I know I saw it had to do with let me just go to it. I'm just going by memory because I did look at it. Boom. Next question was so this one was the judges. Do we judge ourselves after death? And this one was is raw minerals in here? Nahum Purnell, is raw minerals in here? Raw minerals. I don't know if you're raw minerals in the chat though. Is there a raw minerals in the chat? Or raw minerals by whatever name you may go by in the chat. I'd like to know that you are here. Is raw minerals in the house? Raw minerals, are you here under another name? I'm about to put your question on the board and get into it. Raw minerals, Nahum. Okay, let me go ahead and get into it. People told me to go ahead and answer their questions. Even if they're not there, they may be watching and can't type in the room. So let's go ahead and get into it. Is raw minerals here? If you all can hear me, press a 1. Let me just do a mic check. If you all can hear me, press a 1. Press a 1, press a 1, press a 1. Then I'm gonna add some I'm gonna add a different kind of energy here. Let me go ahead and just add a little bit of nice light to the background here. Okay, let me fix this. All right, that's a good background there. Let's change the energy of the background. That is nice. That is nice. Spider's gone. Spider's climbed up the mountain. Spider's climbed up the mountain. I don't know where. Where are you, Charlotte? Charlotte, come over here. Da-da-da. Come down. 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 There's Charlotte climbing. Is that her climbing? She's on one of the ladies. Come on down, Charlotte. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. She's climbing. There she is. Let's get her off the lady's butt. Hold on. Come on down. Come on down. All right. There's Charlotte. She's on the wall. Can't really be seen clear on that one. Let me go ahead and do one more. How about that? Is she? Yeah. Okay. She's okay. We'll chill with this background for a minute. It's a little brighter. Charlotte is a blur. I guess the best one was a black one. Okay, we're going to switch up the background, but you know what? We're going to break the matrix. That's what we're going to do. We're going to break the matrix. Let's break the matrix. Here we go, everybody. The next question at hand that was asked, we're going to put this up on the screen. Here we go. And why does it say hide current comment? That's strange. Okay. I'm not sure what that is. Okay, everybody can hear me. I see the ones. Let's get into the next question. Boom, boom, boom. Raw minerals, whoever you may be. I'm about to answer the next one. Here we go. We got about another hour and a half to get it going. And let's go ahead and do the screen share. Boom, boom, boom. Question is sent in by Raw Minerals. Raw Minerals sends in the question. Where's my screen? Where's my screen? There it is. Raw Minerals sends in the question. Let me go ahead and get that off the screen. Let me see if this can be seen. Okay, I'm scrolling up. So here it is. Raw Minerals says, let me move this a little bit to this. Oh, I can only have one screen at a time. Okay, so 1172 sent in by Raw Minerals. 4. Where are the enemies that dwell in the Tuat? And the enemies that dwell in the Tuat from the 18th dynasty sent me this email with the question to clarify what he is asking. So he said, from the 18th dynasty pyramid text, book of what is in the Tuat, I read from Burge's Book of the Dead introduction, page CXX. So those are the enemies that dwell in the Tuat. Who are those enemies that dwell in the Tuat? Woo! These are the kind of tough. These are the questions here. These are the questions here, man. Woo! Pose these questions to people. I want to see what happens when you ask people these questions. Just walk up to the Kemetian teacher. Who are the enemies that dwell in the Tuat? Like this, some random awesome questions, but these are beautiful questions. I appreciate you if you are here. Are you here, brother? Is the brother here? I would love it if he was here. If this was basketball, master teacher would be better than Michael Jordan. Peace, Supreme, Boots. Shout out to you, Boots. I haven't seen that name before, but shout out to you. Shout out to you. Is that Raphael Gary here too? Oh my, Raphael Gary's here. Everybody's here. It's one of the biggest consistent donators ever. All right, so who are the ones in the Tuat? Okay. Who are the ones in the Tuat? Let's go ahead and remove that. Boom. Okay. Oh, nice. I can add and remove it with the stop. Nice. Okay, good. I'm learning new things. All right. Who are the enemies in the Tuat? Of course, after what I just explained, going into the next realm. When you get into the next realm, of course, there are those. You're looking for the Netzer, you're looking for the agreeable beings, you're looking for your ancestors, but of course, just like every aspect of nature, there are also the enemies. There are also negative energies that are over there too. So who are they according to the Moderator, and how are they described today? Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're about to get into it. Let me go ahead and do a screen share and get into it, people. Who are the enemies that dwell in the Tuat? I'll put up the question one more time. Here it is. And it is Raw Minerals. Where are the enemies that dwell in the Tuat? Some people may see this question and say, what is it even? What kind of question is that? How can you ask where they are when you just said they dwelled in the Tuat? All right, so I understand what sometimes the answer is actually in the question, but I understand what the brother is asking, and we're going to get into it. So he specified from the 18th dynasty pyramid text, book of what is in the Tuat. I read from Budge's book of the Dead introduction, page CXXX. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into it. Let me get to his question. And of course, boom! Here we go again, everybody. Ready for another ride? Another ride. We're going to take another ride. Here we go. All right, so now that I've taught you that it is your light consciousness. Oh, hold on. Okay. Now that I've taught you that it is your light consciousness memory that survives the physical death as taught by the people of Kemet. Wait a minute, hold on, everybody. Let me see something here. I want to see if this is the right, if this is what I think it is. Is this oh, you know what? This is, wait a minute, everybody. Hold on one moment. Hold on. Let me close this out. Oh, yes. It is, it is. Here we go. Okay, let me blow it up. It is, yeah. It is. It can be seen, and I can get to it. Here it is. Okay. Now that I've taught you that it is your light conscious memory that survives physical death as taught by the people of Kemet and now being experimented by the University of California, it is not spookism as the ignorant atheists call it. It is the reality of continuous consciousness, the realm called the Tuat, and the enemies of Ra. Why there was a valley of the kings. Why was there a valley of the kings? So remember that image I showed you earlier? I'm going to show you the same image here. Here's the same image of the experiment that was done on the coronas of the individuals and how their light consciousness was able to go past the peripheral of their body and change colors. We already went through that. Let's go into the Per Em Haru. We're going to get into it step by step. Here we go again. So we already read this. I'll read it again. Thou art the Ka, double within my body that forms my limbs. Plate 15, page 90 of the Per Em Haru. Okay. Now we get into this one though. What does this say? This is a little different. This is interesting. So this is a chapter of to remember. Remember I said we're going to get into the Sekau in the last answer? We're going to get into it in this answer. Here it is. Chapter to remember his name in the netherworld. So you want to Sekau, memory, have a consciousness of your sound vibration. That is your Ren. Your Ra, R, that is a sound. And then the ripples are vibrations, are waves. That can be sound waves or water waves. That is the Noon, which is the waves that are under the sea and the waves that are in the sky. Any type of waves is represented by literal waves in Kemet. Literally draw what it is, waves. So your Ren, your sound waves, that is called today a name, but all a name is a sound wave vibration. That's all it is. There's no such thing really as a language. These are just sounds that we're making. We're calling it a language. They're just sounds. Just like when you hear a bird chirp, that is bird language. It sounds to you. It just sounds. And you hear a cow say moo. Those are just sound vibrations. The cow knows what that means. When you hear the parrot, when you hear the roof, roof, roof of the dog, everything is making sounds because everything is composed of sounds. I did a class on that. If you want to send that question in, you can send it in. But everything is a sound vibration. And you yourself, your name is supposed to be your sound vibration that matches you, your personality, and your makeup. You want to remember that sound vibration in the nether world, in the great double house. May you remember your name in the house of the fire, the realm of light. Okay, let's go on. Okay, note Note the word here for memory, consciousness is seka'u, which has the root of seket. This will be important later. Okay, so seka'u and seket has the same root, the sek, same root there. Okay, this light consciousness that is a double reflection of your accumulated thoughts while you were alive is what remains after death. Thus, in Kemet, this was called your Ka, and thus your bioenergetic double. Has modern science found this wisdom of the Kemetic ancients to be true? Yes. And remember I showed this? This is the double body still existing after the physical body was removed. We just went over this, right? The double body, the Ka of the leaf, the energetic life force of the leaf is still there. Scientists can't explain it, so they just say this is the phantom effect, because they can't explain what it is. So they just say it's a phantom residue left over. Now, this is from a book. Hey, this is from my book. Okay, here we go. This is from my book. Page 33 of Tehuti Stepping Out of the Matrix. Let's get into the consciousness here. Here's the book. You can ask how to order this, and you can actually get it before the class is done. Okay, so this is my introduction book. I call this a beginner's book. It's deep, but it's good for you. There's sections in there that is focused on Christianity to help you take your Christian friends, mother, brother, cousin out of Christianity. So I call it my beginner's book. Page 33 of Tehuti's PDF, Stepping Out of the Matrix. We see the SMA area, the supplemental motor area of the brain. Here is the supplemental motor area of the brain, the cortical input, output pathways. What's going on here? So here it is right here. Get a good look. Some of the motor areas of the cortex, the supplemental motor area is shown in the pink. These areas here. Okay, what is the SMA noted to do though? What is special about the SMA? This area of the brain where mere thought enters. The physical is called SMA, an area of the brain where synaptic activity precedes muscular movement by nearly a full second. So synaptic activity precedes muscular movement by nearly a full second. So there's a light spark. We all know that when we have thoughts and we move our body, it actually starts off as light, consciousness sparks, neural sparks of light in the brain that exist there as light with all the information needed to move the body part. Then it travels down the brain through the spine, and then it starts to move the body. But the light spark exists first because the light exists before the physical. So the SMA area of the brain is where synaptic activity precedes muscular movement by nearly a full second. Okay, so that is the light in the brain. Okay, this activity is called readiness potential. What this means is that what we call thought exists first as darkness, then becomes light, then moves your physical body. Okay, so the light precedes. The light function precedes first. That is the consciousness that precedes, because the light realm of consciousness after the solid realm was thus this light realm of consciousness. It existed first after the solid realm. So in turn, it's called the Tuat. Was called in Kemet the Tuat. Let's look at the image in the word and see a star representing light. Yeah, when you look up this word, sorry for the typos, word, people will say underworld. When you look up the Tuat, it'll say underworld. This is because it is another word for under. What's another word for under, everybody? It's sub. This is the subatomic realm beneath or under the physical realm where light consciousness still exists. Here's the word Tuat in the Moderator. The word Tuat is actually this word right here by itself. It's actually a star representing light and consciousness. This is the Tuat. These sounds together is Tua, that you'll see Tua. And then here is the T, that's Tuat, that represents the birth of something or the feminine aspect, something that births something, because that light realm is where you're rebirthed into. And this box here represents a house or a realm. a realm that something exists in. So this is the realm of light that you are rebirthed into, called the Tua. It's actually the first word in the Per Em Haru, Tua. So let's continue, everybody. Let us continue. The way you say enter, which is the same word as under, so understand that enter and under is the exact same word. Go look it up. Why? Because here's your fist, and let's say this fist is the earth. Let's say you enter the fist, you're under your fist. You're under it. You're entering it and you're under it. Enter and under is the same word. So if you go into a cave and you enter the earth, you're also underground. You're under the earth. Enter and under is the same word. This is where the concept came from, that people started confusing the Tuat for the underworld. Because it's underneath the physical world. In other words, it's within it. It's right here, but it's within what you can see with your visual light spectrum. So the word for under is M. Thus, to enter into the conscious realm of light would be said Amtua, Amduat, Amtua. The T is a feminine because you're being reborn. So the word is actually Tua, but when you add the T, it makes the word feminine. Okay? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. This is what we do here. Let's blow it up. Now we're going to get onto page 120 of the Per Em Haru, plate 18, chapter of coming forth by day. Here's where you get the word Per Em Haru from. For those who have one and want to always wonder, why are people calling this the Per Em Haru and not the Book of the Dead? Because the scroll is made up of rays, which are chapters, and it's a chapter of, it's of something, which is Pert Em Haru. The chapters of coming forth by day. And many of the chapters begin with this. This is the chapter of coming forth by day. Of the Ankh, the living after death. Right? Ket. So the living, coming forth by day of the living after death. Saith Osiris, Ani, hail, one and only, shining from the moon. Hail, only one, shining from the moon. Let me come forth, pert as Osar Ani, this amongst the multitudes. Those outside, let it be established amongst the shining ones. See that word there? That's consciousness. The conscious beings, they're called the Ku, the shining ones. Okay, the Ku, one of the aspects of men. But the beings on the other side that are only light, they are Ku beings. Those are netters that are just light. That's why you see a netter's image here. And this is after death. So after you die, there's a group of beings called the shining ones. They're only composed of light now. They don't have any flesh and blood. They are the Ku. They're pure consciousness. They're entities of consciousness. And those are the entities you see in the afterlife, because it is only the consciousness that can supersede the physical. So you do this chant and say you want to be amongst the multitudes that are those amongst those conscious beings of light. Let be open to him, the underworld. See how they translate underworld? Look at the word there. It is Tuat. The same word I just showed you over here. Right here, the Tuat. That is the Tuat right there. They have it translated over here as underworld because it is the interworld. It is underneath the physical world. It is behind the physical world, inside of it. Subatomic, yes. So, though the underworld is the realm where those beings exist. Behold, Osiris, Ani, shall come forth by day to do his will upon the earth and amongst the living. So you can come back as an ancestor. This is what the Kemetians taught. Those who are not into these teachings, no problem. Just don't say that you're for Kemet teachings or for Ma'at, and then don't teach anything from the actual writings itself. This is what the Kemetians believe in. So you cannot be a Kemetic atheist. Here is the image of the traveling one. This one is Ra Herakuti. This is Ra the elder, traveling in the boat, which represents consciousness, the smooth flow of consciousness, traveling with the oars. Those oars are female. They're Aset and Nebdet. That's another class, though. The female energy, which is controlling the boat. And where is he going into? He's going into the light realm of the stars. Those are Tuats. Those are the Tuats, the light world, the subatomic world of light called the Nesser. It's the only realm that you can go into and exist after you die, because the root word of Tuat is Te, which is fire. Here we are on page 841 of the Hieroglyphic Dictionary, and we see here Te, that's the root word of Tua, and you see a flame. You see the flame right there in the lamp, which is to heat, the flame, the Tehi, right? To cross over. That is the Tuat. That is the realm you cross over to. That is the realm of fire. That is the Tuat. Because Te is the root of Tuat. T, as in Queen Tai, as they call her, Queen Tai. All right. Here we go. We're going. We're going. Okay, here we can clearly see that the Tuat is just the star now, and the realm is a permanent Sekhet. It's called a permanent Sekhet. So it's a realm called permanent Sekhet, which all the Kemetian, everybody translates to as the field of reeds, the field of reeds. The Sekhet is the field. But what is it really? The permanent Sekhet. The unknowing just translates to this too as field. But remember earlier, I said make note of the word Sekhet and what it means. Okay, so here it is, page 74 of the Per Amharu, the Book of the Dead. Asar saith, homage to thee, king of the Sutin Neter Kurt, king of the netherworld, prince of the Akurt. I have come to thee. I know thy plans. I am provided with thy forms in the netherworld. Now look, now the word netherworld, Tuat, is just a circle with a star. It's just the star, the light. It's a realm of light. It's called the netherworld or the Tuat. Grant me a place in the netherworld, the Neterkurt, near the lords, the Nebu of Ma'at, of right and truth. My estate in be permanent, min, en Sekhet hetep. See this word Sekhet here? The Sekhet? They just translated to as field of reeds, but the word Sekhet, Sekhmet, Sekou, the Sek, has a meaning that deals with consciousness and memory. Let me explain everything to everybody. Consciousness is completely irrelevant without memory. That means without the memory aspect of your consciousness, everything becomes new again. So it is irrelevant to learn anything or have any kind of consciousness if you don't remember it. If it's not remembered, then every single thing you do is a brand new learning experience. That's why in Kemet, the consciousness that got you back your Ren, your sound frequency, your name back, was called Sekhet or Sekou or Sek, which was the memory of something, the memory consciousness. And the realm you went to was the realm of consciousness associated with a great field, because the Kemetians were farmers. It was a great field. It was just a vast field of consciousness. A field, a big wave, a realm of consciousness with no ending, like an unlimited field of just consciousness, knowledge, that you call today the mental plane. That is the Sekhet Hetep when you're in your state of Hetep, which is the balancement. We can get into that Hetep in another class. But, okay, that is the Sekhet Hetep. That is permanent. It's min. That means it doesn't end. It's a continuous, imagine a wave field, a mental plane of just consciousness. There's no ending to this. It's permanent. It is min em Sekhet Hetep, not just some random field of reeds. Okay. All right. So where you receive the cakes before the offerings. Here you see the Sek or the Sekou. The goal to reach the permanent state of consciousness, memory, is the realm of light, the Nesser. But there are enemies of Ra. You have enemies, because remember, when you go in that realm, you are Ra. You are Asar. You take on the form of these beings because they had the original stories, and then you go there and you relive them. They've already been through that, and when you go there, you are the conscious light. You are Ra. You are the resurrected being Asar. So each one that gets their Per Amharu, each of you become an Asar. I remember the good brother Jabari said, how could the Natiru, people say, how could the Natiru be physical beings if everybody who dies becomes Osiris? Very simple, because it is a seat. The word Asar means a seat, a conscious seat. Look at the word Asar. You'll see an eye above it, which is the Ma'ah eye of consciousness, the eye, and then you'll see a chair. It is a seat, a position that you can be in. Just like when you sit in the seat of presidency, you're President Obama, you're President Obama, you're President Bush, you're President Nixon. And somebody could come from another culture and say, well, if the presidents were physical beings, how could everybody be called president? Because that's a position that you go into when you take on, just like Muhammad. There was one man named Muhammad, and then millions of people that become a Muslim, they say, I want to be like Muhammad. So I'm Muhammad bin Nasser. I'm Muhammad bin Yosef. So it's a bunch of men naming their children Muhammad, a bunch of Muhammads, but there was once one Muhammad. All right, let's continue. Here we go. So the chapter of Sekau, the Sekau, remembering the name in the Netzer Kurt. Here it is again, the memory, the conscious realm. Okay, now, the story of the enemies in the Amduat is found here. Just like the brother asked, he said he read about it in the 18th dynasty. Well, here it is. It was all found here. The stories of the Amduat and the enemies of Ra that Europeans they renamed it Valley of the Kings. This was not called Valley of the Kings. But guess what it was really called? What was this area? So when you see all the beautiful tombs that they show pictures of, most of them, they're not inside of pyramids. Don't be fooled. They're not in the Great Akus. They're not in the pyramids. They're in here, the Valley of the Kings. Here's where you find the tombs of the so-called pharaohs. It is inside of this mountain, the Valley of the Kings that they call it, but it wasn't called the Valley of the Kings. The Kemetians never called the Valley of the Kings. Okay? What was it called? Guess what it was called, y'all? Ta Saket Ma'at. This was the physical realm that represented the Seket, where you were buried. It wasn't called the Valley of the Kings. It was called Ta Saket Ma'at, land of the power of consciousness, memory of truth. That's what that translates to. Land of the power of consciousness, the memory, the Seket, memory of truth, the truth, the Ma'at. So Ta Saket Ma'at, the real name of Valley of the Kings, carved into the mountain for a specific reason. For those who want to know, can send the question. Why was it carved into a mountain? You can send that question in if you want to know. So here it is, the Valley of the Kings, really called Ta Saket, not the Valley of the Kings. It's not a Valley of the Kings. It's a Ta Saket for a specific reason. But in here, we find the story of the Amduat. Where do we find the story of the Amduat? Right here. These are the oldest, clearest stories of the Amduat and the journeys of Ra through consciousness, in which each person was to relive the conscious journey in their afterlife, where they would come across opposition, aka the enemies of Ra, the enemies in the Tuat. Where do we find it? In this beautiful brother. Look at this brother right here. This is Tehuti, Tehuti Moses, Tehuti Mos. Okay, this was son of Tehuti. That's his name. His name is son of Tehuti, or born of Tehuti. There's the Tehuti right there, that bird. There is the MS, Tehuti Mes. That's Tehutimos. Okay? So they call him Thutmos. Okay? Ra Min Kepara. Min Kepara Min Ra. It's all the same. Ra Min Kepara. That is his name. Tehutimos, from 1458 to 1425 BC, the 6th king of Kemet, 18th dynasty. You can find this beautiful picture. I'm going to blow it up in the Luxor Museum. That is the awesome brother Tehutimos. The Tehutis, or the Dahuts, were known as great fighters. Great fighters. Tehutimos fought 17 battles. We can get into that later, but this is your David of the Bible. This is your Daut. Your Dauts of the Bible. Well, his name is Taut. Tehutimos. David. King David. Here's your King David, the Tehutis. Tehutimoses. And there's your Moses, of course. Your David and Moses. Okay, so here it is. Here it is inside of his tomb. Look at the wall there. I have this picture here. It's a little blurry, but I'm going to blow it up for you. Don't worry. So here inside the tomb, of Tehutimos, you see the Amduat. This is the Amduat with the story of the travel. This is before the Per Amharu. This is the Amduat. And you see the story of the travel of Ra. And you have the good serpents and the bad serpents, the helpers of Ra and the enemies of Ra. Here's another image of the tomb. It's all around the walls of the deceased. This is how serious the Kemetians were. They had no time to argue religion. They had no time for the foolishness, no time for atheism and all that nonsense. They all were in one accord, and everything they did was based on the structure of their understanding system, all within unity. Okay, so I can blow up the picture here. So there is the image. Here's the image. That's half of it because it expands around the whole wall. And here it is right here. But of course, you know me, I'm going to blow it up free and break it down from the Moderator and break it down. This is the Sacred Seven, the 7th hour. So this is the 7th hour. The name of the hour is Mysterious Cavern. Name of the gate of Osar, gate of Osiris. Name of the goddess, she who repels the gangs of Set, one of the enemies of Ra. She who repels the evil, one who slaughters, horrible of faces, structural features, bark, stranded of Ra, with the Mehen serpent and Apep. Apep, that's the enemy of Ra. The enemy that's in the Tuat. Here is the image right here, blown up in the Amduat. The Amduat, which is your oldest illustrated story of the afterlife on the face of the planet Earth. The oldest stories of the afterlife is in the what? The Saqqara. But the illustrated images are in the Amduat. That comes before the Per Amharu. So before the pyramid text, before the Amduat, ask your religious people, ask your Muslims, ask your Hebrew Israelites, ask your Christians, ask them for me, ask them for you. Say, hey mom, hey Muhammad, hey Yeshua Allah, Yeshua Allah, wa Shalai. I have a question for you. I want to be a good Hebrew. I want to be a good Muslim. I want to be a good Christian. But I want to time travel, Mom. I want to time travel Yahweh Shawallah Shawalai. I want to time travel Muhammad Abdul. I want to time travel. I want to go back to 2400 BC, and I want to be the best spiritual person I can be. What should I follow? I just want to go back to 2400 BC. What would God give me in 2400 BC? What was on the planet in 2400 BC that led the people? I want to learn about the afterlife. Should I go to China? Should I go to the Aztecs? Should I go to the Christians? Should I go to the Muslims? Should I go to Yahweh Shai? All you have on the planet Earth is this. From this births all the concepts of afterlife and heaven and hell. Nobody had it. No Greeks, no Muslims, no Yahweh Shawalai, none of them. So that means that the God of their religions, if their religion is true, then their God left us guideless in 2400 BC with nothing to follow in 2600 BC. Just left us rampant to walk the earth. And only the Kemetians were following something. And nobody on the planet had to follow anything. Nobody had any knowledge of afterlife. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Here is the Amduat. And let me break it down for you. Let's see what this picture is about, because we see a lot of symbolism. So what do we see? We see the Neturt. This is Serket, tithering, the neck of the depiction of one of the enemies of Ra, one of the enemies in the Tuat. And behind her is Heru. Heru Tesur F. He's holding it from the tail. So you have the serpent being pinned down. This is where you get your serpent story from in the Bible. Your negative number. 6 is the number of the devil. 6 is the number of the spear of the knives that were in the serpent, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, the devil's number, because literally, oh man, literally, the number of spheres are knives that are taken to pin down the serpent as he crawls upon his belly. That becomes his number. Show me the number 6 or 666 or any of that equaling anything negative in 2400 BC other than this. Tell me where the number 6 is associated with Abaddon and Shaitan and Iblis and the devil, and show me that. Does not exist, ladies and gentlemen. It all comes from Kemetic literature. Here is your 6. Here is your serpent tied down, right? Tied down by the woman as the thing goes into his head, right? She's tying him down, holding him down. The knife is going to bruise his head. The Adam and Eve story, here we go. So here it is right here. Translation of this: the netter sojourneth in his city in the path of the circle of Osiris by means of utterances of words of power of Aset, Isis, and the words of power of Si or Sar, so that he may journey on his way against the Nekka Hara. The Nekka, the serpent was called Nekka. That's where you get Nekka, Nakash. Nakash, the name for the serpent in the Bible as he walked upon his belly. It's all from the word Nekka. Nekka and Nakash and Nekes. If these words of power of Isis and those of Seir be uttered, a pep shall be turned back and shall be shut up in the Amentet, in the hidden place of the Tuat, and they be uttered, them shall become one of those who utter them. So you utter words, you have knowledge to utter words, who are in the boat of the Ka, both of the heaven and upon the earth. But whoever knoweth not these words, so whoever does not have this knowledge, these words, shall not know how to repulse this serpent type creature. And then Circur at the top, a pep, and here it is, place deadly fetters about his feast. Isis is taking possession of the words of power of Sir, who twofold strength, given their words of power, whosoever knoweth it, and whoever doesn't know it, those of the water of Nekka shall Nekka drink. So those of whose water the Nekka will drink. So this creature is associated with feeding upon or taking food, taking substance from the deceased if they don't know or have knowledge. Okay, these are the enemies in the Tuat, but they're feeding upon things. They're feeding upon what was going to keep you alive, because some of them feed upon you. Parasites, we're going to get into it. Okay, note it mentions the enemies of Ra drinking upon your waters. If you lack knowledge, the enemies of Ra are the enemies in the Tuat, who are also your enemies, are energy succubuses that feed upon the unconscious in the afterlife, who do not have their Seka'u consciousness and memory, most of which are floating as specters, readily available to be fed upon. Let me show you this reference in the Per Emharu and tell me if this sounds familiar. So what happens, ladies and gentlemen, is in the afterlife, or you can even see this in your out of body, you'll see specters. Those are people that are unconscious. They fall asleep. They're in their out of body. They're not lucid, and they're just floating. You may be in an out of body experience, and you'll see your mom or your brother. They're still sleeping, but they're having an out of body sleep, and they're floating around the room. They're unconscious like this, and they're just floating. That also happens in the afterlife. It's the same realm. You can visit the same realm, dead or alive, and they're just floating. And then if you look, you'll see succubus beings will feed upon them, because you're energy light. You're a nutritious energy light force that other things that feed upon light energy can just parasite off of you. These are called succubuses. They can also come to you in your dream state. They can come to you in the afterlife, and they're usually depicted as some type of worms or leeches or parasites, also depicted as some type of serpentine creatures, or a leech or a lamprey that looks just like a snake, but it sticks onto you, and it's succubus. It sucks you. You may see those in your out of body. Okay, so now let's look in the Per Emharu. Look at this. Tell me what's happening right here, ladies and gentlemen, and tell me if this looks familiar. This is one of the reasons why some of the Hebrews or people don't want to debate me for things like this. Watch what you're about to see. I come forth from the heavens. So you're in the heavenly state. You sit down by the side of the Ku, the conscious beings. Alas, I am weak and feeble twice. I walk along, weak and motionless, right? So he's walking along, weak and motionless, going along a path, and look what's under him. teeth gnashes about their mouth. The teeth gnashes their mouth in the underworld. So in this realm, in one of the realms that you're passing through, where you're motionless, you're just floating through, there's some other type of things that are there that are gnashing teeth. They're going gnashing teeth. Does this sound familiar, everybody? Does this sound familiar? Well, in the Per Emharu, there are beings and parasites that feed off of you. They want to eat the deceased. One of the first ones you get to symbolically is called Amit. If you don't even get past the scales, you're just thrown to Amit, and Amit eats you. That's a symbolic creature representing a devourer that is made up of the most deadliest creatures in Kemet. Okay? The alligator, the wildcat, and the hippopotamus. And it's called Amit. And it literally is called the devourer because they're devouring beings that will eat you. They feed upon you in that realm. And even if you get past Amit, you get to this other place where you're just floating motionlessly, but there's things around you that are gnashing their mouth around you, or gnashing their teeth, similar to what would happen if you're thrown in a pool of piranhas. All right, but these are some other type of creatures. Now, here it is. We didn't even get to this one. The writings of, Tehuti Mos. So does that sound familiar? Has anybody heard that? Of course you've heard that. Why? Because they threw it in the book of Matthew 22:13. This is why people don't want to debate. Matthew 22:13. What does it say here? And shall cast them into the furnace of fire. What's that? The furnace of fire is hell. In the afterlife. Fire in the Per Emharu, called the realm of Nesser. The Tuat, the realm of light. Of course, in the afterlife, in the hell, it's fire. And they shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Here you are in this realm of light, and there's beings around you gnashing their teeth. Then the king told the attendants, tie him hand and foot. Sound familiar? You're tied down hand and foot. Him outside into the darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. And here it is right here. Per Emharu, right here. Gnashing of teeth in the afterlife. There it is right there. Per Emharu, page 118. For those who have it, if you want to go to it. Okay. In modern day lingo, these enemies are called astral succubuses. Okay. Here's how it's explained in modern day times. Modern day, for people who see these worm-like or enemy type creatures in the afterlife or in an outer body, and they try to come destroy you or leech off of you. You can refer to astral dynamics, Robert Bruce, or really any of the Dr. Robert Monroe, any of the beings that study out of body. They describe these succubus type creatures that look like worms. Some of them look like spiders. And the stories of unseen lovers, traditionally called incubi or succubi, go back many thousands of years. An incubus is a male version, succubus, female version. Although both of these terms describe the same beings in different forms, these types prey on susceptible living humans and feed on their sexual energy. Guess where the word sexual comes from? Sec. We'll get into that in another class. So the sexual energies, that's the reproductive energy. It exists in this life and in the afterlife. Sexual reproduction has nothing to do with just a penis and a vagina, but in this realm it does. So they feed upon your sexual energies. In the early stages of incubus approach, partially or full paralysis will be often induced. Logically, such paralysis was produced by direct manipulation of mechanisms relating to sleep and astral projection. Often a beautiful face and body will be seen or felt by the victim as the spirit makes love to him or her. If victim succumbs to the charms of the incubus and becomes enamored, they will often begin to deliberately summon the incubus each night by wishing it back. This desire gives the spirits involved all the permission they require to exploit people further. And I'll go on to tell the rest of this story. This was told by Robert Bruce. He had this beautiful being that was coming to him, that was trying to make love to him, ride him, take his sexual energy. Sometimes it comes and takes your sexual energy. You're left with a wet dream. You think you had a dream of a beautiful woman or man. These things come towards you, have sex with you, or try to take your sexual energy. He woke up because he knows how to astral project and he's a master of it, he knew how to stay in a lucid state while he woke up and still see into that realm, so he could still see what the being was. And when he knocked it off, and when his eyes went back to seeing what it was, it looked like a little wormy squid knocked off onto the side of his bed. It didn't look like the beautiful woman anymore. It looked like a little slithery squid thing, and it knocked off into the side of his bed, and it went off back into the realm. But when he was in the sleep-like state, in the sleep paralysis, it was able to manipulate and shapeshift itself into what he thought was a gorgeous woman. These are succubuses. They exist in the realm of the out of body, and they also exist in the realm of the afterlife. These are the enemies that exist in the Tuat realm. They're the enemies that will feed upon you, parasite upon you, try to destroy you. You can practice fighting them. That's another class in the out of body. But these are the enemies spoken of in the Tuat. They're depicted as all type of different type of insects, and also wormy type snakes and things. Why? Because the Kemetians would see what they perceived in the physical realm, and of course the negative entities would take on whatever you're afraid of, whatever you like. A beautiful woman with a big butt, a man with wide shoulders and a six-pack, whatever you like, whatever you're afraid of, a snake, a spider, a wasp. The conscious entities on the other side know that, so that's when you get into that realm, they take on the imagery of what you're afraid of, and they take on the imagery of what you love. Why? Because your consciousness, your light consciousness, is what you take into that realm, and because they see your thoughts and light consciousness, they know what you're afraid of, and they know what you like, so they know what to manifest as. Boom. Thank you for that question, my good brother. Those are the enemies in the Tuat. They're still here today. They're depicted as succubuses, worms, spiders, all type of things that exist, and you have to have psychic self-defense to fight these beings in the afterlife or in your sleep realm when you have an out-of-body experience. That is how the Kemetians describe them, and that is how people describe them today. They're just in the forms of what we're afraid of today. Thank you for that question, my brother. Great question. I hope you appreciated the answer. Boom. There it is. Okay. Woo. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me go ahead and fix this camera. Boom. We're back clear. All right. The brother that asked that question, I hope you appreciated it. That is my answer. Take it for what you can take it for. I see somebody said something funny. But that is my answer, brother. I'm going to look in the room and go to the chat now to see who heard it and what do you all have to say about that. And if the brother is in the room, I got it. I got to take another 2 minute to 4 minute break and then get into the next question. And let me go and peek in the room and see if anybody heard that answer and what you all got out of it or thought of it. That is how we answer questions here. Let me get to the room here. What is this one? Where's the room? There it is. I have to refresh. Wait a minute. Let me fix this. Let me fix the light here. A moment, everybody. That looks okay. Did I look clear, everybody? Let me go into the room. I'm the one-man navigator. Let me. Okay, we're back in the room. Let me check the room and see who heard the answer to the question. Let me see what I got here. Where's the person who asked the question? Where's the person that asked the question? Woman is the rudder. That's right. Woman is the rudder. Okay, you guys are paying attention. Sounds like a feminine portal. That's exactly what it is. Wonderful, wonderful. I see indeed. Okay, let's see who else. I see Hati says, praise Saba. His mind is pure. Thank you, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see if anybody else. Another question to ask. Where? Yeah, there's another question to ask. That's right. You guys can ask that. 90 Mer put that in. Okay. Another question asked, how is my name sound vibration? Okay. Okay, here's a response. I got magnificent. Okay, thank you, Abyss. You heard the answer. Just seeing who's hearing I don't see the brother who asked the question. I guess he's somewhere in here. Okay, well. All right. Valuable knowledge. Here we go. Valuable knowledge. There are going to be a lot of children being named Tehuti in the future. Okay. Wow, I think I had some ex-girlfriends that were succubuses. Okay, shout out to the best chat. Wow, movie Nope showing about it. Okay, pondering. Okay, good. I don't see the brother who asked the question. Maybe I just don't see him. Maybe he fell asleep. He will get the answer when he wakes up. Okay. One of my ex-girlfriends literally told me she was a succubus. We had to part ways. What? Oh my goodness. Okay, that was the person who asked the question was Raw Minerals. I don't know who Raw Minerals is in the class. Okay, everybody. I'm going to go another hour, I think. Let's take it late. But I got to take a little quick break. Let me put the link in the chat. I know you all are a little bit shy to come in, but there's the link. You can come in during my break and talk. Give your testimony. Ask a question. Do it. Come interact. What's that? Oh, yeah. If nobody comes in, I'm going to actually play the... maybe the Sonetta thing. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. So many questions are coming. What's that? Yeah, let me see which Sonetta was it again. I'll go ahead and play that little clip if nobody's coming in. Oh, Sonetta's live right now. Hebrew cannibalism. Oh, okay. I got to get on there later and talk to Tazaria. Okay, let me see which. It was Gino Jennings, right? What was the timestamp?
Reaching the right decision maker.
2 seconds.
2 hours and 10 seconds.
2 hours, 10 minutes.
2 hours, 10 minutes. Okay, hold on. It's a Gino Jennings, right? Gino Jennings one?
It's the one.
Oh, the one with Garfield?
Mm-hmm.
Which one was that? Oh, I don't have it on video. 1 second, everybody. Hold on a minute. 1 minute, because I got to take a break here. Okay, I see Infundishi? No. Garfield and Killer Hebrew? Killer.
It's the one that says Reggie.
With a clear thing?
Yes.
Okay. Let me get on to this, everybody. Hold on. Oh, yeah. 2 hours and what?
10 minutes and 2 seconds.
Yeah. 2 hours and 10 minutes. Okay, here we go, everybody. Okay, I'm gonna put this on while I take my little break, everybody, because I don't see anybody coming into the chat. I put the link there. You guys can come in, but I don't see anybody coming in, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this. I'm gonna take a little break and come back and answer the next question. And here we go. Let's see. Share. Boom. Share. Chrome tab. Is it showing on the screen? Okay, here it is, everybody.
Killers up in here, man. Tehuti, man. You heard God.
Okay, here it is. Turn the volume up.
Marcus, you're chipped out. You're chipped out, beloved. You're chipped out. I don't know where you at, but you're chipped out. You hear me? Can you? Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think I said
a sit.
Can you hear me?
Under the call for backup. You need backups under there. You call Tehuti. Tehuti coming to get beat up. Oh, man. Come on, man. Come on, Tehuti, with your weird question. The first weird question, can you prove, can you show? Come on, man. We need methodology. Let's go. Methodology. That's what we need. You're on mute. You're on mute.
All right, let me bring in one of the HOK killers up in here, man. Tehuti, man. You heard Garfield talking crazy about you, brother. You got the floor.
He said it's a weird question.
Wait, before Tehuti, but Brother Tehuti, I apologize again in your conversation with the brother, right, for interrupting you and possibly saving him when there was meta-nature on the screen. You know who I'm talking about. I apologize again.
Oh, hey, peace, Brother Reggie. Can you hear me? Oh, peace. Thank you, Brother Reggie.
Yeah, we hear you.
You're talking about when I beat Jabari in the you're talking about the debate with Jabari?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, brother. Really appreciate that, man. Peace and love to everyone. Nice to be back. Actually, I only heard one thing Brother Garfield said. Peace, Brother Garfield.
Peace, Tehuti. What up? What up? What up?
Yes, good Brother Garfield, who's definitely very biased against me.
Right.
Biased against you for what? What are you talking about? I didn't even say nothing. How am I biased against you?
I do have references, but let's do it step by step.
All right.
So yeah, I did hear you say to Sonetter just a moment ago, hey, remember when we invited Brother Tehuti to the debate of Jesus' existence and he declined? Actually, in reality, I'm the only one on Sonetter TV that has a debate with Vocab Malone on that topic, and I actually won the topic. So not only did I not decline from the debate of Jesus' existence, I'm actually the one who had the debate official, and I'm actually the one that won the debate against Vocab Malone. Do you remember that, Garfield?
You know, I gotta be honest with you, bro. I watched a piece of the debate. I didn't watch the entire debate. I gotta be honest.
Okay.
But was that the debate when Vocab had lost his cool at the end or something like that? Or that was the one with Chris Harris? No, you know what? I might be mixing it up. I didn't watch. You know what? I did watch the debate. Yes, I did. I did watch that debate. Yes, you did a good job. You did a good job at that debate, and Vocab did a good job too. Y'all both did a good job.
Okay, just wanted to clear the air. Just on that, I'm not really concerned about much yet, but just on that, when I heard that Tehuti declined the debate when I'm actually the only one that took the debate, and I officially won it. So I just wanted to clear that for the audience, that I never declined a debate on the debate topic of does Jesus exist? Is he a mythological or is he a historical character? I'm actually the one that took it, and I'm actually the one that won the debate. Just wanted to clarify that. How's everybody doing? How you doing, Sonetter? Long time no speak. Am I off? Who's on here? Brother Lionel?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. The screen just knocked off.
No, everybody's on. We're listening to you. Sonetter might be on the phone, but
the
audience is listening.
Okay.
What's most important, Tehuti, at all times is whether or not the audience is listening, and they're listening.
Okay, good. Just doing a mic check. Good. Well, wonderful, man. Glad to be here again. And I see the Jesus topic is still in the air, and it will be until the end of the planet. People believe in Jesus, but I definitely break down the Jesus topic. So Garfield, you're a Jesus believer?
Yeah, I'm attending to my son real quick, but if you want to hold it, I'm done. All right.
I'll wait till you come back. Much respect to fatherhood. Okay, how you doing, Brother Reggie? How are you?
Well, I'm doing good.
Brother Lionel, how are you doing, young man?
Hey, you know, another day alive is another success, and I go back to school in a couple of weeks.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, good. I'm glad the knowledge is still going on. Are you new to the information, Brother Lionel?
About Jesus Christ existing or not existing?
No, just like consciousness in general.
I'd say like ever since like elementary school, I've pretty much, you know, always read African history for, you know, self-esteem reasons. Because you know how they teach Black history in school. So, you know, I've been in the game for a while, you know.
Okay, wonderful. Good, good, good. Okay, good. Peace to everybody in the chat room. And shout out to everybody who last debated. And sorry to hear that about the brother Chris Harris, who got frustrated and had to leave the debate. Hold your head up, brother, and come back stronger the next time. And for those who want to reach me, I do come on every Friday under the Tehuti Podclass at 7 p.m. Pacific time. You can come and ask questions and build on all different topics of knowledge of history, spirituality, and all different interests. Many people here know of me, but those who don't, shout out peace and respect and Ma'at Hotep to the chat. Okay.
Have you ever tried to work at radio, Tehuti? Because you sound like you could work at the Quiet Storm or something.
My father was a radio DJ. That's about the closest I've come. But no, haven't worked a radio, but I've been on the radio many times on interviews, but I haven't myself worked a radio station. No. Okay. So where is everyone? Everyone disappeared as I arrived. Where's Sonetta and Reggie and Brother Garfield? Where's everybody? What was the topic? What was happening before I came?
It was,
I'm here.
you know.
I'm here,
Oh,
Brother Tuti.
Okay, peace.
I was giving a museum tour on the Meta Nature, and then we started having some conversations about debates that's coming up, right? And then so we're into debate topics. So who do you want to debate? What's coming up? I mean, what do you need, right? And I apologize for you for interfering in a debate where I should have just let it ride out and see who knows the meta nature or not based on what it said. And I interfered, and I show where I see where that actually leads, where friendship is, because now my analysis or my points on the meta nature is poor, and so I want the people who can read the meta nature to start reading the meta nature, and the people who can't read it or who don't have good meta nature skills to go to the back of the room. That's just how I'm giving it up.
Okay.
Just how I'm giving it up. If they want to talk about,
well, you faded out there,
if
bro.
they want to use, and so you need it in this community for a number of reasons. Yeah.
All right, I'm back, guys. So Tehuti, you ready with your question? Let's go.
I didn't have any questions, brother. I just heard that. I don't know if you heard this part, but I just said the vocab Malone debate that I actually did not run from that title, like you said. I actually was the one who debated the topic and won. I was just coming to clear that up. I didn't have any questions. I actually just tuned in right when Reggie was giving. Oh, sorry, Garfield. Let me go back to Reggie real quick. Reggie, very. I liked the tour. I was working on my snakes and having you in the background while you were walking through that building doing the tour, and I like that. I really haven't seen much people or anybody on Sonnet or walking through the MetaNetter and walking breaking it down. So thank you for that. That was very good and impressive, and I'm sure a lot of people benefited from that. Thank you, brother.
Some mistakes because I'm reading.
I don't know if it's choppy. Sorry, press 1 if you can hear me. I am back. Press 1 if you can hear me. I am back. Welcome to the Tuti Podclass, everybody. Press 1 if you can hear me. There are so many questions that came in. Can you all hear me? Press A1. Okay, everybody. Let's see if everybody's here. Welcome to Tuti Podclass. We're going to get into the rest of the questions that came in. Let me Where are we? Okay. So that was my answer for that one. Glad you guys appreciated it. I'm trying to filter out something here. I may have to do it on my phone. Hold on, everybody. 1 minute. 1 moment. Okay. All right. The moderator send me support. Okay, 1 minute here. Let me have this on here. Okay, so we got 1 second, everybody. 1 second. Let me see. Mark is unread. Okay. All right. Let me check the emails. Check the questions in. I know there's a lot of people that sent in their questions, and let me get to them. Let me erase all the spam mail. Oh, wow, everybody. Thank you all for all the support. I see a lot of support in here, and I'm going to go through them. Okay, who? Whatever, everybody, bear with me, hold on. One moment. Okay, who do we got here? We got oh, Raphael Gary had one from last week. Hold on, Raphael Gary. Raphael Gary had one. Just clicking off all the ones I've already read. Oh, here's one. This is a brother. Is Amr Paul in the room? Amr Paul. Amr Paul. He sent me an email asking me. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay. Raphael Gary. Hold on. Let's get to Raphael Gary. Raphael Gary. How come it's doing this? Bear with me, everybody. Raphael Gary. Where are you? Is Raphael Gary in the room? Mic check. I'm checking to see if Raphael Gary is in the room. Is Raphael Gary in the room? Raphael Gary in the room. Okay, let's get to it. Here we go, everybody. Let me see. I'm going to do Raphael Gary. Okay, let me check the room. Sorry, but I have a little technical difficulty. Raphael Gary, you're in the room. Raphael is in the room. Let me go ahead and do this. Raphael Gary, I'm going to answer a few more. I see a lot of questions, and I'm going to get as many as I can. And don't worry, those who I can't, he's in the Tuat. Oh, that's Zebra's trying to get out of the tank. Okay, next question is here. This is oh, that's what happened. That's what happened, everybody. Hold on, my hard drive kicked out. I see now. Hold on, let me fix this little situation here. Don't worry. Fix this little situation. We're gonna keep going, everybody. Don't worry. I'm gonna get everybody, even if you fall asleep. I'm gonna get everybody, and those who I can't get, I will get next week. Don't worry about it. All right. Here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and put this in here. Whoops. No. No. Don't do that. All right, here we go. Question in from Raphael Gary. Raphael Gary, who's a constant supporter. He is awesome. I'm going to go ahead and put him in the room. I finally got to it. I have a little bit of difficulties. But let's get into it here. I'm trying to do a screen share. Some of you guys can see the screen. Screen share. Chrome tab. Here it is. Raphael Gary, there he is, right there. Thank you, Raphael Gary. Let me go ahead and give you your claps. This came in late last week. I think we're about to close. Thank you, Raphael Gary. You are awesome. Woo! Raphael Gary is wonderful. He is a great supporter. Always supporting Raphael in the house. Moderators give him his props. He is awesome. Thank you, Raphael Gary. There he is right there in the room. I see him. Raphael Gary. All right, Raphael Gary. And he asked a question. And his question is, go ahead and get back to the room so I can see. His question is okay. When I saw this question, I misunderstood the first part. I thought you were asking if the heat in Europe was causing fires because of another situation that happened with the Catholic Church. But the question was about heat in Europe and the fires in the Vatican. The fires in the Vatican. What's going on with the fires in the Vatican? I'm going to go ahead and address that part because the first part I actually misunderstood. I thought you were talking about direct energy weapons, but that's another topic. Let's get into the Vatican part. We'll get into that. So where did this information come from of fires in the Vatican? There's actually a deep breakdown I have. Maybe you can send in the question after Raphael and I can get to it next week. But there is a ritualistic fire that's taking place in cathedrals, which I have a huge breakdown for. This one is an FF, though. This is an FF. It's not even a real FF, actually. Those who know what FF stands for, something flag. But these fires going on in the Vatican. This is actually an internet FF. It's not even a government one. Let's go ahead and get into it, everybody. Thank you for the question, my brother. We're gonna get into these Vatican fires that are supposed to be happening. Let me go ahead and it's going to be a little quick breakdown, but just I got to get my people the truth. What is the truth of what's going on with the Vatican fires? What are these Vatican fires taking place? Let me go ahead and do a screen share and break it down. Welcome everybody to the Tuat Podclass. We are going to break it down. Share screen. Boom, boom, boom. And I'm sharing the screen. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it. So first off, let's get into it, everybody. Here we go. So to Raphael Gary, just to give him the truth on things, because certain things are true, certain things are not. But what are all the fires in the Vatican? This is fake news, actually, coming from China. Interesting, right? This is fake news coming from China tweets causing the chaos. The fake caption. So it's actually coming from a fake caption that originates from let me expand this, from tweets happening in China. So the caption says, the Vatican witnesses a fire that covered the sky on July 10th, 2022. Thick black smoke filled. This is actually in a few newspapers. It got into a few newspapers and spread on Twitter. It is said that even the Vatican's underground passages were engulfed in flames, leading to many citizens to believe that the world had ended. All right, so this is some of the captions put under imagery. What are the imagery? I actually traced back the right back to China. So this is Weeblo. So here we go right here, and this is actually where it's coming from. You can't read this because it's in Chinese, but what I just read, those are the captions that are on some of these. So what you see here is you see this video got over 25,000, got thousands and tens of thousands of views, and it shows this car passing, and then it shows the smoke overhead. And now what happened is, in reality, the post circulated online as multiple fires broke out in Rome in July. However, there were no reports of fires in July on the Vatican. So what's going on? An identical video was viewed more than 26,000 times, and this one was fire in Rome. You can keyword search as Google found the same videos published on Twitter by Italian news organization Ian News on July. So you have this over here, and this is captioned with these images here. Over here is the same one. It's always the same picture. And then over here it is again in the Chinese. Captions. And over here. And so that's the fake news. Over here, now there's the real news. The real one over here is about just a fire that they're looking for the cause of. It's not anything deep. It's not the Vatican. It's not the churches. So this is Brussels Times. Massive fire ravages Rome again, and suspected arson. And this one was the real one, July 10th of this year. And here it is right here. So this is the actual one. Over several boroughs of Rome, the sky was dark again after yesterday's enormous fire broke out in the east Italian capital. The fire was believed to have originated in a park and then spread to several junkyards with large black clouds of smoke that could be seen. So this actually was a park fire. It wasn't aimed towards the Vatican or any churches or any type of conspiracy thing like that. It was a fire in a park. That's the real one. And then people took it and they captioned it that it was the Vatican. And all these tweets started coming in out of China. This is the real article here that you can see. And these are the fake ones. And when you put them side by side, it's the same picture, but this is from a park. It's about 13 miles away, actually, from the Vatican area that they're saying that it happened. So this is actually what's called Gentilcelli Archaeological Park, located about 13 kilometers from the Vatican. So it's 13. This is the same smoke. So you see this smoke over here in this picture. It's the same smoke over here. Well, all they did here is they came closer. They grabbed the image right over here. You notice they never show you the Vatican or the church or anything actually on fire. It's always this image here with the smoke in the background, and it's from junkyard. It's from a forest fire and junkyard filth, and that created this fire here. It's about 13 kilometers. So that's actually what's happening in reality. So what I did is I'm gonna go actually to we're gonna go straight to Google Earth, and let's take a look at the actual area So let me see if I can do this here. Put this in here. You know how we do in the Tweety Podclass. We are investigators. We're going to go right to the source, right to the area, and see if we can find. This is where the Park article came from, and I bet the imagery from the Park article on Google Earth. I'm going to go to it. Here we are on Google Earth, and boom! Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. There it is, right there. I love this thing. You can actually move around, and you can see it right there. Boom. And there it is, the Sentinel. Let me see if I can get the, hold on. Here it is right here. Blow it up right here. See this, see this? They're saying the Vatican fire. See that right there? And see this over here? It's a Centocelli Archaeological Park right there. It's always that picture. That is the image. This is the Google Earth image right here. And there it is. That's where they got the picture from. This is where the forest fire and the junkyard, and they show this image right here. If you zoom in, you can see the walls over there. And that's where the news article took its original picture from the forest fire. And then the fake ones, fake news, took the same image here that we can go to Google Earth and see. And they took the same image and they just captioned it that it was Vatican fires. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, my brother, for asking that question. There is a bigger conspiracy one that I could break down that you could ask about, but that's not this one. That's not the one you asked about. So I'm giving you what you asked about, and that is the real deal. And thank you, my brother, for the support. Thank you for that. There it is right there, Google Earth, and I appreciate it. And there's the fake images right there. When I blow them up, you can see clearly. It's the exact same images from the Google Earth news report. There's that building there with the swirl. And here it is right here. It's just over here. It's just, oh, I can come closer. Here it is. Wait. Let me see if I can click. Here. There it is. There it is right there. That's where there it is right there. That right there from the original article, that is that right there. But anyways, that's the street. That's where they got it from. And it is unfortunately fake news. Fake news, not real information. But thank you, my brother, for sending that in. And I will, next podcast, you could send in any donation for the real thing. You can just send a question, whatever. I'm super packed with questions, so I can't get into it now. But that is it. That is the reality. Let me go ahead and get it off this. I wish there was something deeper to break down and breaking it down the Tehuti way and getting into the conspiracy and everything. But that one is just a fake one. That one is not nothing big there. Nothing really to see there. The other one is the real one, not that one though. Don't know why it's coming. The tweets were coming from China. That's all I got to say for that. Tweets were coming from China. You can put two and two together and make your own conclusions from there. But that's where that information was spread from. All right. Thank you, my brother, for asking that. And welcome to Tutti Podclass. Let's get into it. We're gonna go. And thanks for clearing that up. Yes, you're welcome, my brother. Let's go. We got more. We have shout out to we have an anonymous. Where's the anonymous? One second, everybody. Hold on. We have an anonymous. Okay, I'm just gonna have to just clip this part out because he's anonymous. He doesn't want the he or she doesn't want the name, so I have to clip out that and go like this. Boom, and put this over here, and also oh no, oh, okay. All right, here we go. And so the question is asked. We have a question in that came in from an anonymous. And let me see if I can get it on the screen without the name. Here it is. Shout out to the anonymous for asking this question here. I'm going to put it on screen share. Screen share. And, Chrome tab. And the question is, boom, please keep anonymous. Can you build on Atlantis and how the story originated? Shout out to you. That is from PayPal. You know who you are. Shout out to you, brother or sister, anonymous. You know who you are. And thank you for the large donation. I appreciate that. Let's get it on. Let's go through. Welcome to Tutti Podclass, and I appreciate everybody's support. And the questions you are sending in, we're going to go another hour and then close up. So let me go ahead and get into this. Atlantis. Who here has heard of Atlantis? Atlantis. It's a very popular topic. Most conscious people talk about it, and the person just asked, what is the source of it? Let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into it. Let me go ahead and do a screen share. This is going to be a nice quick one, a nice little breakdown, but a nice little quick one. I'm not giving the fluff. I'm not giving what I want Atlantis to be. I'm not giving any of all the stories that came with it. I'm just going to give you the source of where it literally came from. Okay, here we go. Screen share. Boom, boom, boom. And here we go. Everybody, welcome to Tutti Podclass. And here we go. So this is the only source and origin of quote-unquote Atlantis. Anything else is conjecture, opined by emotion and imagination. So what do we have here? What are we actually looking at here? Let's take a look at what we're actually looking at here. We're looking at an old Greek manuscript. Old Greek manuscript. Timaeus. Let's go look at the history of this and see. The only primary source for Atlantis are Plato's Timaeus and Critias. All other mentions of the island are based on them. Dialogues claim to quote Solon, who visited Egypt 590 to 580 BC. They state that he translated Egyptian records of Atlantis, written 360 BC. Plato introduced Atlantis in Timaeus, and it says here, for it is related in our records how once upon a time your state stayed the course of the mighty host, starting from a distant point in the Atlantic Ocean, was insolently advancing to attack the whole of Europe and Asia to boot. For the ocean there was at that time navigable for the front of the mouth, which you Greeks call, as you say, the Pillars of Hercules. There lay an island which was larger than Libya and Asia together. So this island is larger than Libya and Asia. You know how big Asia is, everybody? Okay. And it was possible for the travelers of that time to cross from it to other islands, and from the island to the whole of the continent over against them, which encompass the veritable ocean. For all that we have here, lying within the mouth of which we speak, is evidently a haven having a narrow entrance, but that yonder is a real ocean, and the land surrounding it may most rightly be called, in the fullest and truest sense, a continent. Now, in this island of Atlantis, there exists a confederation of kings of great marvelous power, which held sway over all the island and over many other islands, also parts of the confederate. But afterwards, there occurred violent earthquakes and floods, and in a single day and night of misfortune, all your warlike men and in a body sank into the earth, and the island of Atlantis in like manner disappeared in the depths of the sea. for which reason the sea in those parts is impossible and impenetrable, because there is a shoal of mud in the way, and this was caused by the substance of the island. Okay, so there it is, everybody. So this is the origin of it. Now this is Timaeus, which is this right here. I have the actual image of it. This Greek manuscript Timaeus, this is where this is coming from, and this is it. Okay, so this is the date here is 360 BC, and now we go over here. Oop. Over here, you can look this up in persons of the dialogue: Socrates, Crates, Timaeus, Hermocrates, and here it is right here again. There's more, right? So this is written 360 BC by Plato. Okay, the translation here is by Benjamin Jowett, and here's the actual manuscript. And according to this story, in a single day, a island larger than Libya and Asia together sank, and all the men sank with it. And that part of the ocean is unpenetrable because there's a large slab of mud there. From this Greek story that just came about 2,300 years ago, from this Greek story that came about 2,300 years ago, because of course Greeks and their stories in the culture we're in are seen as superior. There's a Greek superiority in the culture that we're in because the people that run this culture descend from Greeks and Romans. So they always have to put a Greek and Roman agenda and superpositioning Greek concepts over everybody's culture. So because of that, Atlantis became a popular theme that found its way into the conscious community, found its way into the woke people, found its way into the New Agers, found its way into anybody who wants any form of a hidden stories, conspiracy, and then everybody ran wild, adding giants in Atlantis. Every time they find something under the sea, that's Atlantis. This is a story only sourced to Plato, nothing else, nothing more. Anybody that says anything about Atlantis other than this story is adding on to what Plato said. And if there was a continent or some landmass the size of Asia, all of Asia and all of Libya combined, and it's under the ground, there would be plentiful archaeology found that would to show this. There's no such thing. Are there parts of the world that have sank under the water? Of course. Are they all this Greek place called Atlanta? No. You have places in Japan. You have places in parts of Africa. All over the place, you have areas that are sunken. Water levels rise and the area sinks over thousands of years. A natural occurrence. None of these people acknowledge this place called Atlantis. This is all made up, and it's a story by Plato, and we should push it to the side and ask, where are the ancient ancestors' indigenous stories of this humongous place that sank? And of course, then they add in that the Atlanteans came and taught the Egyptians, Tehutis from Atlantis and the Emerald Tablets. All of this is conjecture. So thank you for that question, though, my brother. But that's it. It doesn't go any further than that. Anything I say other than that, it would be my conjecture. That is the source of it. That is the only story of Atlantis that is relevant. Everything that comes in after that is people adding on to their own conjecture, and this way they never will quote. Never will anybody talking about Atlantis quote any cuneiform tablet, any hieroglyphic, any ancient Japanese writing from 1500 BC. They won't quote any writings from the Aztecs, from the Mayans. They can only quote Greek stories and additions after the Greek story, very similar to the Bible. So that is it. Thank you for that. Appreciate the large support. that is the answer, and that's where you can research. You can research that. There's another one, Lemuria, another one. Somebody can ask about that. But anyways, let me go on because it is 11:32 my time. I appreciate that, my brother. Let me go on to the next set of questions that I can answer, and also get into the donations and get into people's questions that I can't answer that I will answer the next time. Okay, so we're gonna get into okay, shout out to this brother here. I'm gonna actually cover you next week, my brother. I actually just answered your a question, and then I saw this, so I'm gonna give others a little chance, and I'm gonna get to this next week and break it down. Although it's kind of a simple answer, but let me go ahead and give you a shout out for the support. And a couple of these I'm gonna have to just answer, get to them. Oops, come on, where'd it go? Where did it go? I'm in YouTube Studio. Why? Hold on, everybody. Let me get out of YouTube Studio. I don't know what just happened there. Okay, so this is from the good brother Octavius. This one came in, but I'm gonna go ahead and get to this the next class, or maybe I'll answer it for you. Okay, boom. Go ahead and put a screen share up. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. And Chrome tab. Shout out to my brother Octavius Sly, who said origin of tattoos. I'm gonna go ahead and get into that in the next class. I had just answered one of your questions, and I'm gonna get on to maybe two more of some others, and then I'll get on to yours, I promise, next class. But shout out to you, and thank you for the support. Appreciate that, Octavius. And you can hit me up directly if you don't want to wait until next week, and I'll give you your own personal breakdown outside of here. If not, I'll answer it next week. Shout out to you, and I appreciate that, only because it's getting kind of late. But I appreciate that, my good brother. Appreciate that. I don't know if you're in the room or if you're listening. You're probably listening from a distance. Shout out. I'm going to put a little note on here. Shout out to you. Appreciate it. Let's get on to the next one. So several of these I'm not going to be able to answer because it's getting late, but I am going to acknowledge them. Who do we got here? That's not for this class. YouTube creators, that's not for this class. Hold on, I got to get past the ones that are not for this class. Anthony Drain. Anthony Drain, shout out to you, my brother. I see you. Here it is right here. Anthony Drain. I appreciate you. Anthony Drain, let me go ahead and put you in the room here. Shout out to you. Chrome tab. Boom. Boom. Shout out to you, Anthony Drain, my brother. You are awesome. Like I said, I don't usually give the hand claps to people that donate less than $20, but Anthony Drain is actually somebody who continuously donates the same amount every single week. So for his consistency, I'm going to give him a hand clap. Appreciate that, my brother. Appreciate that. You are awesome. Fabulous, wonderful. Appreciate that, my brother. Good looking out, Anthony Drain. He is a dedicated, loyal one, always supporting every single class, even before the class begins. Absolutely. Gaia is pushing Atlantis hard with the pale faces and the cone heads, and Gaia is a very racist channel, but there's a lot of good information on there. But they're definitely pushing Atlantis hard. Okay, let's get on to the next. Gonna try to get through some of these here. Nope, that's not. Hold on. I got other things. What is this? Oh, nope, that's not a Podclass. Okay, that's not the Podclass. Hold on, everybody. We got okay, we got a brother Justin Woods that just says Uncle Jasaneb. He puts 111. Okay, 111 for Uncle Josh and Sanab. And shout out to you. Thank you, my brother. 111's for Uncle Josh Sanab. Okay. All right. What do we got next here? What is this? Shout out to, is this Hikakepara? I don't know if this is a question, but you're definitely gonna get a hand. That's not what I want. Hold on a second. Shout out to you, my brother. Put that up there. And go like this. Boom. Shout out to Hikakepara. It just says where is it? Where'd it go? Where's Hikakepara? Where did the question go? Hold on, everybody. Okay, we're gonna go screen share. Boom, boom, boom. Screen share. Chrome tab. Oh, nice. This is a nice one here. Thank you, Hikakepara. Let me go ahead and get your Hikakepara with the 2572. Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. This is let me see what, I don't know if there's a question, but it says I gotta blow it up to see. Hold on. Hikakepara says it's not on the screen anymore. Let me go ahead and blow this up so I can read it. It says Hikakepara for Grand Unified Field Theory, Terrence Howard. Terrence Howard from Empire? Let me see. Which Terrence Howard? Let me see. I'm gonna have to get this next week. I don't know if this is even a question or what's happening. Okay, here's Hikakepara in the room. Let me close this out. He says, Terrence claimed he has hydrogen fusion. Oh man. Okay. Terrence claims he has hydrogen fusion. Okay, my brother. I don't know if you want me to. If I'm going to comment on that, that will have to be next week. I have to look into that. Or if you just want people to know that if this is Terrence Howard from the guy with the green eyes. If so, I'm definitely have to get to this next week because I gotta go see what this is all about. You know what I mean? I'm gonna break it down, but yeah, we're gonna have to definitely get to this next week if it's even a question. Okay, or if you're just letting people know this and want me to comment on it. Okay, let me go ahead and put this for next week because I'm definitely starting to break down a little bit, everybody. Sorry to those who I didn't get to your questions yet, but I'm going to read them off and I'll get to them when the week starts. Let me see. Seems like an interesting though. Shout out to Hikakepara. You were awesome. Terrence from Hustle and Flow. This is the world is unpredictable. All kind of stuff is going on in the world. Okay. But you know me, I'm here for it all. I'm here to comment on it all and break it all down. I like to get all the info before I comment on anything, though. Who is next? We got oh, is this okay, let me just go through everybody in order. I have to definitely do these. Oh, we got Nito Campbell. Woo! Nito Campbell. I don't know if he's ever in the room. I don't know if he's ever in the room, but I know he's watching and listening maybe after it's all done. I'm definitely going to put his in the room. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Are you in the room, Nito? I don't know if you're watching or if you're in the room. Let me go ahead and put this up here. It is getting late. I'm going to try to get through some of these and share. Chrome tab. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Wow. Shout out to Nito Campbell. He always sends this. Usually he doesn't even send a question. He always sends shout out to Nito Campbell. Appreciate that, my brother. Shout out to Nito Campbell. And Nito Campbell is asking about NLP. NLP. I have a lot to break down on this. I have a lot to break down on NLP. So basically but I'm not going to break it down. I'm going to break down a little bit right now, maybe some more next week. Neuro-linguistic programming is, in actuality, what is being used to control the world. It is hearing sounds and hearing a word and then making a decision based on the programming of that sound. It is actually the way hypnotists work and hypnosis works. Neuro-linguistic programming deals with pace and lead. I may break down a lot more next week, but I'll give you a little bit right now. Okay, so they're asking for my contact email. Moderators put that in the room. So neuro-linguistic programming. Let's see who's listening in the room. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Master K. Okay, so I'm gonna give you a little bit of examples of neuro-linguistic programming. I think I may get into more next week. Okay, so you can hear me. Let's see, Hika Kepara, you can hear me. Jody, you can hear me. Okay, let me go ahead and ask this question. And I used to do this to everybody that I meet, just to show them how the matrix works. I want somebody to what I'm gonna do is somebody go into your purse or into your bag or into your little money case, and I want you to get a penny, a nickel, and a dime. And you're going to put it in your hands like this, penny, nickel, dime. The first person to have that in their hand like this, a penny, nickel, and the dime, you're gonna press 9 on the screen. When you have a penny, a nickel, and a dime in your hand, press 9 on the screen. Okay, I'm gonna wait for that. While I'm waiting for that, I'm gonna get to the next one. And who is here? Who is next? Somebody got it already? Conscious Conqueror, you got it already? I need somebody. You know what? No, I'm not. You know what? Who can come to the screen? I need somebody to come to the screen. This has to be done live. I want to break down neuro-linguistic programming live to show everybody on the screen. I can't actually do it. I can't do it like this. I need a live, quick reaction, interactively. Neuro-linguistic programming. I'm going to show you something. Whoever can come on, click on here, and that's what I'm going to answer that question. Nito, if nobody comes on, I will definitely have somebody come on next week. I need somebody live to come on so I can show an example of neuro-linguistic programming live in front of everybody. It has to be live. It can't be typing, because typing, people can go look up Google stuff, and I need to see your face on here. Okay? Neuro-linguistic programming. So Nito Campbell, I'm gonna have a nice breakdown. I'm gonna put this for next week, and if anybody jumps on, I can actually show you a demonstration of it right now. But I'm gonna go ahead and put this for. I'm gonna put next week NLP. Next week, somebody better jump on. I need somebody live to answer this question, to show you this answer. I wanted you to see it live in effect. Okay, I need a willing participant. Okay, just willing participant. Okay, let's get on to the next. Nito Campbell. Don't have any dime. We don't have dimes. You're in Trinidad? There's 98 people. I know 98 people here, and nobody can jump on the screen. Huh? Yeah, I'm waiting. No, come on, Ed Ren. There's the link. The link is in the chat. Ed Ren, jump on. Somebody jump on. I put the link in the chat. It is there. I'm gonna get on to the next. I don't want to do it typing. It's not gonna be the same effect. I need you to see neuro-linguistic programming on the screen live. So who's this? 47. Who's this? Let's see. All right, 47. Who are you, my brother? On the screen live. So who's this? 47. Who's this?
Yeah, it's 47.
All right, 47. Who are you, my brother? On the screen live.
Peace.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm gonna mute my Hey, 47. I need you to mute your YouTube. Your YouTube
I don't know,
is
maybe
through the screen.
All right.
Okay, can you hear me, 47?
That's better?
Much better. Can you hear me, my brother? Can you hear me? 47, can you hear me?
Can't really hear.
Okay. Why is he's not muted, is he?
Oh, 1 second.
They can hear you.
All right.
1 second. I'll put in my headphones.
I think I could hear it now.
Oh no! Hold on, everybody. I gotta get this. Hold on, my spider is on the run. Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
Yeah, it's like an echo. Test.
I'm back. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me and 4-7?
Shit, I don't got no headphones.
Can anybody hear us? Can you hear me 4-7?
Nah, I don't have any headphones.
Do you hear me? Okay. All right. Well, we tried, everybody. We tried. 4-7. Who are you in the room? Who is 4? I don't see anybody in the room named 4-7. I don't see anybody in the room named 4-7, but who was 4-7 in the room? Yeah, he couldn't he couldn't get his Freedom Culture. That's the first time I've seen that name in the room. Freedom Culture. Okay, 4-7. Nice to meet you, my good brother. It didn't work out. We'll try it next time. I definitely want to do NLP programming in the room live with somebody next week for sure. Rigo. Rigo said next week for sure. Oh, you don't have headphones. Okay. All right. I wonder what. Okay, no problem. Let's move on. Awesome question. Hati can't do it. I can't do the Hati. Oh. I've seen Hati for 9 years. Okay, shout out to Owen Hythe sends me shout outs. Outstanding scholar. Rip it. Okay. Shout out to Owen Hythe. Okay, we're gonna X out this. X out on Hythe. On Hythe is there. Okay, Octavius. On Hythe. Google Maps, Google Earth. X out that. Raphael Gary. And we're gonna go to. Okay, let me give a shout out to brother Owen Hythe, who again comes through. I don't need the headphones anymore. I don't need the headphones anymore. He's not on. Okay. Can everybody hear me? Press 1. If you can hear me, press A1. Press A1 if you can hear me. I'm going to give a shout out to the good brother Owen Hythe, who is one of the greatest supporters ever. Let's see if he's on here. Owen Hythe. And he gives. Owen Hythe says. Where is he? Owen Hythe says, for an outstanding scholar, rip it, high priest. Owen Hythe is awesome. And he gives a 2772. Shout out to you, always giving the code supporters. They're always supporting in code. Thank you, my brother. You are awesome. Let me turn on the hand clap for you. Woo! Thank you, my brother. You are wonderful, awesome. Definitely a great supporter. Owen Hythe, he's just saying, rip it, priest, rip it. Okay. Thank you, my brother. Okay, good. We are winding down. I see one more question I'm going to answer. It looks like it's from oh, let me see what we got. Oh, wait, that's from the car wash. Hold on a second. Wait. Okay, we're gonna go to okay, 1 second, everybody. Let me see this here. on, bear with me, everybody. Bear with me, everybody. Okay, let me, hold on. Is anybody here named, Dav Gord? Is Dav Gord in the room? Is there a Dav Gord in the room? A Dav Gord? Oh, that's not it. Is there a Dav Gord in the room? A Dav Gord. Dav Gord in the room. You see anybody typing Dav Gord? Is there a Dav Gord in here? Nope. Okay, Dav Gord. I'm going to go ahead and give you a shout out. Put you in here. Dav Gord. Give a nice quick question too. I'll answer this one quick next week, I guess. Shout out to Dav Gord. Did it show up? 1 second, everybody. Hold on. Okay, there it is. Shout out to Dav Gord. Benson DeVito is Dav Gord. Oh, okay, I see. Okay. Okay, Dav Gord, hold on a second. We're going to put you on the screen. Screen share. Okay, shout out to Dav Gord. Shout out to Dav Gord for asking for Sakar, the original Osiris. Who is Sakar? Okay, Dav Gord. Shout out to that. Let me take this off the screen. Give me a moment, Dav Gord. I'm going to show you something. Give me a moment. I don't know why it's looking like this. Hold on a second. Give me a moment, Dav Gord. I want to show you something. Okay, so Dav Gord, great question. So he asked, who is the... Oh, it's not on the screen anymore. Hold on, let me see where it went. Dav Gord says, Sakar, who is Sakar, the original Osiris? Who is Sakar? That's a great question, man. Good question, Dav Gord. Let me go ahead and oh, you were the one about Samson and Hercules. Okay, gotcha. Let me go ahead and break down this here. This will be the last one. I think I'm gonna break down this one, and I see another one, and then that's gonna be it. I'm gonna get everybody else next week. So let me go ahead and break down this. So great question, my brother. He said, who is Sakar? Who is Sakar? Who is Sakar? So let me go ahead and do a screen share and break it down real quick. I'll break it down, not real quick, but press 1 if you can hear me clearly. Press 1 if you can hear me clearly. Let me see if this is on the screen. Okay, good. Here we go. So we're gonna go ahead and get into we're gonna get into the Shabaka stone over here. Shabaka stone as a source. Who is Sakar? Let's get into the Shabaka stone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tuti Podclass. A little late. I'm gonna break this down, and then we're gonna I'm just gonna give a shout out to everybody that sent their money, and then I'm gonna go ahead and close up. So here's the Shabaka stone, and this is a British Museum 498. And let me go ahead and shrink this down a little bit. So British Museum, 1805, registered inventory in the museum, 13th of July. So this is the Shabaka stone from King Shabaka, which actually was ended up used as a grindstone. They didn't know what this was, and the grindstone workers ended up using this as a grindstone. It was discovered that it was actually an ancient story of creation, and it was under King Shabaka. It goes back to 712 to 698 BC, and you can actually find the translation of it in here. Ancient Egyptian literature, Miriam Lithium, Old and Middle Kingdom. You can find it here. So when we go there, we're going to get down here. I'm going to go right down here. From 15C, it says, reed and papyrus were placed in the double door of the house of Ptah. And that means Heru and Set, pacified and unified. They fraternized, so to cease quarreling in whatever place they may be, unite in the house of Ptah. Okay, this is the land, burial of Osiris, house of Sakar. So here we are, burial of Osiris. We see house of Sakar. Aset Neptet without delay, for Osiris had drowned in his water. Aset Neptet looked out from beneath him and attended to him. Heru speaks to Aset and Neptet. Hurry up, grasp him. Aset and Neptet speak to Osar. We come to take you. They heeded in time and brought him. He entered the hidden portals in the glory of the Lord's eternity. Thus Osiris came to the earth at the royal fortress to the north, and the land had come. And his Osiris arose, king of Upper Kemet, arose king of Lower Kemet, and embrace of his father Osar, and of the Neter in front of him and behind him. Okay, so here is the house of Sakar. Now the house of Sakar in actuality is the Aku, the Great Pyramid, and that is the house of Osar, who is also Sakar. And why is that? Okay. Oh, here it is right here. I'm going to move over here. We're going to go into the pyramid text. Pyramid text of Wunas, utterance 532. And it goes on to say, we're going to start from 155. 1255 to say, mooring post of the mooring boat of the Lord, the mooring post and the mooring boat of him who is in it. Aset comes, Neptet comes. One of them come to the right, one of them come to the left. One of them come as the hat bird, the kite bird. One of them Neptes as a kite. They found Asar. After his brother Set felled him to the earth in Nadiet, when Asar said, come to me, hence comes his name Seker. They prevented him from rotting in accordance with the name, with this thy name of Anpu. They prevented putrefaction from flowing to the ground. So when Asar was in the earth and he was calling to his mates, he said, come to me. And that translated to as Seker, or come to me. So Asar, the reason why there's a confusion of who is Seker, who is Asar, is because sometimes when you see names in the Medunetter, they translate some of the names and some of them they leave untranslated. But Seker, was the name that Asar had when he made the cry to his his mate seeking for help, Seker. Okay, so Seker actually is Asar. That is his original. That wasn't his original name. So when people say, what was the original name? So of course that wasn't his original name because an event had to take place for him to be killed. It wasn't until after he died that he became the Seker. He became the Seker. Then they created what's called Ptah Seker that I showed in one of my debates, and they had Ptah Seker for the meaning of what Ptah means. Ptah means the opener or the beginning. The opener or the beginning. And then Seker was Osiris. He was the beginning of those who resurrected. So they became a Ptah Seker. But Seker became Asar's name not while he was living, but after he passed and he made that shout out. And the meta word for that shout out was Seker. So thus he obtained that name of Seker. So Ptah was Seker according to the pyramid text. Thank you for that question, my brother. Appreciate it. Let's move on to the next. This is how we answer questions of the Tehuti Podclass. Breaking things down. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give the rest of the people just as a shout out. And get to the rest of these next week because it is after 12. And so we have actually this isn't in order, but this is Biladu sent 950 USD. And I'm going to get to this next week. It's actually Bev is the next one who had a question that I'm actually going to answer. Bev is the next one, but this one I scrolled up too far, but that's okay. We're going to give him a shout out anyways, but this will definitely be for next week. Shout out to Johan Biladu. Johan Biladu. Is Bev in the room? Bev, are you in the room? Bev, are you in the room? So shout out, he says, can you talk about Simeon Toko and him stopping the Belgian army? Okay. We're going to get into that next week. I will comment on that next week. I am definitely starting to break down, get a little tired, but I'm going to answer this one last question, and that's it. So rename, I'm going to put next week 3. All right, shout out to you and that interesting question. Danny, close that. That interesting question. Let's get it on. I'm going to go ahead and just give shout out. Oh, he said, thank you. You are welcome, my brother. You are welcome. All right, let's get on to the next one here. We're just going to do shout outs. And so it is Beverly. Are you in the room? Beverly. Is Beverly in the room? Beverly, are you in the room? I think people have fallen asleep. We're down to 84 people. Beverly, are you in the room? Beverly, are you in the room? Oh, West Red is here. Shout out West Red. I just saw you now. West Red, shout out to you. West Red, one of my oldest people that I've been teaching from years and years ago. Okay. Is Beverly, are you in the room, Beverly? Beverly. Are you in the room? Okay, we'll move on to the next. Move on to the next. Beverly. Okay, here she is. Let me go ahead and put her question. I may go ahead and just answer this. I'm gonna go ahead and just answer this, and then that's it. Here we go. Beverly sends in $9.99, and she asked this question right here. Let me go ahead and put this in the room here. Boom. And this is the last question I'm answering for the night. The rest is The rest of the questions I'm going to go to next week. Let me go ahead and fix this camera here. It's looking a little blurry. Anybody have any questions, go ahead and send them in. Feel free to send in the support, and you're free to come up here and talk. But of course, certain people won't do that because they are just the type warriors. So let me go ahead and fix this here. Fix this camera. Boom. Settings. Okay. The type warriors. Boom. Okay, good. We are fixed there. We're going to fix this and that. Okay. And last question of the night. Last question of the night is from the wonderful Beverly. Let me go ahead and answer her question here. This looks like a question about what is this? The end of the end. I'm just going to put it in the room. Share. Boom. And there we go. There we go. Shout out to Beverly with the 999. I appreciate that. Let's look at the question and see what she asked. She said, why is July 25th called Day Out of Time? Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. For those who just came, you can send in your questions via Cash App, via PayPal. That makes up for my super chat. I do not have super chats, so you can send in support questions through those means, and I will go ahead and break down your questions thoroughly on any aspect of consciousness. Like, for example, this question here doesn't look like it has anything to do with, say, for example, Kemet. It actually doesn't, but you can feel free to send in those questions, and I will break it down. So let's go ahead and get into the breakdown. Shout out to Bev for asking this question. This will be the last question that I answer tonight. Okay. Let me go ahead and stop the screen share. Here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let us get this question in. Boom. Let me go ahead and get it in here. All right. So the Beverly asked about December 25th being the day out of time. Let me go ahead and get into it. The day out of time. Does anybody know what that is? Let's get into it. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's break it down. Here we go. This is how we answer questions at the Tehuti Podclass. Let me do a screen share and get into this. Boom, 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 and boom. Here we go, everybody. All right, so what are we looking at here? We're looking at what Europeans call today the Pyramid of the Sun. Of course, the Native Americans never heard of such thing, but this is what they call it today. The Mayan Pyramid of the Sun. Okay, so we have this actually is a temple that is used to track time, solar time, lunar time, and it is also to track the renewal of time, the way that this is set up. But let me go ahead and show. Here's another angle of it. And then over here, this is the popular, well-known, what they call the Mayan calendar, which also tracks lunar, solar cycles. And we're going to get into what this question is about and how it ties into these two things, because these things monitor that time period. Okay, so let's go into it. So this is found in the city of Tehuti in Mexico, that was built about 100 CE. So yes, it is pretty new. It's one of the largest structures of its type in the Western Hemisphere. It rises 216 feet, 66 meters above the ground level, and it measures approximately 720 by 760 feet, 220 by 230 meters at its base. It keeps track of the new year, marked by the rising of Sirius. Okay, so most of the ancient cultures would track the brightest star in the sky called Sirius, today called the Dog Star, and Kemet called Subti, which also marked the Kemetic restart of a year or the beginning of the story of Aset, Heru. Sorry, that's one of them. The story of the rebirth of Heru and Aset and Asar, marked by the Subti star. In actuality, Aset herself was called Subtit, which is the real name of the Sirius star, or what they call the Dog Star, brightest star. Tracked, these stars, the Sirius stars, are tracked by this culture of Teotihuacan, tracked by Kemet and also the Dogon. So what happens is, the star on June 26th is a day of a new reconciliation and gratitude, right? Every 26th of July begins the synchronometer, or the Mayan New Year, but it ends July 25th of the following year. Okay, it is a day of meditation and awareness of the new cycle that is the reopening, and it closes 13 moons of 28 days and 364 days. Know that it doesn't say 365, but 364 days, thus making the next day July 26th, which is the day out of time. Okay, it is the extra day. So the calendar marks up to 364 days that marks their year. And then the next day is actually 365th day, which marks a new day that's not inside of the time period. It's considered a free day or a day out of time. The last day of the galactical new year in the Mayan calendar is July 25th. Okay, they consider the entrance of the day out of time a time portal and a place where all and nothing exists simultaneously. Okay, in the same way, it realigns the 13 moon calendar and the solar calendar year. It is also a special day to realign their energy cycle, 365 days and nights around the sun. It is a moon because it contains the lunar, so it's part of the moon cycle because it contains the lunar. The lunar has 13 waxing days, 13 waning days. That's your 1313, the sacred number of the female, and then 2 full ones, 2 full moons, completing 28 days. That creates a complete lunar cycle. And then 365 days, or according to the Mayans, 364 days technically creates the solar cycle. Then there's that extra day, and then extra day is considered the day out of time. And it's galactical because each year begins with the rise of Cyrus, the brightest star, all accumulated and given a meditation, quietness, and gratitude where time doesn't exist, and thus it is called the day out of time. Okay, so that is what happens, called the day out of time, because it is a day that they don't consider belonging to any of the time period. It's 364 days, and the next day is the day out of time, the first day of the new year, but really their day ends on their year ends on the 25th. So the next day is considered a day where they just go inwards because they consider it a quiet time period in the universe. So thus they imitate that by making it a quiet time period inside of themselves where they just show gratitude, they be at peace for themselves. So they consider that literally a day that's not in their time period. It's not in their calendar. So it's a day out of time. That is the answer to the question. Thank you, good sister, for asking that. Even if you're not here, you can go ahead and see the answer on YouTube. It will post there. Welcome to Tuti Podclass, where you can send questions in. Kemet, Mayans, Sumerians, Assyrians, out of body, New World Order, Cashless Society, whatever it is that you feel that you've come across in the conscious community, as they call it, you can ask it live here and I will address it. But that is the last question that we're going to answer, and then I'm going to give the rest of the questions a shout out and get to them next week. Oh, you are here. Boom. I hope you saw that, sister. There is your answer. It is literally a day that is out of time. Okay, so, and let me go ahead and elaborate a little bit more. So the way that each culture begins its time period. They keep what's called a solar calendar. Okay, the solar calendar is the beginning of a year, the Earth's track around the sun. Okay, that is the beginning of time, literally. There was a time period in the universe where there was no sun. Okay, where there was no sun. So literally there was no time. No time exists because our time and every planet's time is considered a time where the Earth or Jupiter or Mars or Venus revolves around the sun. You subtract the sun and there's literally no time. In that so-called period of existence, cultures acknowledge the time where there's no sun or no existence as we would have it today, complete inertness or a quiet blackness where nothing exists. Time doesn't exist, nothing exists. It's just complete blackness because stars and suns are not created yet. Okay, so in our world, our sun that creates our time is the literal sun up there. There's millions of suns though, but ours, if ours wasn't here, it would be complete inertness and quietness. So on July 25th ends the year. So the next one isn't considered a part of the solar year. So it's symbolically a time where the sun doesn't exist, where it's a day literally out of time. So just like the complete inertness that would exist in the blackness when there was no suns, the ancient people would imitate that and they'd be in complete quietness and gratitude for when time begins again. And thus it's called a day out of time in the Mayan calendar. Boom. Thank you for asking that question. And now I'm going to go ahead and, many thanks. I'm glad you appreciate it. And I'm going to go ahead and do the rest of the, give the shout out to the rest of the questions that were asked. And so we got Xavier Tattoos, got that one. Did Beverly have another one? I don't know if I don't see a cat. Okay, hold on. Let me go ahead and do all right, we got Sal Vega. Hold on, I'm losing track. Sal Vega, I have another one for you. 1 second, everybody. Rocky. Oh no. Where'd he go? Oh, Sal Vega is Maurice. I don't see the Cash App. 1 second, everybody. So we got Anthony Jackson with the theory. Okay, got that one. Owen Hythe for outstanding scholarship. Who's next? We got Sakar answered. Who's this one here? We got Billadoo. Okay, we already posted Billadoo. Okay, Galacticus Salinas. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to Galacticus Salinas. Boom, and I'll do another one here. Shout out to Galacticus Salinas, who says, what does he say? Let me go ahead and do a screen share. Give a shout out. This one's going to be for next week. Chrome tab. Galacticus Salinas says, for what can you tell us about the Black Knight satellite? Okay. Shout out to you, my good brother. Definitely going to get into that one next week. I am tired. Ready to rest now. And I'm going to make a note of this. You're 777, right? Is this you right here? 777. Next week 4. Okay, we'll get to that next week. We'll get to that next class. Okay, boom. So right now, what I'm gonna do, everybody's just gonna give. Is Sal? Hold on. Is Maurice in? Okay. Sal Vega. Oh, nice question, Sal Vega. I think Sal Vega is also Maurice, right? Let me see. Hold on. This is a great question. This is awesome. Woo wee. I love it. I love this one. It's a tough one here. Let me see if it popped up on the screen. Sal Vega. I'm going to rename it. What a great question. It's late though, Sal Vega, and I'm going to definitely break this down next time. I'll put this next. Oh, next week is going to be another one of these classes. So many of them, so many. Backup set question. We're going to put this in the screen here. Sal Vega. Boom. Next week's set. There it is. Okay, shout out to Sal Vega. You are awesome. Beverly doesn't want me to go. I've been here for 4.5 hours, I think 4 hours. I'm breaking down. Let me go ahead and give shout outs to everybody who sent their money and their questions and everything. Shout out to there he is. Shout out to Sal Vega. You are awesome, fabulous. You are a great supporter. You always send me questions. Appreciate you, my good brother Sal Vega. Appreciate the support. You are excellent, awesome. Thank you for your awesome support, man. All of you big supporters, you are greatly appreciated. Sal Vega, shout out to you. There you are on the screen again. Shout out to you, my brother, with the 2727. You are awesome. Shout out to you, my brother. Appreciate and much respect to you. Okay, Sal Vega. That was awesome, man. Appreciate that. You know, I'm going to get into that. The animal set. Yes, we'll get into that next week. Sal Vega. All right, I don't even know if he's still in the room, but shout out to you. I know it's getting late and people are falling asleep. We're dropping down to 77 people. We're over 100, but that's okay. We're going to do the rest and close up anyways. Oh, is Mazayo? Is that that's Owen Hyphy. That's us. So many names. Mazo is also Owen Hyphy. Escar. Okay. I see a question here. It's my opinion on the emerald tablets. I don't know if Ascar, are you in the room, my brother? He did send a big donation. I guess this was a question to it. But Ascar, are you in the room? Ascar, are you in the room? Shout out to you with this question. Shout out to you in this question here. I'm just clicking on it now. And it says, your opinion on emerald tablets. Respect to Ahati Ma'at. Is this... Okay. Shout out to you, my brother. Appreciate it. Shout out to you. Okay. Okay, this is Kadazani. Kadazani, shout out to you. I don't know if I know you under another name under the Cash App. Let me move this from my eyes. This is getting to my eyes now. Okay, everybody. Shout out to you. Appreciate it. Okay, let me go ahead and go down the rest of them. Imani, is that Manifesto? What is this question? Wow. Oh my goodness. You guys, questions, man. Okay, hold on. And he says he has a question. Interesting question. And the question is, he says, why don't, let me go ahead and put it on the screen. Why don't the Kemetic statues have an iris? Why don't Kemetic statues have an iris? We will get into this. I will also address this next week. Shout out to you, my good brother, Manifesto. You are awesome. We'll get into that. My eyes are getting tired. I am burning up. I got to go ahead and just give shout outs and I'll answer all your questions. Oh, well, here we go. I like these nice, easy ones. Just a gift. Julius Chapman. Oh, Amun Ma'at Ra. Hey. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. I like this. This is like donation time. Okay, shout out to you. Let me go ahead and put you in here. Boom. Appreciate it, my good brother. Amun Ma'at Ra. Are you in the room? Amun Ma'at Ra. Let me go ahead and do shout out to Amun Ma'at Ra. Appreciate it, brother. With $13 a gift. Thank you for the gift. I appreciate the gifts. You are awesome, fabulous. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Appreciate the gift. Appreciate the support, man. All right, let's move on to the next. I hope the rest of them are just gifts because I'm tired. Okay, we get Nathan. I know Nathan always just sends support. He's awesome. Go ahead, Nathan. Here we go. You are awesome. Go ahead and put you in here. Shout out to Nathan, who always sending support every single week. Every week. You are wonderful, man. Don't know if you're still in the room, but I'm going to shout you out. You know what? You support every single week, so even though it's not $20 and up, I'm still going to give you a hand clap because you are every single week. Every week is supporting my brother. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. Thank you, my brother. You are very consistent and awesome. I appreciate that. Okay, let's get on to the next. One second, everybody. Okay, Raphael Gary, hey, Raphael Gary and Ascari is asking the same question. The Emerald Tablets. Let me get some water. I may have to begin next week's class right at 7 with no intro. Just start right with the questions. These questions are awesome. Awesome. Let me go ahead and put this. Rename Raphael Gary. Raphael Gary has the greatest questions. Great questions, man. Raphael Gary, the greatness. Okay, let me go ahead and shout out Raphael Gary. You are awesome. Share. Raphael Gary with Are the Emerald Tablets of Thoth authentic? Shout out to you, my brother. You and Ascari actually asked the same question. So that's beautiful. I'm gonna go ahead and answer that. If you're in the room, I answered it earlier. Raphael, which one did I answer earlier? I get so many questions and answer so much stuff of yours. I don't even know what I don't even know which one. Raphael asked me so much questions and I answered so many of his questions that I am lost as to which one he said I answered it earlier. Thanks to Tehuti. Is that the one on the Vatican burnings? I didn't answer that one. And what else did you have? What else? Question from last week. I thought that was the one on the Vatican. You did have two, didn't you? Let me check you, Raphael. Last week. Let me see. Raphael Gary, fires. Question is, I have you here for fires in the Vatican. Was there something else? Raphael. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Raphael. Gary, the AI. Who's responsible for the AI? Wow. Raphael, you sent so many questions, my brother. Okay, they put a note for the... That's right. I just saw it. Who's responsible for the AI? Okay. Wow. Here we go. Okay. Oh, wow, Raphael. Let me see. Okay. Next week. Didn't get to Raphael AI. Yeah, I don't think I got to this at all. This is Raphael with the avalanche of questions. Okay, Raphael. So this one too. Ooh, this one's gonna be a nice one though, because this one's a good topic. They're actually both good topics. The AI question is gonna be great. Wow. Next week we have to start at 7. I'm gonna have to start and answer. Oh yeah, the emerald, right? Okay, so okay. So you want me to just do the AI one next week? I'll do the AI. Let me just do the AI one. But you know what? I gotta answer the Emerald Tablet one anyway because I think Ascari asked me that. Okay, man, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Let's go. Okay, so we got Wave. Oh, Kamusi. Wave. Kamusi, so many people. Hold on. Kamusi's Waterway. Kamusi's LLC. Kamusi. Okay, Kamusi sends support. Kemusi has like multiple. I can't keep track of Kemusi. Okay. Shout out to Kemusi. Where'd you go? Is this you? Shout out with Kemusi. Kemusi with the $3. He's consistent. Kemusi's consistent. Kemusi is awesome. Shout out to you, Kemusi. Let me go ahead and put you in the room for the support. Chrome tab. Shout out Kamusi, who's also Waterway, who's also Waveway, who's also Humble Books. I think this is all the same person. LLC, INC. Kamusi is multiple guys. Shout out to Kamusi for the support. Shout out to you, my brother. Good looking. You are awesome, as usual. Okay. Billy Carson's scared of Tehuti. He loves the Emerald. Okay. Okay. Raphael Gary. Okay, everybody. Let me go through the last couple of people, and I got 3 more people. This is who's this? This is Beget Leisure. Oh my gosh, Beget Leisure with the awesome question. Oh man, I need to do I need to do a 2D podcast on Sunday. Should I do it on my cheat meal day? I need to do I need to do it on this. This is what a question. Look at this question. Look at this question. Are you in the room, Beget Leisure? Oh my goodness. Look at this question. What a question. Next class, I may have to do a 2D podcast on Sunday, but they may not even know about it. If I do it on Sunday, they're not looking for it on Sunday, so most of these people, everybody's gonna miss it. Unless they get the notification. Yeah.
People that know now.
Oh man. Should I do a 2D podcast on Sunday? To get all these questions in, man. This is crazy. Look at this. Beget Leisure is awesome. Beget Leisure finally sent me a question. I clearly, this one of the reptilian one, I clearly understand. Awesome.
Is this the ayahuasca?
This is the ayahuasca man. This man has, this is the man. This is the man of man. This is the man has the many.
He asked you something you understand.
I understand this question. Beget Leisure. Oh, I love this question. Look at this. Let me go ahead and rename this. I may do a podcast on Sunday, man. To get all this in, I may have to do 2 podcasts a week. One on my cheat meal, one on me on this every second Sunday. Oh my gosh, next week Beget Shemsuhor. Wow. I think because I said this in the class. That's what must have happened. I said it. I said Shem, and he went and sent the question in. Okay, this is woo. Beget Leisure. Who are you, my brother? Who is Beget Leisure? Beget Leisure. Are you even in the room? This is like, I think Beget Leisure is like Kanye West or something. Beget Leisure is somebody. He is the biggest consistent donator that doesn't even ask questions. But this one's a question. This one is a legitimate question. This one is a legitimate, clear question. I love this. Let me go ahead and put this in the room. Is he in here? Beget Leisure. Wow. Let me share this. Beget Leisure is awesome. Let me go ahead and put the hand clap ready. Hold on. Wait a minute, everyone, hold on. Okay, share, screen, share, phone. Beget Leisure with the $50 donation. Thank you, Saba. Wow, Tehuti. Wow, man. What a great way to end the class. Beget Leisure says, thank you, Saba. Let me turn this down so you guys can hear me while I'm reading this. Beget Leisure says, donation. Thank you, Saba. Wow, Tehuti. I really like to know about Shema Heru, which is Shem Suhor. I know why he said Shema because breaking down the Shema of the month, the 3 months cycles in Kemet of the harvesting. That is an awesome question. As a matter of fact, this question.
Please subscribe and follow me on all social media.
All right. Beged Leisure, this actually is you were actually asked something last week about why do they want to hide the netter. This is going to tie right into it. Wow, Beged Leisure. Let's go, man. Are you even in the room? Thank you, Beged Leisure. My man, Beged Leisure. Yeah, he is man, Westford wants 2 pod classes. I'm gonna have to raise some of you up as I'm gonna have to have the Tuti pod class, and then some of you all start teaching some classes. Oh man, this is a lot. Yeah, you know what? Wasseret says yes. I was gonna request at least. Wasseret's trying to kill. She doesn't say 2. She said at least. That means she wants more. At least is the minimum. She wants 4 pod classes a week. At least 2 pod classes a week. Oh my goodness. Oh man. All right. So we have 1 more. Oh no, actually no, 3 more. Actually, Westward. Westward says, okay, let me go ahead and put this in. Oh my goodness. I may have to do Sunday. You all look out. I may have to do Sunday. Westward sends this in. I may have to do Sunday, man. This is too much. I may have to do Sunday. Okay, Westward, shout out to you. Ooh, you guys are gonna make me do Sunday, huh? You guys are gonna make me do Sunday next week. 9. You all are gonna make me do Sunday or something, because this is too much. I have so many questions for next week. Oh boy, here we go. Thank you all though for your support and questions. You all are awesome. Yes, put me through the test. Send me these questions. Here we go. Wasrat says, are we the first inhabitants on all continents? Great question. And Wasrat, you get a round of you get a hand clap because you've been Wasrat gets a hand clap because she is completely consistent. Wasrat made me cheat meals before I even had cheat meal. Before I even knew what a cheat meal was, she's been supporting me with I think the pineapple upside down cake since '95. Wasrat, thank you. I still remember the pineapple upside down cakes. Thank you for that. I have those now for my cheat meal. Shout out to you, Wasrat, all the way back from 1995. Shout out to you, Wasrat's been around for a while. Okay. Woo. I don't know. I really want to visit inaccuracies surrounding how enslavement really took place. That's a good topic. You know. That's a good topic. Inaccuracies. We want accuracies and inaccuracies. Absolutely. Shout out to Wasret. Let's get to the last person. Oh, it's not the last person. Jermaine sent 777. All right, Jermaine. We're gonna close out. Oh, it's another class till 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh my. Woo wee, everybody. Yeah, they don't want to let me go. This is just. Here we go. Where's it gonna pop up at? There it is. All right. This is the second to last one. Okay, good. This is just support. So shout out to Arcad. Shout out to Jermaine for just support. Appreciate that. I like the just support ones. I need to relax my brain a little bit. Chrome tab. Shout out to Jermaine. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate the support. You are awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, we're down to 70 people. Here's the last one now. Let me go ahead and refresh the screen. I think this is the last one. I need to sign out before Raphael Gary goes crazy and Peden, Cash Peden starts sitting in 999 10. Okay, what is this? Who is this? Is this a question? I don't think this is a question. Somebody just sent me something on sign language, but there's no donation or anything attached. I don't know what that is about. Somebody sent me something on sign language. Okay, that's not a question. That's not for the Podclass. Okay, let me do one more refresh, and now we're going to sign out. Okay, that is it, everybody. I believe I got everybody. Let me go ahead and scroll through. I think I got everyone. That has to be everyone. Yeah, that's everybody. Okay, let us finally close out. Let us close out, everybody. I am tired. What time lock in, Saba? I don't know what time for what. I'm not sure. I'm going to see how I feel tomorrow. And I'll let everybody know. Check my Facebook. I'll let people know if I'm going to do a class on Sunday. Right now, I'm too tired to decide that. So, the sun's the best day. Okay. Voltage says 6-9 still in here at 10 till 1 a.m. Great Podclass. I don't know who 6-9 is, but that's Voltage Controller. All right, everybody. Shout out to everybody. Thank you for coming to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me go ahead and close this out. Ooh. Everybody support. Cash App via TT Amun. Send your support, even if you're watching this after the class is over. Cash App is TT Amun. There it is on the screen. We also have, you can also support through PayPal. PayPal's Rocky SV. If you didn't make the class on tonight, if you didn't make it tonight on Friday night, and you just happen to watch it sometime in the week, and you couldn't send in a donation, you can go ahead and send it to me anytime that you watch the class. Help support. I'm literally working all week for some of these questions and information. People send me stuff all week, so I am literally working even when you don't see me in the Podclass. My email is mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. Thank you, everybody, for the support. You are all awesome. You can also order my books, Melanin Dark Consciousness. You can inquire how to get that through the email. Stepping Out of the Matrix. You can inquire how to get that through the email. Okay, the email to inquire about that, of course, is mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. How to get those books. Thank you, everybody. This has been an awesome, awesome class. Once again, our motto is ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Shout out to those who are still left in the room. Voltage Controller, Cannabis Spa Bev. Saw says, what's the Cash App? Okay, I've been posting it all chat, but I'll post it again. TT Amun is the Cash App to Saw. TT Amun is the Cash App right there. Okay. Atum comes in right at the end. Shout out to Atum. Big up to Tehuti in the class. Shout out to you. RPM. What's the name of the Facebook page? It is Tehuti Brown on Facebook. Tehuti Brown on Facebook. If you can't find it, send me an email, and of course, just how you talk to me regularly, and I'll send you the link in there. Let me go ahead and see if it can actually be done here. I don't know if it can be done on here. I don't know if this is it. Oh, here we go. This is how to reach me. I'm gonna put it in the comments section here, and there's my Facebook right there in the comments, and you can click there. You're very welcome. You're very welcome to T Brown on Facebook. Ed Wren, shout out to you. You put the snake and two other things. I don't know what the spiders, and then you conscious conqueror love. It says love. Thank you. Your team. Oh, sorry, wrong thing. Love in the house and can't wait for Sunday. Everybody's already saying Sunday. Tehuti from this name that I can't pronounce. Leo ICXC. Shout out to you. Shout out to Rigo. Shout out to Nat Turner. Shout out to Miserabilis. I didn't see you earlier. Shout out to Raphael Gary. Shout out to everybody in the room. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to the Freedom person. Freedom who came on. Freedom, I don't see his name anymore, but shout out to Freedom. Here it is, Freedom Culture. The Freed M Culture. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. We're going to end off with the affirmation. The affirmation is, and let me take this banner off. Ankia Ma'at Un MS Nin Tet Aset and Mayat Min Habapet and Mayat Her and Hukiui Her Ikut. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. By being surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light. Okay, banners. We'll take that off. That is the affirmation. Thank you all for coming to the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to everybody. And of course, I have to end off shouting out my awesome, wonderful, fabulous, one-of-a-kind moderators. And the moderators, for those who don't know, are Ankia Ma'at, Nania Set Mers, and Etiamun, and Ahati Ma'at. Those are my moderators. All right. This is Nakash. On my hat is Neith. Charlotte has already been put away. Peace and love to everybody who has come out to the Tuti Podclass. I love all of you. Send you all good energy. Nania Set Mur says, Anki Ma'at, everyone. Rigo says, good vibes. Peace and love. Rigo says, peace and love. Mushman says, good night. You are all awesome. Fabulous. I appreciate you all. Thank you for coming to the Podclass. Help support. Donate to the Podclass. You can support by any means. Cash App. You can support with, like Rigo did, with PayPal. You can do it throughout the week. You all are awesome. I'll put the banners one last time. That is Cash App TT Amun. Send in your questions. Send in your support. And PayPal at Rocky SV. Peace and love, everybody. You all are awesome. The Tehuti Podclass for another 7 hours. You all are fabulous. And peace and love, everybody. Anke Ma'at Un MS. You all are awesome. Peace and love.